Good afternoon, good evening, good morning from wherever you are joining us, and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. It's the London Festival, and we are inside the Great Room here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane, who wrapped things up late last night. Henry, kickoff event, obviously vibes wonderful in here.
Yeah, and it was a really chill end towards the end of the night. It was like a frame where there wasn't like an insane amount of action. We're just kind of heating the seats up, if you will. And then the final, I want to say, level, just bloodbath. Just like hand v hand, all sorts of craziness going on. So some people that were maybe expecting to bag healthy stacks coming back today with shorter stacks than expected. And yeah, I mean, straight out the gate, we've had a fantastic day one for the series here in London.
And we could see some further bloodshed as we have yet to burst a money bubble in this curtain raiser, the GGMillions live edition, which finished 15 levels of play yesterday, leaving us with 33 remaining hopefuls. But of course, only 27 of those hopefuls are going to be paid. Interesting in terms of the number of entries we had, Henry. 162 in total, which is 4 more than we picked up in this very event in Cyprus, but 4 fewer than the preceding event in Vietnam. So it feels like we've hit our benchmark, kind of our EV, if you will. The min cash is going to be 40,500 in this 25k buy-in, and up top, a whopping 897,000. Of course, as is always the case at a new Triton stop, some splashy new faces tend to join the fray, and we've got some of them doing quite well in the top 10 in terms of stacks.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver Bithell, first Triton series, first Triton event. Couldn't really get off to a better start. He had a killer's row, Jason Kuhn, Lucas Greenwood. Just, you know, the type of table that you don't want to be put at during your first Triton event. And he just eliminated 3 players within the space of, I want to say, 3 orbits, including the 7-time champion, Jason Kuhn, which is probably going to be one of the highlight hands from yesterday. So he's got to be feeling incredibly great about his situation, coming in 5th in chips, 54 big blinds, home soil, home turf. He's here in London, you know. And when you play on home soil and it's your first time, you know, you want to earn that respect from your peers. You want to kind of make a name for yourself, that 15 minutes of fame, if you will, where, you know, if you seize an opportunity such as this, all of a sudden people like, who is this kid? You know, what can we expect from him going forward? So exciting to see some of the newer faces stepping up to the plate and just, you know, getting it done today.
Do you think the rookie effect is an advantage or a disadvantage in terms of, you know what I mean? Like the pros don't really know you, maybe don't have reps against you, can't baseline you?
I mean, they've definitely got a better understanding than we do in the booth, because a lot of these guys, even yesterday, were joking about, you know, their online screen names, like, who are you? Have we played together? And we've henned and mobbed a few players. And look, these guys aren't strangers to high stakes. They have, you know, 6 figures in live earnings, but maybe not as much as you Chidwicks, your Makitas and whatnot. So look, if you're showing up to play a 25k, I think it's safe to assume that you have a rough idea of how to play the game of No Limit Hold'em. Whether it's to the extent that we're used to remains to be seen, but they certainly seem to be holding their own here.
Let's not forget, though, that some of the guys that are out there have qualified in an event as little of a buy-in as $54 as Dongwoo Ko did in a bounty event, which was incredible. Unfortunately, Dongwoo, I believe, was the first player eliminated in the event. Yeah, a little bit of a sad situation for him. But, you know, the dream coming true, obviously, for some of the guys who are out here, and it could be some nightmare fuel once things start to whittle down as the cream rises, and we expect that the murderer's rows that you alluded to are going to be out there lurking. Let's turn our attention then to today's coverage. 33 are returning, as mentioned, which means we've got 6 players left between us and that money bubble, and we've got some real shorties out there, Henry.
We do. Interestingly, Heath, one of the main short stacks that we're going to be keeping an eye on, which is interesting because he was table captain for so long throughout the later levels of last night. I want to say it was for the final 2 levels of 40 minutes that he was taken away from the feature table, and obviously things there just apparently down to 7 big blinds didn't go his way. So curious to see someone like him, Strava, these guys that are experienced when it comes to high stakes. They know how to nurse these short stacks, whether they're going to be willing to bust before the money, which I assume people of their experience will be. But there are some, you know, going back to that whole super VIP / super pro kind of ordeal where these regs want to perhaps play a little bit tighter due to the fact that they expect some of these newcomers to make mistakes, even though they've got 20, 30 big blinds.
Now, that sub-10 big blind territory guy like Sean Winter, we're used to seeing him down there and operating with incredible prowess out there. Is there a lot of work that gets done in terms of a 7 or a 5 big blind stack like Heath and Straver have?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at someone like Sean Winter, who, what did we say? If there was a nuclear war, there'd be 3 things that survive: cockroaches, Sean Winter, and the cold winter. I don't know. Like, these guys clearly study these spots, especially given how big the ICM impacts are at final tables where you do play sub-10 big blinds. So look, people like Heath and Straver, short stacked, but not counting them out.
On the other side of the spectrum, of course, a former Triton main event winner like Henrik Hecklin absolutely knows what to do. Second in chips overall, 2.7 million plus in front of Henrik. And he always seems comfortable out there, doesn't he?
Comfortable, cocky. I love it. Last night, bringing the energy. It was wine level has been dubbed. At the World Series, you have beer level, final level of the day. Henrik Hecklin saying at Triton, we raised the bar. Wine level, final level of the night. So he was out there enjoying wine level with Nico Coop, and then all of a sudden, both of them clashed in perhaps the biggest pot of the tournament, or at least one of the biggest pots of the tournament so far, where Henrik flopped middle set and Nico called him down 3 streets to then bow out.
Ouch. That is definitely not the way you want to enjoy that last glass of wine. Perhaps the first level should be dubbed tea level then. Just a thought.
Strawberries, cream, yeah.
Well, that's not the only wrinkle in terms of things that happen a bit differently here in London in this particular GG Millions event. There's also some other sort of procedural things to expect.
Yeah, and I only found out today. I knew that we did the seat draw, but similarly to what happens on GG, to kind of protect people that maybe need to take a little bit more time or perhaps don't take as much time, rather than it being a tournament clock, 40 minutes on the clock, it's actually there's a set amount of hands per level before the blinds go up. So hopefully that eliminates some of the tanking because there's no benefit to be had.
Yeah.
And also the seat change, which I always look forward to for the GG Millions final tables.
Yeah, inverted order with respect to the seat draws where the big stack gets to choose first and then the short stack gets to choose last. Or other way around. Sorry, yes, that's correct. Okay, let's turn our attention then to the 2 feature tables that we're going to be bringing you momentarily. The first one, we find Jean-Noel Torel. And this is not a professional poker player, not somebody that you're going to expect to be out there doing GTO type of stuff. A whopping 59 big blinds in front of him, 2.4 million, and a nice setup for him there at the blue table, isn't it?
It is, and just to touch on that subject again, it really does throw a bit of a spanner in the works for some of the crushers, because with someone like GNT, he's shown that he doesn't mind putting chips in the middle. He's not going to get pushed around. If he feels like he's being bullied and he has like 6s and wants to gamble for 25 bigs, he will. So with that kind of dynamic, the shorter stacks are even more handcuffed because they're like, okay, this guy could potentially make a 30 big blind mistake, but up until now he hasn't. He put Ivy in the bin. Min clicked Ivy on the river yesterday, and Ivy gave him the classic Ivy stare. I'm like, do you know who you just min clicked? Like, does this guy know who I am? Kind of thing. It was fantastic.
I assume he knows who he is, but I also assume he probably doesn't care, as we've seen. What is ICM for, Henry?
It's for poor people.
There
right?
you go.
And JNT is definitely not poor, my man.
No question. Okay, let us then turn our attention to the secondary featured table, the red one in the Triton Poker Plus app. For those that haven't downloaded it, absolutely do yourself a favor, free of charge. Get it in the App Store on iOS and also in the Google Play Store for Android. And over at that table, we find one of the brothers Greenwood as well as Squiddy, who got locked up in that incredible hand yesterday with the straight versus straight.
Yeah, I mean, we were about to sign off for the evening, and I was singing Roberto Gomez's praise about how he's going to bag chip lead. The app updated. I was like, hang on, Randy, 3.3 million chip pot, where Gomez and Grafton both turned a straight. Gomez turned a queen high straight on the queen 10-6-9 board with jack 8. Sam Grafton turned the 10 high straight with 8-7 of spades. Turned the 10 high straight along with the backdoor flush draw that then revealed itself on the river, 4 of spades for him to scoop a monstrous pot. And Squiddy called it, he said, home turf, he's in London, he's here to win trophies, and he wants to really make it known that the home field advantage is really a thing.
Is he going to have his hands full despite having that big stack with the likes of the German Zapf on his left?
I don't know much about Zapf. I think it's his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. I've seen the name online. I know he's, known amongst the regulars, but not someone that I'm experienced with myself. But yes, 50 big blinds, German flag. you know, the Germans, I'm telling you, it's the flag you don't want on your left.
No doubt about it. We are just moments away from getting down to what will be a playdown to a winner here today, day 2 of this 25k GG Millions live event. The blinds are going to be 20 and 40,000, just 33 players remaining of our original 162, with just 27 players going to make the money. You ready, buddy?
I'm ready to rock and roll.
I hope you guys are as well. It's time.
Let's do it.
Let's send it down. Day 2 coverage right now from inside the JW Marriott Grosvenor house. Glad to have you with us, and we will get our first look then at the 2 feature tables for the day. And there are some chip counts as well. Outer table, 60 bigs sitting in front of Pablo Silva on that outer table, by the way. Squiddy, the mayor of the red table, and then JNT, as mentioned, going to be the mayor of the blue table. Those chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu.
Let's go. First day 2 of the series. 897,000 going to the eventual champion. Big day ahead of us.
And a big hand in front of JNT to kick things off. Ace, queen, offsuit. And oftentimes when the day gets started, Henry, and you see the big stack, just promptly open raise
5x.
under the gun, a sizing like that, don't you begin to question whether or not it's in the stewardship of the likes of JNT, who is a VIP, whether or not this is a tone-setting sort of, doesn't really matter what I have here, I'm letting everybody know I'm going to be the boss today for the time being with the big stack.
Yeah, that's a great point. Definitely a tone setting, definitely sending a message, but also, again, I want to be careful how I phrase this, but reiterating the fact that maybe some of these shorter stacks are going to be less inclined to take higher variance spots due to the fact that JNT is willing to play big pots before the money and perhaps a 30, 40, 50 big blind mistake. It's happened before with other VIPs. And it's one of the biggest attractions for the Triton Super High Roller Series is that we do have these self-acknowledged VIPs that come here and play, and they'll be the first to admit that, you know, they've made mistakes in the past and will make mistakes again, as do the pros.
Far from a mistake, I'll be the first to admit that I ran into Alex Ponikovs, who is sitting to Jonathan Jaffe's left. There he is, prior to today's play, and got a look at what has become a bit of a theme in terms of him giving us something to work with. Loves the track jackets and has brought the thunder with the cheetah print. Gotta love that.
I mean, what have we dubbed him as? He's a nightclub owner in Miami. Now,
international arms dealer, I believe, was also among the...
Oh boy, this could be GG's for Heath here.
The armament for Robert Flink, obviously the 2 aces, has the short stacked ace-8 suited in an awful way.
Yeah, just 6 off the money, 3 bigs.
And you sensed it, Henry. Heath getting it all in for 135. JNT not going to be the one, but obviously Flink will flick. And we'll play for almost 300K, and Ben Heath certainly
in a bit of a pickle.
needs an awful lot of help. 11% equity.
Also, 1 in 10 times will convert the diamonds.
Diamondless board, though, and this is not going to be one of those 10 occasions on which that happens. The 8 of diamonds, of course, working towards a straight.
Wait a minute. Dare.
Don't blame me.
Don't you dare.
You got anything else to put in there? You got
A 4 or a 9 would keep Heath's run alive here. Is it available? No. The queen of clubs, the aces hold, and the Swede Robert Flink, who's been on a bit of a Triton hiatus, having not joined the tour since 2019, back in the saddle and collecting chips in the early going as Ben Heath, the first casualty of war here today on day 2 of this 25k GG Millions live event.
Yeah, Heath still in that conversation as one of the best players in the world without a Triton title. Has 14 events to get it done in. Coming up short here, just 6 spots off the money.
Always knew he had his work cut out for him, but clearly you'd rather have a spin than a visit to the locker room. I suspect he'll be looking toward the registration desk for whatever's on tap.
Another 25k, if I'm not mistaken. Starting at 3 p.m. today. 25k 7 max. Another 2-day event, but for now, our attention. GGMillions. Casual 35 buy-ins up top in a 25k.
Bruno Volkmann, the Brazilian, hoping to do better with ace-8 than Ben Heath before him. Offsuit edition, pops it to 90,000.
JJ. Becoming a household name, the Triton
So if
Super
there's
High
a
Roller
race
Series.
and it's 20 seconds. Ah, okay. I
Always
didn't
seems to just be so consistent.
get- Okay.
Had a couple of crossbar finishes earlier on this year,
Yeah.
back in Vietnam,
Yeah.
during
He
his
clarified it. I think Ben heard.
maiden series. I do apologize, it was his second series.
Because that's what he said. Remember, he went back and he was like, nothing has happened before you. Or he said something like, you know, it's just whether to raise or not.
Then because I also didn't get that part.
Gotcha.
Now it
Yeah.
makes way more sense, I think.
Going back to
Your favorite would be 5 seconds, Jonathan?
Let's fucking go, baby. 3 seconds. I heard they ran that once, like a long time ago in Australia. There was some like 5-second turn. It was like a 1K or something like that, but sounded like a blast.
Blast indeed. 5 seconds feels a
You know how to play.
a
you
little
know how
bit
to play.
lean, although JNT wouldn't have needed
I was
much
also
more than
thinking
5
about a
seconds to know what he wanted to do with these two
tag team
queens.
tournament in Vegas, but it's fine if the one person only plays 15 minutes and the other player plays the entire tournament. What you say, this is a tournament without breaks. It runs 24/7.
the cheetah print.
But then it's a real tag team, you know. You
Gonna
can
need
like
to
one
somehow
goes to bed, other plays, and then you can
find
I
the
heard
same
in LA
speed.
They ran some tournament called like the.
As a cheetah to get away
Iron
from
Man
this
or
one,
something like that,
flopping
that had
top
no
pair
breaks,
against
and,
JNT on the
yeah,
9-8
I think it
deuce.
went like 30 hours maybe. Yeah, I don't know what the buy-in was, but it sounded badass. No tag team. I wonder if it was legal to bring like a catheter to the table or something.
Monakov's
That's
with
Spondiari special.
all the options available.
I like it.
Just gonna call, keep the
Turn
pot
poker
small,
into a sport.
out of position.
JNT really not the one that you're going to try to bully. We've seen him call raises incredibly lean. Here he is with the overpair, far from lean, and a troublesome turn in terms of the equity acquired for Ponakovs could keep him invested in this one. Gut shot, straight draw, and the flush draw. Gonna take a little diamond check here.
Yeah, it might be a spot where Ponakovs wants to lead and dictate the size of the turn. Certainly retains a lot more flushes, and there you go. Relatively small bet, 55k. It's really keeping the size of the pot small and navigating this one to perfection. So we see JNT just calling. Big fan of this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Get the notepads out in terms of pot control and dictating the pace of play.
Let's see whether or not the ace of clubs might freeze things. Ponakovs has the option, perhaps, to block bet on this river.
He also has the option to buy a house in South Africa and, you know, maybe start offering some safari tours.
Instead, for the time being, it was a check and a quick check back from JNT with the two queens. Relieved to be able to haul that one in, but note that the line that Ponakovs took might have left things less expensive in terms of a path to showdown, as we have our first check-in at the secondary feature table, where Squiddy, Chris Brewer,
Sounds like you got an
Dan
ace on
Smith,
the pole.
Tai Tin Chu, Danny Tang,
Not in great shape again.
All in there. There is the German in seat 1, Zap.
Yeah. Can you put
So
the
just
Wi-Fi
quickly,
across-
Ali, so you spoke to
Yeah.
Ponakov. Did he disclose the location in which he seems to be getting these much talked about hoodies / jackets from, or is it like a private dealer kind of situation?
A gentleman never reveals his secrets,
This is
Henry,
true.
and obviously he understands that you and I would be very apt to go out and get a few of our own. As you see, Lucas Greenwood, not to be confused with his brother Sam, here, and it looks like David Young is also joining the party. Is Squiddy getting after the boys from the button with the Jack 7 off suit.
I know it. I know it. Thank you.
Oh, Squiddy and Jan sat together can only mean one thing, and that is continuous, or a continuous barrage of needles in the direction of Jan from Sam Grafton. Apparently, Jan has never got it in with the best hand, according to Sam Grafton, but somehow manages to win with the worst of it. We'll see if that's true today.
That's an aggressive claim.
It's incredibly aggressive, and it got mentioned on several occasions yesterday when Jan was involved in a hand. And Squiddy was right. 3s against 6s. Jan turned quads with the trays, so
Yikes.
maybe something true as this one checks through. Interesting turn cards.
The queen does hit Brewer. Queen high was always good.
Does, of course, now give Grafton that inside straight draw. Jack high perhaps wants to
80.
start building the pot here, applying some pressure. I think he's looking to get pairs to fold just yet, but by increasing the size of the pot does obviously mean some great things can happen on later streets.
Brewer content to continue the passive approach as he check calls and checks once more. 380 in there.
I'll take a big bet from Squiddy. Does he want to just wave the white flag here, unbricking all the pairs? Sorry, unblocking all of the pairs, spades, unblocking ace highs. Gonna wave the flag indeed, and there we go. Brewer with a nice little pickup.
Yeah, discipline there from Squiddy. Didn't c-bet the flop, although who knows whether or not that would have proven effective. The queen of spades interacting adequately, perhaps, depending on the sizing for Brewer to have continued in any event. And
I think I ordered things individually. I think it's a big mistake. It was like most expensive breakfast I've ever had. Like it was just very expensive, like for breakfast or whatever. So I couldn't afford. But already I knew it was going to be expensive, so I thought I'm not going to order OJ. I'll save it, and so I've been waiting for it.
Didn't he win 5.5? Correct me if I'm wrong. Back in Cyprus, the 200 and yeah,
that's the guy.
we're comparing in about £50 breakfasts.
Here's the thing. Part of me wants to be like, what are you on about? And then the other part of
You
me
understand it.
wants to appreciate the fact that he hasn't lost touch with reality.
I agree.
It's a 200-pound breakfast. That's absurd, right?
Was it £200?
I don't know, but I'm just saying it sounds like it had to have been approaching the 100 to 200-pound range for breakfast in the hotel. And, yeah, that feels a bit rich.
I respect it.
Huh? What I'll do?
It's very easy to fall into the trap of becoming numb to money as a poker player playing high stakes. You often see the Twitter trolls commenting stuff along the likes of, don't you play 100Ks? Why are you complaining about, you know,
Rake or something
yeah,
like that.
you know what, not rake, but
What?
like life stuff. And it's like, well, hang on, just because my job means that I need to play these big buy-in tournaments doesn't mean I'm going to, you know, drop 200 quid on a bagel sandwich and cappuccino.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said bagel, but here we go. Dan Smith with the bagels cap.
I think I do. Maybe it was the
yeah.
subconscious, although very overt, bagels, as we see Triton chew. Raising it up and taking it down. Joined us, I believe, for the first time in Vietnam, along with Dao Min Fu. It looks like Danny Tang had the right idea, by the way. He knew better than to order breakfast at the hotel. He just figured he'd come over and enjoy things tableside.
Yeah, I mean, Danny's an OG live grinder, you know, rising up through the live streets, the 50p, £1 games back in the day to where he is now. Like, he knows value when he sees it, and he's not going to be giving it away for free. I know that much. He's already voiced his interest in really going for that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard this time round. Certainly one of the names in the hat. Someone that's capable of doing precisely that. Season 3.
David Yan with the aces. One of 2 Kiwi participants on the Triton Super High Roller Series Tour. The other, of course, Sosya Jang.
Oh, no, this is off menu.
No, it's off
This is
menu?
myself.
No, I didn't realize it was an.
I just make them put it on a plate for me. No.
I didn't realize it was an off menu.
Lucas isn't in the club yet, you know.
Well, hang on a second. Did Danny suggest that he BYO breakfast and then just had them put it on a plate so as not to be that guy who's unwrapping a McMuffin tableside?
Apparently it's not on the menu, whatever it is that he's eating, so. Note the slight stall here from Smith. Closing in on that money bubble makes sense, just 5 away. Wants to make sure that it's balanced out across the board. The 4 tables. Interesting spot. Triton in the big blind. Sub 15 against the +2 open. Knows that Yan's perceived range is probably going to be a little bit tighter than usual, given that Yan does have larger stacks on his left to be concerned about. Potential trouble ahead for man from Vietnam. Middle pair and a gut shot on the King Jack 9.
Can I have an orange juice, please? You want one too?
What's that?
Orange juice on the house.
Sure, I'll take it.
Middle pair here and the gut shot for Triton Chu, who did elect to defend the big blind off of that sub 15 BB stack, as you mentioned, and up against the aces. He's in a bad way, facing an 85k C-bet with too much kit to go anywhere.
Yeah, really grim spot. It already gets uncomfortable against this C-bet. And once we call this 390 in the middle, we have just north of pot behind. And there really aren't many turns where we're thrilled other than, you know, an offsuit queen or a jack.
Nevertheless, the call comes in as another 170 grows the pot to 390, and there is a 10. Now it does produce the gutter as well as the hearts. And Triton, obviously, no heart in hand, no queen in hand, needs to be mindful of the presence of some Queen X combos in the David Yan open range. And conversely, David Yan now has the ace of hearts, Henry, but a little bit of discomfort to contend with.
Yeah, it's a really uncomfortable spot for both players. I mean, sure, Ty's turned the best hand, but again, against that +2 open, Yan gonna have, you know, king, queen, ace, queen, kings, queens.
Yeah, he's like, yo, cuz, that place is beautiful. Like,
really difficult to get this one to showdown, unless turn does go check, check, and then things get a little bit easier on rivers.
So it does go check, check. Now here we are at the river, and can Chu safely remove Queen X from David's holding, and as such maybe pursue value?
Well, I don't think Queen X is the only hand that he needs to be concerned about here. Like, Yan can still have some sets that check for pot control on the turn. Like a hand like Kings all of a sudden, 9s, Jacks. Gonna knuckle it on over and gets to see the good news.
Good point,
Flush not something we would have needed to worry about there, presumably, right?
Some flushes.
Yeah,
there are some flushes.
Some balance.
But I think when it goes check, check though, right? Sorry, I do apologize. That's what you're referencing, right? Once it goes check, check.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, I agree.
Can I get double espresso and water?
A warm welcome to everyone with us from the start of day 2 coverage. 25k GGMillions, our first Triton trophy, going to be awarded today, along with the $897,000 that comes with it. Long old day ahead of us as we get warm and comfortable here in the broadcast booth for 2 weeks of this Triton Super High Roller Series in London. I know, Ali, you expressed your excitement about, you know, London being the food capital of the world.
Among them.
You were thrilled to try out some traditional dishes such as curries.
Yeah, those aren't native.
No, no, no.
You know, that's kind of an imported dish.
Let's not get political, okay, about where we get our herbs and spices from.
Yeah, I understand that the monarchy definitely did a little colonizing once upon a time, as Volkman is colonizing this pot with the ace-5 suited, 3-betting to 215,000 over the top of the Ponikov's. Pocket 6 is open.
That wasn't us, by the way. That was the Spaniards, I believe,
that were having that combo.
In Volkman's part of the world, I don't think we made it that far.
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah. We lost that one. Ponikov's does cover. Couple of 6s against a man from Brazil. That's all you need to know. Brazilians widely regarded as the toughest player pool, toughest demographic, most aggressive, most ICM savvy in the world at present to 2023. A lot of respect from the rest of the world. They've shown up in force here in London. Would not surprise me to see the likes of Volkman and the Brazilian Armada head home with a few trophies. 5:30 in the middle. Bruno retaining the big pairs as well as some ace-queens, king-queens.
Ponikov's not going to mind this particular board texture, of course. There is far worse to be looking up at. As we see Volkman following through. 105, the sizing, quite small. Does straddle the 3 of diamonds quite nicely.
Yeah, these 3-bet pots cut off the early position. Wants to continue small and wide here. Gets to take the pot down right here, right now, against certain parts of Ponikov's range. Gets to retain the perceived overpair advantage, big pair advantage. 740 going to a turn. One of those backdoors that Ali was alluding to, presenting themselves. See if Volkman wants to just bulldoze his way to victory in this one. It's an awkward one. Having diamonds on a heart spade diamond board and then a heart rolling off. Ponikov's can certainly have hands like ace-jack, king-jack of hearts.
Yeah, definitely a wide variety of hands that would seem to want to continue, and beyond continue, they're going to want to pile chips into this pot. As a lovely 6 of hearts rolls off on the river. Alex just praying that he's up against a flush in this spot with 6s full.
Yeah, obviously not to state the obvious. A fantastic river for Ponikov. I'm curious to see against the turn check whether he goes for like the bet induce, like the bet 3-bet. Just get Volkman to spaz with, you know, a big heart. Shouldn't have too many offsuit combos, but maybe a hand like king-jack, or just induce in the form of checking on over to Volkman. But hey, I've got to the river with 7s, 8s, 9s, ace-jack, some ace high that is going to struggle against the big bet.
Ponikov's baiting Volkman. Believe that was a time bank utilized.
If there's ever, it's so funny how bias works in poker, but if there's ever a nation or a flag that you want to just induce, man, the Brazilians are just some of the most aggressive, and it's what makes them so tough to play against. It's what makes them some of the best. But it does feel like the frequencies and the heat down in that part of the world is a bit hotter than other destinations. So fun to watch.
All in.
And Volkman, obviously.
So not fun to hear as the 350K is incinerated.
I love it.
So does Ponikov's as he picks up a mighty pot there. Alex, no stranger to the Triton Super High Roller Series, playing under the Latvian banner, almost 3 million in career Triton earnings, 5 cashes, but yet to pick up a title. Triton journey began back in Madrid last year. Went 1 for 5 with a 4th place in the 100K main. Also cashed 10th place in the 100K main at our most recent Cyprus stop.
Yeah, certainly entered the scene with a bit of a bang in Madrid. Was obviously already forced to be reckoned with online. It's always nice to get that monkey off your back straight away in the form of a large cash.
Thank you.
How much do you play?
Including backline 420.
Okay, thank you.
No, by the way, Bruno all of a sudden handcuffed in a bit of a danger zone now. Sub 20 on the bubble. A single 3-bet partner going his way.
420, including the backline.
Now he's kind of trying to sneak his way into the money.
Two more.
JNT limps the small blind against Johannes Traver.
110.
And he is going to shoot it up to 110,000 with this 4 deuce offsuit. He's got JNT, the very dusty king deuce. Look at Jean-Noel rocking back and forth in his seat. I feel like he wants to limp 3-bet a hand like this. I don't know why. I just, nothing's a foregone conclusion with that gentleman, as he does put it into the muck. So a nice bottom of range. Aggressive moment there for Straver, who picks that pot up. 316,000 plus in career Triton earnings across a couple of cashes for the Dutchman. One and only visit to us was in Vietnam, Henry, where he had those 2 cashes.
That little devil sat on your shoulder, Ali. You need to tell him to go for a walk. Giving your ideas, limp jamming the king deuce. A nice little pickup there for Strava. Just correctly deducing that JNT is probably going to just come in raising most of his value hands and probably be pretty capped in the form of small blind limps. Just shy of 4,000 people watching over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Let us know who you're rooting for. The final 32 players as we close in on the money. Our first event here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House, the Triton Super High Roller Series in London. Min cash of 40,500. The top 27. 5 of the remaining players, or remaining field rather, going to be going home empty-handed. As always, if you haven't already, click that like button. Help us grow the channel and continue to bring world-class high-stakes poker to you all free of charge. Both YouTube and Twitch really is appreciated.
And free of issues is the open and take it for Matthias Eibinger, who's going with the reflective glasses. And I got to be honest, I feel like at a card table is one of the last places that you want to be donning those sorts of specs.
Yeah, there's a meme. There's a known meme of Kim Kardashian playing poker with reflective glasses, and I've seen some trolly comments from people that maybe don't play poker, but you know, it's really difficult to see anything.
Well, certainly, if you're protecting your hand properly, should be.
I would make him feel really uncomfortable though, and just keep staring into his glasses as if I'm trying to see something.
What's that, Martin? Ace Queen offsuit for Gomez, the Spaniard.
85.
I just keep saying, oh, I think I saw a red card. It's like you have a 50% chance of, you know, being right and just making him feel really uncomfortable.
What was that about devils on shoulders, Henry? As we see, Gomez is 85K now, facing a 3-bet from the hard 8 in the cutoff for JNT. Isn't afraid to play the big ones, and obviously the ace-5 suited in the big blind might have been a hand that wanted to get involved. Now, perhaps considerably less so.
Yeah, this is precisely what I was talking about before we even went live today, that, you know, JNT in the past has done precisely this, where he'll 3-bet like a small, medium pocket pair, and then is just happy to go with it. Doesn't want to get pushed around. Happy to gamble for 30, 25 bigs. And this is why I think leading up to the bubble, a lot of these shorter stacks are going to be more passive than they normally would when there are middle to big stacks that are willing to play big pots. JNT showcasing that right here against the Spaniard with a legit hand.
Gomez, the only caller, and flops the joint. King, Jack 10. Can hardly believe his eyes. Obviously happy to check it over to JNT, who would be well served to slow down, but that's not what's on his mind as he is reaching for chips here, Henry, in a $500,000 chip pot. And for the time being, those are lost causes, 100,000 of them being put forward, just a 20% sizing.
Yeah, continuing small and wide. 3-bet pot. So he has all the aces, kings, ace kings, jacks. Maybe some monsters under the bed for Gomez. Obviously last night had a straight v straight situation where he had Grafton with 1 foot out of the door for what would have been a monstrous chip lead had he held. I'm not scared this time round, of course. Happy to build the pot here. JNT comes with a couple of 4s, going to hit the muck, of course, and go me. Back up to over 2 million. I do apologize. Back up to 1.7 million now.
Let's talk about him, Henry. Gomez, first ever Triton event. Would imagine we're going to see him involved in some of the other events. Certainly courtesy of a nice cash here with 32 remaining and 27 paid. Min cash will be 40,000 500 for that 27th place finish. Up top, of course, at 897,000. A 6 suited now for Straver. And he's going to jam his remaining 480,000. 12 bigs.
It's like 5? 480. All in. All in.
And over the top of him comes Ponikov's with the 210s. Easy release for Flink, and Alex can well afford to spin this wheel. Happy to be well in front with 68% equity and an over 1 million chip pot. Giving a look over to Johannes sympathetically, a little chuckle as well. Let's see if Straver can improve here. 3 off the top, and an aceless 9-high 2-heart board is not what Straver had in mind. Hunting an ace for the time being, and now hunting an 8 as well as the straight draw shows up. Not cause for excitement just yet. And that remains the case as GGs are issued, and yet another hopeful hits the showers here in the GG Millions Live.
GG's, Strava. I'm sure they've both been responsible for eliminating and inflicting pain on each other online, with competing at the highest stakes over on GG Poker. This time, Ponikov's building up to 3rd in chips, chasing Henrik Hecklund, Sam Grafton. Maybe there's something to the cheetah print hoodie.
Can't do any more in like.
Well, he was very much predator, not prey.
One
we slide over to the secondary.
In Barcelona, I bet him 300 euros that he couldn't do 8, I think. But it was also like, it's funny to watch this guy do some fucking push-ups.
Yeah. Who was that again? Who was that with?
He has a naturally like strong body build. I have some faith in him.
Naturally strong. Wow.
He does.
I didn't realize you guys were so close.
He has the broad shoulders. I think he's a naturally strong guy. I got faith.
I would take short of some pounds, so I need some pounds.
I would take under on 20, I think, though.
Under?
20. I think you can do 12. I don't think you can do 20.
Does 20 count?
20 push-ups?
Mm.
Yeah, you have to do 20 push-ups. I think I would take the under.
Guy's trying to bet 12, and I was negotiating fucking 20.
No, I'm just listening.
What a shark.
No, I'm just listening. What's the odds for 20?
You know what? Just out of just feeling sporting, I'll give you some action at 20.
DC, you can do 20.
You could do 20. It's just decide you're going to do it, and then just
I get to judge whether or not the push-ups count, though. Yeah. No, this angle. We want 4 90-degree nipples to the ground, 4 push-ups.
Yeah, I don't have 20. I don't have 20. 100%.
Nipples to the ground.
How many do you think I can do?
That's a deep push-up there.
I want some of this action.
I don't have any pounds to bet. So I don't know.
Your credit's fine.
I would take over 115.
Both the Greenwood buttons are like low-key pretty strong.
In one set?
15, I mean, nipple to the ground, 15 is hard.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know how we're judging.
Almost the ground.
Yeah. I got a great prop bet. I can't do it on camera, but if we're later in the thing of whether together, you ask me and I'll tell you second hand, but it's a good story.
You could just do this and they will literally not hear it.
If the story is vulgar enough, they just can't air it.
Have you seen the video of when Sean Wintle took the bench pressing?
Sorry.
There you go, perfect time to tell it.
They're going to catch up?
Why am I not surprised that with this lineup,
Yeah. So
there are these kind of stories?
You know I love it.
Right, where he was doing the lunges. Right?
Yeah.
So he's at PokerStars at the PCA, and he's been doing the lunges. He needs to get to the toilet, but he hasn't got time. So he pees in the bottle at the table. Right? Disgusting thing to do. There's obviously a sort of smell of urine. He's like peeing in the bottle. So PokerStars, they're like, this is high profile. People have blogged it. People have reported it. What we're going to do with it? It's a valid coat. Blah blah blah. So the brass, they get together, they have a debate, and they call him into the thing, and they're like, this was fan out loud. They're like, people want to ban you, disqualify you. He's like, listen, I'm really sorry, you know, I got carried away, I know I did something wrong, I'm really sorry. They're like, you can't do this again. And he's like, no. And they're like, you're disqualified from the tournament, but we're not going to ban you, okay? As long as you agree not to do this. And he's like, it's fair. I understand. I take the punishment. Yeah, I appreciate you being understanding. I play the other events. Disqualification's fair. And they're like, okay, Antonio, not again. He's like, okay, thanks very much. And he gets up and he lunges out of the room and he's still doing the prop bet where he has to lunge. He still hasn't given it up for the day.
That's incredible. He's like, oh.
I know, like the brass are there, like, what the fuck is he doing?
Well, he must have lunged into the room too.
Yeah. Maybe he was already in the room. You know, maybe he's at the PCA table and he's like waiting for them to come over to him.
Have you seen the video of when Sean Wintle did like the bench pressing bet, but he was like very drunk?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like it's an all-time poker video. Like Brian Hastings is in like sandals in the gym doing like pulls, and Sean just goes to lift, and he's like drunk, so he doesn't have any equilibrium. So he just pushes one side up, and the other side just stays down, and it just all the weight just slides off. Wintle is freakishly strong though. Never make like a prop bet against him in any strength-based thing.
I'm pretty strong for my
Whoa,
size.
don't kill the
It's
man's
like,
action.
We'll do body weight.
Jesus, bro.
Body weight divided by 30%.
Yeah.
Bench press.
Yeah, he'd win.
Yeah, he's just a fucking monster.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Over-unders on push-ups for you,
Like
Ali?
I never know
If you had to pick a line where you feel like
I can't remember the last time I engaged in such activity.
Not that many, like 40 to 50 or something. I was like, what?
There's no way.
someone in the chat saying offer Grafton 10k to shut up for 5 minutes. So that'd be the easiest 10k ever. Come on.
Quick peek at the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Blinds at 20 and 40,000. Panikov 76 bigs. Mayor of this town with over 3 million. That stack is good for third overall in the event at present. Henrik Eklund. Up top, Grafton. Squiddy, as they call him, 3.5 million. He is second overall. Of course, J&T second here as the cards are back in the air. And story time perhaps coming to a close for the time being. Always entertaining to have the opportunity to sit back and just listen.
Making a statement.
Ace 4 suited. Takes it upstairs.
Oh, Volkman now handcuffed due to that 3-bet pot not going his way earlier against Ponikov's. Has to proceed with caution. Is going to still defend. No connection whatsoever for Volkman. J&T fire out continuation bet. 80 into 240, third pot. It's met with a swift fold, of course. The short stacks just trying to wiggle their way in. We've got Chinwei Lim on 5 bigs on an outer table, Eric Seidel on 6. Those are the two immediate short stacks. Then a lot of Stacks hovering around 10, 12, 14 bigs.
All of this information, of course, available not just to Henry and I here in the booth, or those of you at home, courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app, but a watchful eye being kept on this sort of thing as we approach the bubble by all players remaining in the event. And you might notice from time to time the glances down toward the side of the rail, phones being kept open and on the app. $80, says Ponikovs with the ace-king, min-raise.
Ibinger not even able to defend his big, even against the min open. Ponikovs really climbing the ranks now. Still behind Grafton and Hecklin, but great start to the day for him, of course. The blinds go up to 25,000 and 50,000. Blinds brought to you by GTO Wizard. Just 3 off the money here. The 25k GGMillions live edition. Playing all the way down to a winner today. Long old day ahead. Volkman with a shovable hand. He knows for chips. He's going to take the spot.
From the button with the ace-3. In comes 540. Ibinger, king 8, not going to be the one, but let's see how Gomez feels about the king-jack.
This is sub 11. He's going to ask for a count. I think we're going to be spinning the wheel here. Is ever a world where he doesn't opt to spin, it'll be because of the ICM considerations and of course the fact that we're just 3 off the money. Going to be spots where he has Volkman dominated. He does make the call, Ali, and we have ourselves a little 60-40. Just 3 off.
$1.155 million chip pot as the Spaniard looks to dispense with the Brazilian. 30 left. And the ace-queen-jack board, top pair for Volkman. Bottom pair for Gomez and the gutter as a sweat emerges for Bruno. Clean turn. No king, no jack, no 10. That's what's on Volkman's mind. And a clean 6 of spades will deliver the 1.1 plus his way as perhaps a thought of obrigado toward the dealer. And this concludes the extent of my Portuguese.
T. Thank you.
Certainly more than what I know, Ali, so bravo.
No, thank you, I think.
Man of culture, clearly.
There you go. Thank you.
Not always so clear, by the way.
You been down that neck of the woods, or?
Yet to go to Portugal, yet to go to Brazil, and 2 countries that I definitely am keen to visit. Have gone to Spain, though, obviously. With yourself in Madrid, your first stop with us on the Triton series.
That is the most offensive thing that can possibly say. It's like saying to a Scottish person that, you know, I've been to England, so it's like the same thing, you know, I've basically been to Scotland.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that I've been,
well,
that going to Spain is the same thing, but there is some proximity.
You just went there straight away with the I've been to Spain, though, kind of thing, but, you know.
Well, that's because Gomez was on the screen, Henry. If that was lost on you, that wasn't associated with the Portugal thing, you know.
Ah, okay, okay. Nice save, nice save.
Not sliding.
All right. Volkman will look to get involved again, this time with Big Slick.
And a newly minted 1 million in front of him.
125.
$125 of which moves forward with the blinds at 25.50.
Yeah, 2.5x with ICM just deterring the big blind from defending as wide as it would against the 2x open. JNT getting out of the way. Brazilian Armada climbing. Climbing through the ranks is Pablo Brito Silva as well, up to 4th in chips.
Well, the most prestigious online poker series around, the World Series of Poker, happening online 2023 edition at the world's biggest poker room, GG Poker. That's offering new player sign-up bonuses. Use the promo code Triton_2023. Offer available to new players only. All-in free rolls also taking place during every stream of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Obviously, opportunities to qualify and find yourself among those here on the Triton Tour for as little as $54, as Dongwoo Ko experienced.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. I didn't know that in those bounty tournaments there were packages up for grabs.
Fuck this guy, I'm all in.
Ponikov's under the gun, opens the Queen Jack and appreciates that pre-jam declaration from Jonathan Jaffe about as much as we did here in the booth.
Fantastic.
Profane but hilarious, as obviously the Ace-King is certainly...
I mean, if Ponikov doesn't say F this guy, I call, you know, like, I don't know, my respect just goes out the window.
Nah, this
disciplined.
Never in a good way with Queen Jack against Jaffe. It was just 270 more to call, but...
I think he knows that the F this guy range is probably pretty
Might shoot
strong.
for his
Yeah.
5.
Tend to agree.
Fantastic. Hopefully someone clips that. JJ always high spirits whenever he's at the table. Even when he's short stacked, he's always smiling and having fun with his fellow poker crushers. I don't really know what I'd call them. Yeah.
You could have said yes.
Not teammates, but
I was not sure, am I calling or not?
I like the speech. I remember.
You haven't seen card before you started.
Ibinger liked it, referring to the Jaffe war cry.
I thought maybe you saw it.
I have to bust you on the next hand. Oh, thank God.
Min raise from JNT. Ponikov's defense heads up in a 275K pot. Ace 9-4, couple of clubs.
and Ponikov's flopping best here, of course, middle pair.
You have
Does
3
have
white stacks or 2?
the overcard to be concerned about. But won't be going anywhere just yet against a C-bet from a button open. It's really interesting if JNT picks up some equity on the turn and continues to fire.
So the bet call of 75, delivering an extra 150 to the middle. And what is that turn card? A board pairing ace of diamonds, which does not draw a second bet from JNT as he took his shot at it, but now binks the queen on the end.
9.
There goes check, check, JNT. Happy to just show this one down. Club's getting there, concerned of potential trips out of the big.
Do we not think that with the higher frequency, though, that Panakovs would be more apt to lead into us holding better than Queen Jack on the river? Clubs or a third ace?
Check the boat over to Bruno.
True.
Just an orbit ago.
Yeah.
Similar spot. Well, it's not. It was a 3-bet pot. Cut off the +2, but you know. Have you had the chance to venture out anywhere yet? Food-wise, I know you're a big foodie. You do appreciate, you know, fine dining and whatnot. Any restaurants that you're looking to?
Yeah, there's a little spot called Cole, K-O-L, I believe. It's a Peruvian fusion 1-star Michelin spot not far from our hotel that I popped my head into and groveled for a booking. It's like 3-month wait, and
I saw you mention
got myself in on lunch.
There we go.
So
a 3-month wait. I feel like they make it up. They just want to keep it, you know.
Oh, that wasn't even from
exclusive.
them. That was from some of the foodie blogs that I visited that were kind of talking about it. I mean, it's tough out there, you know. This is a multinational city, so much tourism during the summers here in London, and
inflation at an all-time high, you know.
Yeah. Panakovs is open at the absolute high with the 5-3 offsuit. Effective 330K, of course, with Flink now in a bit of a pickle. Ace deuce.
Yeah, ace in the big. For chips, he's calling, of course, ICM considerations and money bubble considerations. You know, it's flipping at best. You can see here, yeah, it's just like a 60-40. Panakovs with the 2 live cards. Does Flink want to spin the wheel?
And we've got our answer. As Flink appears a bit surprised to be shown the 5-3. Disrespectful jam, but one that leaves him in a wonderful way here. Just shy of a 3-2 favorite against Panakovs. And that is no longer the case on a 9-7-5 board where Alex flops bottom pair. And the turn does not provide added hope for Flink. River fails to produce an ace, and we've got yet another downed soldier on this battlefield as Flink going to be riding the Arlanda Express.
Playing for the win. Love to see it. Taking the spot, 2 off the money. 8 big blinds being added to Panakovs' stack there. He showers Flink in event number 1 of the series.
Important info.
And once you're feeling too good.
Panakovs not only munching on those freshly found chips, looks like tucking into, I don't know, little steak on the side. JJ
If it's steak, I doubt it's little.
Looks like he's interested in
Poker
perhaps.
nutritionist order that you start eating chicken.
There we go.
Did your poker nutritionist order that you start eating chicken?
No. I was just like, I want tons of protein. So I'll go chicken, shrimp.
Protein of choice.
Maybe sashimi pleasure after.
My logic is that you need to become more of a chicken. So if you start eating it, maybe it will infect your game a little bit. And you know, you might do one of these.
JJ,
No, that's
let
not
him,
the one.
let the
That's
man
not-
enjoy his
We
food,
know
okay?
you can play fast.
All right.
Well, Stone Bubble now with 28 remaining and 27 paid as you get a peek at the chip counts here at our featured table. Jaffe's 10 big blinds obviously want to end up on the right side of this bubble and certainly rates to be able to land himself there with Dan Smith, Alexandre Pruneau, and Webster Lim all sitting with less. Seems like a prime opportunity, Henry, for those with chips to get a little bit abusive once we're on these stone bubbles.
Yeah, just looking through the field, does feel like we're set to have a flurry of bust outs post bubble. Several, well, I'm looking at 8 sub 15 big blind stacks. Chinwei Lim, the shortest, the remaining 28 with just 4 bigs. Gonna look to spin that wheel as we've seen him do before. No stranger, of course, to the Triton Super High Roller Series 2 titles, 11 cashes, one of the Malaysian contingent. Just because he's down to 4 bigs doesn't mean he's down and out. But Squiddy started the day as chip leader, still out in front, pole position against the Great Dane Henrik Hecklund, who also calls London home. Second in chips, 71 bigs. Almost 4,500 viewers over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Warm welcome to you all as we kick things off here in London with event number 1. Arlene Najad alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. On the call, this GG Millions Live edition, we're playing down to a champion today. 28 players left, 27 paid in cash of 40,500. For those of you, of course, that have just joined us, to reiterate, we'll be playing down to a champion today. Said champion will be walking away with $897,000 as well as that Triton trophy. And as always, if you haven't already, please do take a couple of seconds out of your day. Click that like button, click subscribe if you haven't already. Followed us over on socials. Got a ton of just world-class content being released on Instagram, Twitter. I know Pete has been putting some very creative videos out already. Some exclusive interviews with players, behind-the-scenes footage of the production setup. And
what's the roll call like out there in the chat, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, let us know whereabouts in the world you're tuning in from, who you're rooting for. We'd love to get up to at least 1,000 likes by the end of the day. And by the end of the series, we'd love to have 180,000 subs over on our YouTube channel as we continue to strive to just bring world-class poker content to you all around the world, free of charge, as always, on our YouTube and Twitch. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu as the dealer gets busy and pitches 2 fresh cards to each of the 7 players. This feature table, 4 tables of 7. Arlie, Stone Bubble, let's go. Someone's going home, the sour taste in their mouth.
No doubt about it. Far from sour. In fact, downright sweet. 2 queens for JNT. In raise opening. Oh, Ponikov's now the other big stack at the table, Henry, with an ace-king on the button. This is trouble.
Well, this is 3rd v 5th in chips. Could very easily escalate to a chip lead pot. Action back on JNT. Just making the call, Ali. Proceeding with caution, 700k in the middle.
You think that money bubbles on his mind as the king high board puts him well in back of Ponikov's, who's got top pair, top kicker, and diamond coverage with 700,000 in the middle.
Yeah, just because a man of billionaire status doesn't mean he's reckless when it comes to playing poker. One off the money, knows he has a very healthy stack to navigate his way down to a potential final table, although queen's a lot of hand regardless of the stone bubble. You can see would have been showers had the money found its way to the middle pre, although JNT got to stick around. Queen of diamonds in hand, 1 over.
Bet and call of 225, extra 450 in there. Now we grow to 1.1 plus.
Oh, he ordered ice cream. No. He was asking for chocolate ice cream.
Merciful lack of a diamond, perhaps, on the turn
deliver it
here,
to
but
him,
still
chocolate
not
and ice
certain
cream.
that
That works. Hey, it's not me.
JNT's going to be done with these 2 queens.
It's a fucking savage who orders ice cream at 2 in the afternoon. He's not even in the money yet.
Who ordered the ice cream?
I don't know, but JJ's got a point. I mean, that is savage. Merciful, Ali, however, a turn card that potentially is going to cost JNT some more money. Only 1 over, unblocking clubs, but look at that. Just shows the queens. Gets away from it in a spot where, I think I'm calling one more street.
I'm speechless. And by the way, the correct laydown.
I don't know if it's the cheetah print hoodie that is the reason why I would call down there. Just typically don't trust people.
In animal print?
Yeah, I mean the Miami nightclub vibes, the arms dealer.
Anyone know where Robert is?
Perhaps stolen art dealer,
He's not here anymore. Different guy.
Like, if Ponikov's pulled me to the side and said, Henry, I've got an original Picasso in the boot of a Citroen 200, a 1998 plate on it, parked illegally around the back, I wouldn't be shocked.
I would be a buyer.
It's like, okay, Ponikov's out,
No, we don't ask questions. It's an original Picasso. Let's talk numbers.
Exactly.
I don't need the provenance. I don't need to know how you got it.
There we
Cheetah
go.
print, man.
just show me the
I just know I want it.
How much?
You take Bitcoin?
USDT, okay.
Right. Now you get it. Now you're playing the game.
Do you ship internationally to a discrete location? Am I going to get mugged is the question as I try and take this Picasso home. Volkman in the big with one of those hands that I think in the money. Rejam spot. Here, certainly a decision. All the options on the table. I think maybe removing 3-bet. I mean, he's Brazilian. Why am I even on the fence about Volkman potentially playing a spot passively? This man, one of the best in the business, just takes it upstairs. No nonsense. $40,500 bubble. I'm all in.
Well, obviously you're going to have to take some chances if you've got a short stack. But Volkman with 20-plus bigs, not among those who are in that position. Conversely, though, Henry, sometimes you got that short stack, you're looking at the app, you see a few other guys in that similar neighborhood, and then
I'm
you
sorry.
think, let me just wait it out. Talk to me.
Jeff G saying, if it's an original Picasso, how comes the paint is still wet? Great questions, Jeff, but the prospects of snagging a discounted Picasso from the back of a 1997 regged Citroen, Ali doesn't ask questions. Just
Could also be a Renault hot hatch. if I'm honest. It just feels like that's in play as well.
I'm glad we're in the same territory of car. Like, I don't know what that means about us as people, but we seem to know the precise kind of clientele we're dealing with.
And what we know is that Double J is dealing with disaster as his precise ace-queen offsuit is in a world of hurt against Manuel Zap's ace-king suited on the button. He surveys the landscape. Very deep 2 million chip stack for Zap.
Yeah, I believe 5th in chips overall at the start of the hand. And JJ gonna need some serious help from the deck in the form of hearts or one of the 3 remaining queens. Stone bubble went over in Cyprus. Is he gonna start things off in similar fashion in the most brutal way? 5 cards away from being the stone bubble, Ali.
Understanding the grim prospects. Jaffe awaiting his fate. Just a bit of a cooler. Nothing more, nothing less. As our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, comes on over. On their backs they go. As calls for the flop will bring things into focus. Oh, wow. Queen Jack 10 with 2 diamonds. Zap has the flush draw and the nuts already. A king would do the trick for Jaffe to chop. Board pair would work as well, and instead the diamond on the turn, and that will be that as Zap leaves Jaffe drawing dead. And we have burst the bubble here in the GG Millions Live 25K 8 max. So $40,500 secured by the entirety of the field.
Yeah.
Jaffe is showered.
GG's, JJ, of course. Congrats to everyone else in the money. Zap, first ever Triton series, maiden event, eliminating Triton regular up to 2.7 million, now 5th in chips overall. And, you know, the pressure not necessarily off Ali, but you play your first Triton event. A lot of the players obviously talk about, you know, the prestige and the pressure that can get to you playing against the world's best in the money. Let's go onwards and upwards from here.
Petit drapeau anglais. Et t'as vu, j'ai cédé avec mes 2 dames.
Prochain break, je te laisse tranquille, puis après
Some additional time banks being dished out now that we're ITM. It's oddly quiet out there.
Well, mouthfuls being dealt with by Ponikovs and Ibinger. At least partly responsible. The loss of Jaffe as well.
That is true. Where's Squiddy when you need him? Top of the chip counts, 3.8 million. Those sub 10 big blind stacks of Dan Smith, Chinwei Lim, and Alexandre Brenu. Gonna look to spin the wheel. Wouldn't be surprised if we go from 27 to 20 in just a short frame.
$100K open from Ponikovs on the right side of the bubble. First hand in the money, and Zap activates with the ace-3 suited. 3-betting to 325K.
Nothing much to really talk about in the form of pay jumps until we really work our way down to that final table. Very steady, all the way from the min cash of 40,500 until 11th and 10th, 77k. So it really does allow the players to just play for the win, as you always want to do in Triton events. Very top heavy. Champion going away with 897k. We're going to have ourselves a just shy of a 300k heads up match later on today.
So on the heels of 3-bet and take it, Zapf makes it 100,000 to go. That is a really mighty trough of sustenance that Ponikovs is attacking. I mean, yeah. On the topic of attacking, Volkman, King 10 of hearts. Those hearts smothered. Picking a fight. So he goes to 250.
Yeah.
$150 more for Zapf to call, and he's not interested.
Would have loved to see it. The 4-bet all in with the ace-5. We all know that it's a hand that's always talked about from some of the world's best as solver approved. Come back over the top, but Zapf just opting to maintain that healthy stack. Doesn't need to play a high variance style just yet.
I saw him in Blackpool and he was like, yeah, I was doing business and just saw it was on, I've come down. And he played the 200 freeze. And on his hand, it was his first cash in 10 years. And it was his first win in 18 years. 18 years.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, he was like a heads up. He was like a heads up. Yeah, he was already fading like when I was coming in 10 years. He was kind of like Heath the Camel.
Obviously, I know about the camel.
Oh, you obviously do.
Of course.
Love that.
Dan's like 47 over here, and what do you expect?
Playing when I was, playing when he was a child.
I went through a
secondary
phase
feature
where
table
I'm just
action.
going to play at the second ghost, because how hard could they be?
Will they hold?
Ace on the button for
Not when
Danny.
you're Dan Smith. I remember when he played like a tournament once. Like, I don't know why he played a tournament stars. Remember we used to be in like the Skype chat, you'd be like, who, you didn't know everyone's screen name for some reason. And people were like, that's Dan Smith. And I was like, who the fuck's this guy? And they were like, no, he's really good.
All in?
The online days just...
And then he had that you had that Monte Carlo where you put everyone to the sword, all the UK boys, and everyone was like, pew, pew, pew. When you, no, go ahead.
When you played Zoom 500 when it literally first came out, it was like, ooh.
I was what?
Like when Zoom 500 on Stars first came out, like it was full ring.
Yeah.
And you were playing, you were like the fastest player by far, I think.
I
at least
think
in a small sample, but I didn't know who you were. So.
When it was 2-4 Rush,
No,
like on Rush, I was far and away the loosest player, but I went through a 25k hand stretch where I won $25,000.
Being loose was probably good. Like
my strategy was just to open limp a bunch of like garbage, and then if like there was a small raise behind me, then I would come over the top. That's sort of like open limp hands that you should pull just to try to fuck them. It was sick.
What a game it used to be.
The Dan Smith Ivy Poker video.
What's that?
The Dan Smith Ivy Poker video. Where you came back when you were drunk.
I didn't put... That was not for Ivy Poker.
But
your brother fucking poured a drink on my head and I get thrown out of the club. And I was so mad that I just recorded myself playing like 2-4 online wasted, and I just won like 6K.
Oh, that's great. Do my,
Danny again opens, this time with King Jack, as we sit back and listen in on the story time.
Good video. I'd have to go find it. One of my friends did. He was super hammered drunk, and he sat at the cap 10 cent, 20 cent limit or whatever with $40,000. He just makes this whole video about how you have to sit with $40,000 even though it's a $20 cap, because that way they know that your dick's bigger than them. It's so fucking funny.
How many hands of Zoom have you played? Me? Yeah, like over 1 million?
Every stake is it's a long time though. It's like over 10 years.
Oh yeah.
When's the most recent you've played it?
Oh, pretty recent. I play it like it does. 500 doesn't really run anymore. But
Yeah.
It's like a nice game to play.
I mean,
What is Zoom poker, Henry?
Zoom's
Do you know?
like if you can do multiple tables of it.
It's similar to Russian cash on GG Poker.
Yeah, ACL
You're just
had
constantly
a
given
really quick
hands?
stretch. They
Yeah.
had like 5-10 Zoom running for like a
Yeah,
month
as soon
and a
as
half
you
a year
fold,
ago.
you're at a new table.
I think it had a little liquidity because people were trying to get rake to like move up the rake deal, and then it just stopped.
But 500 Zoom
It was
was
so
widely
fun, though.
regarded
I mean,
as
I played like 10k hands of it or whatever, and
the stomping grounds of the best players in the world.
Yeah,
Like
even I play
we
sometimes.
played a lot.
if you wanted to be known as one of the
Yeah,
best
yeah,
online players, that was the kind of place that you had to prove yourself.
Actually, I was taking the piss out of Ben yesterday. 'cause
Even
he
to
said,
this
"Oh,
day, although it
I
doesn't
played
really
online."
run
Kuleb was
anymore.
Like, you don't, no way, you didn't play online. I said, yeah, he goes and plays 200 Zoom and like beats people up. It's fucking, like super annoying. I played and it's like me, David, and Ben in the 200 Zoom pool. It's like these
Ben
guys,
Heath?
Yeah, these guys must be like, well, these guys got no money. Why the fuck?
I mean-
But it's fun to play. It's fun to play.
Yeah, I mean the thing is like people. For me personally, like the thing I hate about cash is like grinding the lobby.
At
know?
one point,
awful.
Yeah, I hate
475
that
is
so
what I
much
said.
that I would rather just play Zoom and like, even if it's worse. Like, just like I've tried it before and I'm just like, you know.
I used to play Rush with
As
an
expected,
Xbox
dropping
controller.
like flies on outer
And if you just got, like,
tables,
near
those
the
short
table and
stacks,
hit right
Andre
click,
Lubovetsky,
you
Chinwei
fold.
Lim,
It was just, one, I thought it was
Andre
good for your
Pruno, the
wrist, and
first
just, like, the novelty of it.
eliminations.
I'm like, this is so awesome.
Since making it into the money, 40,500 guaranteed. We are on a small pay jump.
Back when before table was shut down, you could do it on any site.
4K ladder between 24th and 23rd.
So I did like
Lucas Greenwood, ace 10. Cut off open. Grafton
Shocked it worked on GG.
deliberating with the ace jack. And he is 3-betting. Easy fold from Brewer. Back over to
I think table
Lucas.
doesn't even exist anymore. Is the guy like
Table what?
table?
Never heard of that one. I use Table Ninja.
Yeah,
Similar.
Yeah.
same thing.
Bit of a hand funeral here.
Whoa,
an
you okay?
annoying spot. Ace 10-0.
Nice time to put it into the bin, though. As
Best part
it
about
was a
playing
dominated
poker is
holding.
I'll sit out next big.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
We are redrawing. This is going to be my first time taking like 5 minutes.
So I can't use these?
Oh,
Okay, okay.
I'm going to do it.
Sure, makes sense.
But I only had to use 10 seconds.
I didn't even pay attention. I probably should have. Oh well.
Oh. Hey. First two cards.
Well, empty racks being delivered, and of course, a little bit of a rebalancing effort on our hands here as we welcome you back to the desk. What's that?
I just,
Henry?
you know,
We're watching along.
Just being with you, Ali, it just, it makes me laugh.
Into the money we go here in the GG Millions live event. First event, second day of play here, part of the Triton London Super High Roller Series stop. Ali Najad, Henry Kilbane, about to send you to the break. But Henry, obviously, when we come into play, 33 remaining, 27 in the money, we expect a certain type of procedure. Now, the wheel's a bit more greased, right?
Yeah, I mean, the pay jumps between 24th and, the final table, don't want to say they're insignificant, but given the buy-in, 30k ladder, a lot of these players are going to be playing for the win, so expect to see some big pots played out post-break.
And expect to see that break done in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Stay close. Continuing coverage from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House in London comes your way after this.
Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GTO passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No
Reviewing your play and learning from your mistakes is a key part of mastering any skill. At GTO Wizard, you can upload your hand histories and compare your play against the optimal strategy. You can upload a single hand or an entire database. Sort by your biggest mistakes. Replay the hand to learn how to improve one hand at a time. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the GG Millions Live 25k 8 Max Day 2, event number 1, 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series, London, JW Grosvenor House. Did I get it all?
JW Marriott.
There it is.
Grosvenor House.
Missed one.
Park Lane. You're good, man. Come on, it's day 2. If you're still making that mistake by day 14, we've got some.
It was a modest oversight. Obviously, not an oversight. The fact that we have burst the money bubble, and now $40,500 was the first payout distribution that we've got. As I'm looking down here at the Triton Poker Plus app, 24th place will also be hauling in that figure. Those who have departed on the right side of the bubble, including the Ukrainian Andrei Lubovetsky, Webster Lim, and Alexandre Pernot, who, by the way, the Pernot and Lim both had less than Jonathan Jaffe did in terms of chips at the time that Jaffe ended up being the bubble boy. So 24th, of course, going to be $40,500. You talked about the $4,000 pay jump. Currently, we have a couple of new feature tables that we're going to be feasting our eyes on. We did check in with the Danny Tang and Company affair where Christoph Vogelsang and Roberto Gomez, Lucas Greenwood, et al. Are in there. There's Brewer, Henrik Hecklin, and you see the secondary feature table filling in. Anything that catches your eye, Henry?
Yeah, Kiat Lee with chips again in a no-limit hold'em tournament, 52 big blinds. We've been constantly reminded of just how good this guy is getting at hold'em. If you think back to Vietnam, he's saying how to us in private that he considers himself a short deck professional, but has been really working on his hold'em game, and so many crossbars in Vietnam. Similarly in Cyprus, final table deluxe on Invitational there, where his aces just got beat in brutal fashion for chip lead pot. So he is the man that once he does eventually win a title, it's not going to surprise me. And I think with this stack, he has a lot of potential here.
I think he's very much on form. Haven't had a chance to really witness his procedures thus far, but he did spend the summer out in Vegas with Danny Tang. So many two-card events available to you when you're out at the World Series of Poker, and obviously looking to round himself out and in a wonderful position to do so. 6th overall in chips with just north of $2.5 million is Kiat Lee at present. Big stack is Squid Poker, the local, Sam Grafton. He's got $3.9 million in front of him, and down on the shortest of all stacks right now is Dan Smith with 10 bigs. As we send it down to the feature.
Yeah, this is setting up to potentially be a classic, Ali, to be honest with you. Just looking at the field, Henrik Hecklin, Ponakov's Grafton rounding out the top 3. A few newcomers in the mix. Emmanuel Zapf, Oliver Bithell, top 10 chips. Some Brazilians, Bruno Volkmann, Pablo Silva. And some high stakes OGs, Vogelsang, Nicky P, David Yan, Dan Smith. Let's go. Wait, hang on. Let's go.
Got a confrontation here as pocket aces.
Oh, it's on brand, right?
Wake up in the big against Jack Germain's Jack 3, jamming his last 705,000 in a desperate bid to pick off
You're going to win this. I'm sorry. Because we haven't. I've been waiting to chat with this guy for about 3 years.
Big blind Annie and big blind, but of course,
I mean, when everyone folded round, there's maybe not so many.
Spread them out. I feel like I saw too many.
Woke up with the right kit here. 1.4 in the middle, top set, but a little gutter ball.
I mean, it's something. you need to do it on the river. You need to brick.
Now another problem in terms of
take this back.
The second jack, a chop, the only availability, and instead a very non-germane outcome for Jack as he is showered in 24th. Pay jump secured by the rest of the field of 4K, as alluded to, at the desk.
I'm seeing this and I keep picking you at cards.
Okay.
By the way, massive fan of the visor. Really a throwback.
High rake and it was fun.
Shocked to see that it's Kangol kit, by the way. I thought that was more the Samuel L. Jackson sort of
but not too many re-entries.
beret-ish cap kind of thing. But
maybe less, maybe like 15 plus 3 or something.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of calling the action on Peffley.
It's fucking sick, by the way.
Out at Marriott, if I'm not
He
mistaken.
told me all his like early years, and I was like, wow. Like I really like. There was a boxing match on, and the game broke to watch the.
I think if they announce somebody wants to play.
But he just was. I was like, oh, how'd you get into that? And he just told me his come up, and I was like, I love little things like that. Like
maybe less.
Like,
it's okay.
You know, like when people are like getting it over on the system a little bit or whatever. It's like,
yeah.
Flipping it back over to a decidedly less chatty affair, at least for the time being. Henrik Hecklin, Triton main event champ, such an accomplished player, working his way into the money, picking up yet another cash under his belt.
And now we have to do our job.
6 million plus in career Triton earnings for Hecklin, by the way. 12 cashes, 2 titles.
25. Right, okay. So I need at least 50 to free roll the next one, right?
That's a way to think about
it. I knew it was coming eventually. I mean, if Brewer didn't say it, I was going to say it.
That's 100% the best way.
Danny Tang really does open himself up to some of these.
No, I don't think.
These needles.
I don't think we can free roll the rest of the series from this tournament. It'd be marginal.
It'd be close at least.
Yeah, it'd be close.
It's
It's close. If you won bullet everything,
yeah.
optimistic, yeah.
There's a 250 and a 200k. Both have rebuys. It's pretty easy to get in for 900. Wait,
there's a 250 and a 200?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 250 is the back.
200 is not even the main. The main is 125.
Yeah, yeah, so there's a 125, a 200, and a 250.
Bingo bango. I didn't know this.
Yeah.
You didn't look at the schedule.
No, I did, but I guess I didn't look closely enough.
Were you drunk?
Most likely, yeah. Most likely.
Trying Super High Roller Series 'cause apparently he didn't know
We got 5, 7,
the tournaments that he was going to be playing.
Then it's not close.
Roberto Gomez signing himself up for a date with Ace-Queen offsuit, sitting on 10-4 suited, and no improvements on the King 7-5 board. Same case, however, for Mr. Tang. And a 275k pot action checked over to him.
Bet 80,000. Fold.
Bet and take it. You touched, Henry, on sort of the hunger, the fire in Danny's belly coming into this very first stop towards the now renewed Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, won by Jason Kuhn in dramatic fashion at our last Cyprus stop, courtesy of an incredible performance turned in. Danny does have just shy of 7 million in career Triton earnings, 17 cashes, and 3 titles, 2 of which he picked up out there in Cyprus.
I mean, depends which tournament.
Kind of a performance, by the way, Henry, that normally would have earned him Player of the Series honors were it not for the work of Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, serious effort from DT out there last series. Picked up his first title earlier this year, and talking to people picking up titles, Chris Brewer. A couple of aces in hand, in the money. First event of the series. Yeah, Danny Tang, 3 Triton trophies so far this year. Coming into this series. First of season 3. Gomi with a spot.
Ace's rich environment here as Brewer gets flatted after opening the hijack by the King 9 suited. Now Vogelsang ensconced. Joining the party for the right price, dominating Gomez, and both of them are in awful shape. Don't want to see a king high board here. Ace high board instead, and should be fairly simple paths to an escape for the blinds as they check it over to Brewer. Top set. Almost too much hand. So he will check back and look to get some more chips delivered into the middle. Gomez does pick up a gut shot straight draw on the turn now.
Check.
Yeah, I think now is the time for Brewer to start building the pot. 2-tone board. 3 to a straight out there. Wants to really charge those draws. Vogelsang in the tank with just king high. Jack of clubs.
Check.
Second pair of checks in front of Brewer, and texture such that I think the aces are going to want to get busy. And indeed, there is the bet, 125,000. Still too much for King 9 to get curious. And 2 mucks, take it down, Mr. Brewer. What a story Chris Brewer has been, by the way. Henry, obviously to those who follow poker.
Danny, would you
with
mind
any
rearranging your chips?
Measure
Just
of
the white ones in
consistency.
the middle.
Thank you.
In particular here on the Triton Tour, an
England
absolute
Dan.
low point in his career was during the
Dan.
Luxon Pay Invitational in Cyprus. A misclick on the money bubble in that massive buy-in event. Head hung so low on the heels of that. And then suddenly the turnaround with such ferocity, both on the Triton Tour and also at the World Series of Poker, Henry, and he has really just come into his own and is on form, and here he is with pocket jacks opening things.
Yeah, I mean, I want to blame the mullet. I think he blames the mullet. As soon as he got rid of it, end of the year, due to the prop bet, things just seem to be turning around. Even back in January at other events, picking up multiple high roller titles, a couple of bracelets, now a couple of Triton trophies already this year. On cloud 9 and obviously recently engaged, I believe, just last week. Massive congratulations to him. His fiancée is Danny Tang, looks to do some damage out of the big.
Pocket deuces, not going to spoil the party as Brewer again flops top set. You know, he was regarded, Henry, as one of the unluckiest players in poker. And, you know, you see just a small sample here, back-to-back pots, but it feels like finally the deck began to break even for him. I mean, it was astonishing. It was almost like a black cloud of gloom and doom that hovered over pots in which Brewer found himself in the middle, maybe taking the best of it, and just continually ended up
We could have got into a set over set situation.
Should have checked.
with the
Maybe turn
unfortunate
bang.
end
Deuce.
of things. But no longer. Brewer 2.0 maybe is what we call him?
Yeah, very small sample, but you know, you hear all of these math wizards that run the variance calculators, and they're aware you can play some of the best poker in the world and just brick for 5 years straight. You know, it's a brutal game that all of these professionals sign themselves up for.
I don't even know.
Pablo Silva signing himself up under the gun for a min raise with King Queen.
Pablo Silva, eh?
Does no one else have like back pain around
the
here?
Brazilian
Because of
Armada.
sitting like this all day.
I don't know, Danny. Maybe not a
You
question
Vikings
for
don't
fellow poker players. Just, you know, go see an osteopath.
Get it? I'm like,
Get the hips realigned.
killing me.
Maybe readjust the chair if it's too low, too high.
No, it's not. Well, it's just my posture is always like this, right?
Yeah,
Your posture is not supposed to be like this.
No, but
it's supposed to be like this.
Then take the chair up or down.
Silva, by the way, part of
I
several
try to sit like Stevie, and it just doesn't work.
first-timers.
Or like having your arms at the side. It feels so weird.
I can't. I don't know how people.
Talking to people that have been on
I'm a mess.
downswings, Vogelsang, one of the longest dry spells up until the last stop. I believe, I want to say 24, 0 for 24 in Triton events. His last cash coming back in London of 2019, and then just bricked absolutely everything. Managed to cash in Cyprus, and now in the money for event number 1. Hopefully this season, a more you know,
fruitful one?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, here we are, ITM. Maybe it's a shades thing, who knows? The new glasses.
Well, whatever it is, obviously he would love to start off with a tidy cash, and he is already in the money here in event number 1 as the players are disbanding on the way to a scheduled break, as the first frame is in the books here in event number 1, and we'll get a look at the chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. When we return, the blinds will be 30 and 60,000. Henrik Hecklin, 3.5 million roughly. The big stack, Silva not far behind him, and then the drop-off to Brewer and Company, all the way down to Roberto Gomez, 735,000 back at the desk. Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane. Very brief little mini frame there, subframe, part of the first few levels of play here on the day. And now with 23 players left and a big, almost $900,000 up top, you will begin to see a bit of a shift.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of pretty much every tournament we cover, because this is where the players set themselves up to go on and win tournaments. So let's see when we return who's just going to absolutely go for it. Ponakov's at the top, Grafton and Hecklin rounding out the top three, potentially setting up for a classic Triton event.
Very much so. So don't go anywhere. When we return, continuing coverage of the GG Millions Live 25k 8 Max from the Grosvenor House. Stay close.
GG Poker.
Why? So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
One of the best ways to improve at poker is to learn from a coach. At GTO Wizard, all of our premium members have access to weekly coaching with the best pros. You can study MTTs, cash games, or general theory. Scroll through, pick your favorite coach, and see their previous videos. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Couple of sixes against a man from Brazil. That's all you need to know. Brazilians widely regarded as the toughest player pool, toughest demographic, most aggressive, most ICM savvy in the world at present to 2023. A lot of respect from the rest of the world. They've shown up in force here in London. Would not surprise me to see the likes of Volkmann and the Brazilian Armada head home with a few trophies. 5:30 in the middle. Bruno retaining the big pairs as well as some ace queens, king queens.
Ponikov's not going to mind this particular board texture, of course. There is far worse to be looking up at. As we see Volkmann following through. 105, the sizing, quite small. Does straddle the 3 of diamonds quite nicely.
Yeah, these 3-bet pots cut off the early position. Wants to continue small and wide here. Gets to take the pot down right here, right now, against certain parts of Ponikov's range. Gets to retain the perceived overpair advantage, big pair advantage. 740 going to a turn. One of those backdoors that Ali was alluding to, presenting themselves. See if Volkmann wants to just bulldoze his way to victory in this one. It's an awkward one. Having diamonds on a heart, spade, diamond board, and then a heart rolling off. Ponikovs can certainly have hands like ace-jack, king-jack of hearts.
Yeah, definitely a wide variety of hands that would seem to want to continue, and beyond continue, they're going to want to pile chips into this pot. As a lovely 6 of hearts rolls off on the river. Alex just praying that he's up against a flush in this spot with 6s full.
Yeah, obviously not to state the obvious. Fantastic river for Ponikovs. I'm curious to see against the turn check whether he goes for like the bet induce, like the bet 3-bet. Just get Volkmann to spaz with, you know, a big heart. Shouldn't have too many offsuit combos, but maybe a hand like king jack, or just induce in the form of checking on over to Volkmann. But hey, I've got to the river with 7s, 8s, 9s, ace-jack. Some ace-high that is going to struggle against the big bet.
Ponikovs baiting Volkmann. Believe that was a time bank utilized.
If there's ever, it's so funny how bias works in poker, but if there's ever a nation or a flag that you want to just induce, man, the Brazilians are just some of the most aggressive, and it's what makes them so tough to play against. It's what makes them some of the best. But it does feel like the frequencies and the heat down in that part of the world is a bit hotter than other destinations. So fun to watch.
All in.
And Volkmann, obviously.
So not fun to hear as the 350K is incinerated.
I love it.
So does Ponikovs as he picks up a mighty pot there. 100 for that 27th place finish. Up top, of course, at 897,000. A 6 suited now for Straver. And he's going to jam his remaining 480,000, 12 bigs.
It's like 5? 480. All in. All in.
And over the top of him comes Ponikovs with the 2 10s. Easy release for Flink, and Alex can well afford to spin this wheel. Happy to be well in front with 68% equity and an over 1 million chip pot. Giving a look over to Johannes sympathetically, a little chuckle as well. Let's see if Straver can improve here. 3 off the top, and an aceless 9-high 2-heart board is not what Straver had in mind. Hunting an ace for the time being, and now hunting an 8 as well as the straight draw shows up. Not cause for excitement just yet. And that remains the case as GGs are issued, and yet another hopeful hits the showers here in the GG Millions Live.
GG's strapped. Volkman with a shovable hand. He knows for chips. He's going to take the spot.
From the button with the ace-3. In comes 540. Eibinger, king 8, not going to be the one, but let's see how Gomez feels about the king-jack.
This is sub 11. He's going to ask for a count. I think we're going to be spinning the wheel here. Is there ever a world where he doesn't opt to spin? It will be because of the ICM considerations and, of course, the fact that we're just 3 off the money. Well, very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. It is day 2 coverage, the 25k GG Millions live edition, day 2 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Henry Kilbane alongside this guy.
This guy, Nanonoko.
Nanonoko, Randy Liu. Randy, welcome back to day 2, mate. It has been an eventful day so far, obviously working our way into the money of the first event, and I'm sure you've already had a look at the app, but kind of setting up to potentially be a bit of a classic here. We've got Ponikovs, we've got Grafton, we've got Hecklin, some of these guys that are regulars, you know, Cat Lee, Chris Brewer, alongside some newcomers as well. And, you know, we always talk about the new school versus the old school, the Triton OGs battling against some of the new contenders. And to kind of throw it to you, the pressure, the big stage, the bright lights for some of these newcomers, potentially going to be a bit of a detriment in terms of experience, right?
Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot of things going on here, right? We've got the big prize, the event number 1, you know, the one where you're going to be already in the green as you are in the money at the moment. You know, but the players who have been to our previous Triton stops, known to be extremely good players, Triton trophies, well respected just around the world. But you know, these newcomers, they're not noobs. You know, they know how to play. Whether it's just their first time taking a shot here in London.
First time taking a shot, qualifying online, playing high rollers online as well as live at different venues. And yeah, I mean, Oliver Bithell, one of the guys that we've been keeping an eye on since the early starts of day 1, at least when I jumped into the booth, eliminated Jason Kuhn. Lucas Greenwood just seems to be really comfortable, even though it's his first time. Manuel Zapf as well, another newcomer, 43 bigs, 5th in chips overall. So look, new to Triton, not new to poker, certainly know how to hold their own. And it's going to be very interesting to see them square off. 2 new feature tables, obviously the blue feature table and the red feature table, as well as the outer table with Ponikovs leading the field over there. Blinds going up to 30,000, 60,000, with a 60,000 big blind ante. And Grafton leading the red feature table. Did say home field advantage for him. Would love to get it done in London. Hecklin, maybe not originally from the UK, but does call London home. He's going to be putting people to the test here as we take our attention to Hecklin's table, where he finds himself table captain. He finds himself with ace king, Randy. First hand back from break.
Decent holding.
Another language and then
60,
translate.
right?
Yeah.
That needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
100%.
130.
Take things up to 130k. So he picks up any customers behind as we get settled for what should be a long and exciting day ahead of us here. Some multiple title winners still in the field. Hecklin, Grafton, Brewer. Of course, Henrik Hecklin, main event champion. Ty Seibinger, not to sleep on him either. Brewer dominated. Fortunately does not connect in the form of a king high flop. 350 in the middle. See what Hecklin opts to do here. 30 effective against Brewer, that ace of spades in hand.
It's also the little cards that exist in the sense that, sure, it hits the big blind a little bit more, but the deuce and four not as relevant. Regardless, does check through king 10 high.
Yeah, and Brewer's going to be aware that Hecklin's incredibly balanced in these spots. He's going to have some overpairs that check as well as ace-king, so he doesn't just get to probe relentlessly just because Hecklin checked back on the flop. That's what makes these world-class elite players so difficult to play against. Looks like the 100k chips have been brought in play as well. See a tower of those.
The black ones, I assume?
They are indeed.
They match his track jacket.
This one's going to check all the way down to the river. Let's see if Brewer opts to try and shake out some of those ace highs.
He might attempt it, but then again, you got to kind of think about your opponent, and Henrik kind of strikes me as a guy who will still kind of pay off with some ace highs in this spot, so he can't just auto-assume, well, this kind of board hits me, but king 10, does it have some showdown value? Very little, I'd imagine.
Yeah, you never really expect Hecklin to check down like Jack 10, right?
Yeah, you would expect some kind of bet. 300k, it's a sizable bet. The way it's sized at the moment, it kind of looks like 3 or nothing, I suppose. It could be some 2 pairs, but 2 pair that didn't lead on the turn. So I'd imagine it would be closer to like 6-5 if it was 2 pair, or like 4-5.
Can Brewer ever like go this size with just 1 pair, given that Hecklin's hand is what it looks like?
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Got him.
Makes the call with ace-king, and that's precisely what we were talking about. Hecklin knew exactly where he was at, sniffing that one out. It looks like we're panning round to some outer table action. Looks like a fist bump exchange between Nicky P and Dan Smith, who has been showered.
See some paint.
Yeah, it came king 8 deuce. Zapf had opened. Smith had defended the big, connected with middle pair after defending with 8-6 offsuit. Zapf had connected with top pair. King queen, and a clean run out for the German to eliminate Smith on the flip side of this break. And then there were 22. Everyone now guaranteed 44,500.
So Hecklin looks like he's opened up to ace 10, takes it down pre. Couple threes in the muck you saw up front. 12 blinds.
Don't think the ace-9 is going to be hitting the mark. 20 bigs, hijack, Lucas Greenwood.
The brother of Sam Greenwood, the lesser known but equally as good. Actually, I haven't seen Lucas Greenwood at a Triton stop in a while. I know he did hit him up early in the stages of his Triton career. But good to see him back. I guess something about London is just brought back the people who used to come, as well as all the new people. 10-7 off in.
Yeah, Lucas with just 1 cash prior to this.
What was his last stop, though?
London, 2019.
So yeah, it's something about London where you just keep coming back for it.
Yeah, it's an easy place to get to pretty much from every corner of the globe in terms of travel.
He's got a different pose than Sam Greenwood, though. Sam Greenwood's like kind of like the one fist or hand on his head, you know, whereas Lucas is double. Okay, Derek, that's more like the Sam Greenwood look.
Randy with the live reads.
I'm just saying, you know, I haven't seen this guy in a while. I'm just commentating on what I see. If I see greatness, I'll comment on it, you know? If it's not so much.
You see what?
Greatness.
Greatness.
Yeah, or if I see someone that learns from Sam Greenwood, I assume he learns from Sam Greenwood. Who's the master? Who's the teacher? The student?
Hey, this is the question. Like you're making some massive assumptions based on recency bias. Just because Sam's been traveling with us. Maybe Lucas has just been crushing online, you know?
He's in the nosebleed live cash private games.
Yeah, just like, you know what, I don't need to travel to Triton. You never know. Vogelsang, hood up.
Standard.
Raising chips in hand, 120 to go. Oh, he's going to face some resistance out of the big.
How annoying is it? You know, you raise off of kind of a more shallow stack, 20 big blinds. You get over to the big blind, you're like, well, I mean, his call at worst is for me, right? He's going to get ripped in here and have to muck this ace-7 suited.
You and I think very similarly in spots like this. I'm the same, you know. I've tried getting like a cheeky one through with the ace-7 from early position.
Yeah,
like you said, all the way around to the big, like, okay, this is going well, and then boom, all you can eat. Gomez announcing himself. 11 bigs.
6-9.
I don't believe he's actually contemplating making this call. Just getting a count just in case it's more shallow than he expected.
675.
Would be mighty heroic, especially from under the gun versus big blind. And, you know, when we're in the money too, your chips are so much more valuable.
It is the type of structure and payout structure, however, where you are more inclined at this stage of the tournament to gamble a little bit more, take some of the closer spots, given how flat the payouts are until we get down to the final table. But Vogelsang, ace-7 suited, just not enough. Gomez back up to 15 bigs. Bit of breathing room. Just been through the blinds.
One timer, please.
What do you get up to today, Mr. Lou?
Quick question, though, before I forget. Gomez is the guy that lost a big pot to Sam Grafton late last night?
That's correct. Was 1 card away from having a 5.1 million chip stack. Would have come in today. The overwhelming chip leader would have had more than 2 million more than what second in chips had. And that third spade on the river had other plans. Grafton came in as chip leader, finds himself currently 3rd in chips overall.
Can you imagine, like, Grafton, like, because I read the hand, right? He snap called the 50 big blind jam and must be thinking, I've got you. Ran into a bigger straight and then redraws into the spades.
Yeah, it's massive. We all know.
And into clubs.
Variance.
You're aware of Juan Pardo, I assume?
I've heard of him, never played with him.
I believe he goes by Malacca style, in case you've ever seen that. King 5 suited here.
It's a great screen name as well. I mean,
do you know what it means? I have no idea.
I feel like you're setting me up
No,
for failure here.
no. I asked Ollie. He had no idea either. He was talking about the Malacca Strait, which is apparently a river or strait somewhere. I don't know.
I'm not going to...
You're not going to tell me?
I'm not going to repeat it on air. I like my job, Randy.
We are commentating.
Ask someone that's Greek. Hopefully they can...
Is there any Greek players in this tournament?
Maybe YouTube chat, Twitch chat can help you out. Again, I like my job. Please stop trying to get me fired.
King 5 suited's got an interesting decision here. Vogelstein's got, what, 13.5 big blinds back. Just going to rip it in.
Nice couple of pickups there for Gomi. Back-to-back hands. Alex Ponokov's leading the field as things stand. 4.1 million. 22 players remain with 897 up top. GGMillion's live edition, event number 1. The Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. Park Lane, Hyde Park, JW Marriott Grosvenor House.
So just 900K up top? Wow.
Jesus. 35 buy-ins. Almost a 300K heads-up match as well, you know. We're in, Randy, from the beginning. You know, strap yourself in. We've got 2 weeks.
So another blind versus blind spot, but 9 deuce offsuit. It just utter dust. It's in the muck. Nice to see Danny Tang get another deep run, it seems. Under average.
Raised to 125,000. Fold. Fold.
J&T.
Fold.
Playing some wild pots.
Yeah, J&T kicked things off today with a 5x open from under the gun, hand number 1, and you know, Ali and I just kind of gave each other that nod, you know. It's like, okay, J&T, let's go. Just hitting them with the 5x first hand of the day.
But he just does like such wild plays, and like it, you know, people are kind of like nervous, kind of playing such high variance spots with a player, you know, especially this deep in the tournament. And if you don't kind of get a string of cards to kind of compete, you know, he can kind of just run away with, you know, chipping up slowly.
Fold.
7-4 spades in the muck.
Fold.
David Yan, ace-9 offsuit.
Raised to 120,000.
I swear, it feels like Jan's always in the mix for these offsuit 8x. I'm starting to believe the rumor that Squiddy's been trying to spread.
What is this rumor?
That every time Jan gets it in, it's behind. But somehow wins the hand. I love the banter. OTB.
On the button. Not quite cut off, but...
Yeah, the high card, low card suited 3-bet. Cut off the hijack, gets the job done. Nice little pickup there for Oliver. Certainly one of the newcomers that I'm really keeping a close eye on. I got a funny feeling this young man has come here to play some great poker, and from what we've seen so far, he's not disappointed.
Been pretty impressive. I haven't got to witness it yet, but I'm going to take your word for it.
Yeah, went on bit of a mini heater yesterday, eliminating Jason, Lucas Greenwood, and one other victim in the span of an orbit and a half, 2 orbits.
You say Lucas, so I assume Lucas rebought.
He did. This was before the rebuy period had ended.
Fold. 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 Raise to
Kiatley.
125,000.
OG, he's in.
Fold.
Oh boy. Alex Peffley. Just 11 bigs, a couple of 9s against the cutoff open. More than happy to, of course, put his 6-7-5 in the middle. It's going to be met with a snap call from Lee as the queens get tabled.
No.
And Alex finds himself in really rough shape. Both flush draws covered as well. This pair, over pair situation. Just shy of 1.5 in the middle. Kiat can hold. He's going to move up to third in chips. Comes 8-8-7, a little bit of a tease.
It helps, right? He's got the backdoor straight draws that could come. Not that card, though, so just a lone 9.
Lone 9 needed for Peffley. Doesn't come. Deuce of spades completes the run out, and Kiat Lee climbs up to 3.5 million. GG's to Alex Peffley, cashing his maiden Triton event. Always disappointment to bust shy of the final table, but hopefully 44,500 going his way will help, you know, with some of the wound and salt that's been poured onto it. Kiat Lee. Is this the series, Randy?
You've been saying it. You feel like Kiat Lee is gonna
just this entire year, and even Cyprus last year, back end of 2022. Just Lee, just consistent, man.
Yeah, he's one of the very consistent players. Just needs to kind of close it out. Perhaps season 2 of Diving Lab, or I don't know what season you call it. Perhaps this is the one. It's gonna work out for him.
Oh, great. Yeah, great.
21 players remain.
Someone in the chat says, Danny Tang's like a teddy bear as well. Really like
You gotta not read that chat.
Huh?
You gotta not read the chat.
No, someone screenshot it.
Oh, okay. That's
I'm not just reading the chats.
I thought you were just sitting there checking the chat in between hands. I'm like, that is...
No. Someone...
Brewer knows.
We need some therapy for you, Dave.
Brewer knows the emotional damage that can come from reading
I mean, he's not wrong.
Twitch and YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's about doing that while playing the final 21.
So many worse things said about you in the chat.
Teddy bear.
He is a big teddy bear. Love Danny Tang.
It's one of the
Thank
good
you,
comments,
whoever that
actually.
is.
The few positive ones.
It's just Henrik in between hands.
Heck, just
I'm on the
blasting.
chat, like in between hands.
Oh, that's fantastic banter. Uh-oh.
Man, that heckling guy owned Chris.
Small blind v button, Randy.
We should do that.
Big blind with a hand as well, although
Big-
should Greenwood announce himself here, might be able to get away from this.
Yeah, no, King Queen definitely going straight into the muck after this one goes in, which it does. Actually, Danny, kind of a annoying spot, right? Ace-10 suited, small blind jams into you. You do keep in mind ranges are slightly adjusted in the fact that Greenwood is jamming 1.6 with a big blind that covers.
1.5 plus.
I'd imagine that the small blind is jamming all of the pocket pairs on this button open. Some worse aces, of course all of the better ones, and the suited broadways.
See if the teddy bear can get away from this pickle he finds himself in. Small blind v button feels like an impossible task, but if anyone's capable making big laydowns, it's going to be DT. We are on a small pay jump as well. 4,100 difference between 21st and 20th. So Tang may have already made up his mind as he does move a tower of blue chips into the middle. And Lucas Greenwood sees the good news. 2-1 favorite to eliminate Danny Tang and scoop a 2.2 million chip pot in the process.
Good spot to get with.
As Tang can convert.
Chop it up.
So we see the ace 5,
King
3 board,
3.
no diamond on board. King 3 call out.
Yeah, or that. Huh? I feel like a king.
No chop in this pot. 10 and a 10 only needed for
it's
Danny
the-
to
you
stay
don't
alive.
have spades on the level. Oh, fuck.
That's
Well,
not
it's
it.
The jack of spades.
Jack of spades completing the run out, and Lucas Greenwood sending Danny Tang home in 21st. Going to cash for $44,500, and we'll be jumping straight into event number 2. 25k 7 max. Lucas Greenwood climbing up the ranks. Up to 7th in chips now.
I'm sad he's gone, personally.
Yeah. I
Danny
got 60
Tang.
and 60.
Someone's got to go down, I suppose.
Those are the chip counts at this feature table. Henrik Hecklund, Madrid main event champion, leading the field. Another one of those names that just always seems to be running deep, Randy. Mr. Hecklund, the top of the chip counts, incredibly consistent.
Because he's good, Henry. He's an amazing player. Why? Of course that's why. But whenever he gets to the end, he always has an extremely deep stack. You got this funny look on your face. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like by saying that, you're inadvertently saying that no one else is good.
Did I say
hence
that?
them
No, you're making assumptions.
insinuating.
Making assumptions in poker is a big mistake. You know it.
As my grandfather used to say, to assume is to make an ass of you and me, Randy. Let's draw the line there. Hecklund leading the field, 66 bigs. Vogelsang with some work to do. Managed to get that monkey off his shoulder, or back, should I say, back in Cyprus. The last stop after a 24 tournament dry spell at the Triton series. Cashing event number 1 here. 13 bigs, still in the hunt for that first Triton title. 20 players remain.
Tournament chip leader doing the chip leader thing. Jack 10 in. Christoph Vogelsang picks up ace king suited, much needed for his short stack of 13 blinds.
Gentlemen is all in. Fold, fold, and fold.
Did you catch that? Dealer said gentleman is all in. Has he been saying gentleman to everyone?
We're in London, Randy, you know, when in Rome.
We're not in Rome. We're in London. Just saying. It really was a bad line.
I can take it.
Bad choice of words by you.
I can tell.
I hate having one chip myself.
Yeah, I won.
You know,
Are you at a loss for words, sir?
I mean, you can often tell who's been, you know, backslapped across the face. You know, on a couple of occasions at least in their lives, and.
So you do qualify for that. You're right. I'd imagine.
Definitely. Eating my fair share. Deserved most of the time as well, as you can probably imagine.
Couple of threes here for Lucas Greenwood. Little pair.
Yeah, now playing a very healthy 2.8 million. I love how nonchalantly just kind of, you know, released all the chips, all the white chips in the middle.
Stylistic.
1, 2, 5. Silver.
Been a pretty big fan of Pablo Silva from our previous stop. He's kind of shown signs of relentlessness, willingness to kind of take flops and attack post-flop.
Yeah.
And they seem to always be from Brazil when we get this kind of archetype.
No, 100%. I mean, They are known being one of the most aggressive nations in the world, and whenever we do have them at feature tables, they live up.
Their guns blazing.
They are. We saw Bruno Volkmann earlier on do something similar as we head to the Jack 10-7 board. Top 2 for Pardo. Pablo Silva, bottom pair and a gut shot. Greenwood with the underpair. See how he wants to proceed. Things off with the check. Action on Silva. 4-6-5 in the middle. Does have both players covered. So he's going to knuckle this one. See a turn.
Not the greatest card for all of the players out there, of course. Juan, still 2 pair. This pot is rather important relative to his stack size as he's sitting on 16 blinds, so it's going to check, play a bit of caution.
Yeah, never has kings, never has ace queen. It's nice to have a hand that can check call and deceptively boat up on certain rivers. This one might get checked all the way down to the river. Silva no longer thrilled at the prospect of a 9 rolling off, although it would win in the hand. Juan Pardo with the check mark. There's 5 of clubs.
As played, he can't imagine he's ever beat now with a check through on the turn. He's going to want to target kind of some of these king X that want to pot control on this kind of king jack 10 texture. You can see he's actually putting a sizable bet in here, 250k, and you know, expecting like the king queens, the ace kings to pay off.
Silva making us sweat.
You thought he was going to just come out swinging on the 5, just check, check, check.
You know, that Brazilian flag. Yeah.
I mean, well, just in general, when these players are kind of taking some time on spots you seem quote-unquote easy, it's just more like for balancing purposes when they actually need the time. Oh, so I thought Vogelsang was going to enter that pot because I saw the hoodie go up, but looks like he mucked it.
Maybe the hoodie went up, then he randomized in his head and he rolled a fold.
Yeah. So,
but he didn't want to give anything away just in case he rolled a RFI.
But
you know?
he needed to keep the routine, like put
Yeah.
the hoodie on first, then decision. But I mean, I've seen him just fold without putting the hoodie up, so that's kind of funny. Yeah, you're right. He hit like the 5%er. I'm out. Ace 5 for the big blind.
This is 25 bigs effective against a small blind limp.
All in. Player announces all in.
Boom.
Yeah, when I do that, Randy,
they've got aces.
They snap me.
We're pretty much kind of like a pure math situation there. Great hand to push it in there. Wouldn't have expected him to raise like 3.5x. I think he'd rather check in that spot than just put like a smaller raise in, because it doesn't really have that great of a post-flop playability when you don't hit the ace.
Some great insights being shared by my co-commentator, Randy Liu. A 4-person team this time. We
Yes.
We're three-handed for Vietnam and Cyprus earlier on this year, but we do have the wonderful Maria Ho with us, who is currently experiencing a bit of food poisoning. Hopefully be back with us tomorrow. Ideally, she's feeling better by tomorrow, if not.
So we want the chat to wish some speedy recovery?
Yes, yes, chat. Do get some love in the chat for Maria. And you know, the scary thing was that she messaged me in the morning, and we've eaten the same food because we had dinner the previous night and we went for lunch yesterday, and I was concerned that, okay, maybe
Are you going down soon? I just want to know ahead of time.
Maybe.
Please do not leave me with my other
onset.
the last guy for the duration of the day.
But she said that there was something eaten on the way home last night that maybe caused it. Speedy recovery, and hopefully have Maria back in action the next couple of days as Gomez considers his options. Going to defend. Playing around 15 bigs. Just have the best of it against Chris Brewer. As we head to the King 6 deuce rainbow, as dry and disconnected as it can really get, Randy.
It's a great texture for the pre-flop raiser, especially when we're playing very shallow stacks. The shallow it is, and when we're in the money like this, the big blind doesn't really kind of get out of line. So you just take it down so often, even though they know you're c-betting at an extremely high frequency on this board texture. But imagine like the big blind comes in with check raise, and then they're wrong. Then they cut them down to like sub 10 min blinds and just put themselves in a worse situation for the subsequent hands to come. But you did conclude that it wasn't the same food that you guys shared. It was something she ate on her own time.
You know, I don't want to
iron
slander
stomach.
Maria while she's away. I've been living in Thailand for the last couple of years, and you know, we live life dangerously out there. Scorpions.
There's a term for it, right? Where you build your tolerance for it with your stomach. This travelers.
Allegedly,
I forget what it's called.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how it works, but I feel like I've completed London and the UK and Europe in general, and you know it's going to take a lot more than some salmonella to keep to keep me out of the booth. Okay, right?
Salmonella for Henry. Apparently he can fight it off with his stomach because he's been to Thailand. Everyone.
I live in Thailand. Once you've been through your third bout of yellow fever, okay, like you know, all of a sudden salmonella just sounds like a fun game to play with friends. I jest, of course. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
But hopefully she feels better sooner rather than later, and you know, on to the next one.
On to the next one. Let's go. Queen 10 high, raise pre-flop. Very, very similar to what I said in the last spot, is you can just relentlessly c-bet into these like sub 15 blind stacks. They don't really want to mess around. 7-5 out. Kind of just, you can witness and see how just having a big stack at this stage of the tournament in the money, even right before the money, is you get away with so much more. Players' reshoving ranges shrink a little bit too.
To see in the chat saying the dynamic duo is back. Warm welcome, of course, to all of our viewers on YouTube and Twitch. I'm glad some of you aren't allowing Randy to get away with that when in Rome thing earlier on. Appreciate it. You know, don't let that one slip. In fact, keep it up for the next 2 weeks. It does have nothing to do with geography. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, why don't you read the comment that compliments me? There must be someone in there.
Oh, there's loads.
Okay, thank you.
There's loads.
Thank you.
But that's.
I wasn't sure if you're just picking and choosing, you know,
selective reasoning.
Yeah, like make it seem like it's weighted towards you. 2 aces here for Sam Greenwood in the big blind. Yeah. This is actually really interesting because I'd imagine Greenwood is going to put in a small 3-bet. It must cross his mind a little bit occasionally to just call, but I think he'll probably put in 3-bet.
100,000. Raise 400,000.
400K. So with the size up slightly, he's trying to make it look polarized. And we have seen players from time to time kind of put resistance against this because they're thinking, well, it's either a big premium like this or it's something really dusty like ace-5 offsuit, king, you know, like these kind of hands that play very polarized. And what did he do here?
It has to be a blue one, right?
Yes, it has to be
Yeah,
blue.
yeah. So give him 30.
Yeah. I'm so used to pressing blue.
Yep.
It's a shot clock.
Malacca style on Pardo with the decision. All options on the table, of course.
He threw it out immediately, right? So he still has. Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying like this is a little off, but yeah.
Yeah, so all options available here, of course.
Okay.
Looks like he's just going to lay it down.
Nothing better not to like confuse the player.
Seemed pained by that decision, understandably so, as we head to the outer table. What we got going on here, and it looks like Ibinger squaring off against Zap, if I'm not mistaken, which would be a sizable pot. Ibinger all in by the looks of things. The Jack 10 needs a Jack or a 10 on the Ace 10 tray board. Now needs a 5th heart to chop the pot. That's not one of the outs needed for the 2-time champion. So Ibinger bows out in 20th. Going to be heading home. 48,600, and the Triton first timer building a stack. Manuel Zap to 3rd in chips now with that elimination.
Feeling good. So we've had a lot of stories, Triton first timers just having amazing runs at their stops.
Yeah, in fact, I believe with that pot is now the chip leader looking at that stack. I believe will now take that chip lead away from Hecklin and Grafton. Just waiting for the app to
what do we got here?
Update itself.
So we got a cutoff jam from Roberto Gomez, 800K. Pablo in the big one, ace 10 suited. It seems like enough of a hand to continue. He's in. The Brazilian versus the Spaniard, all in pre-flop.
It's tough to say who's going to win this one. Brazil against Spain. Classic. As it comes 10, 8, 5. Couple of hearts. Running hearts, an option for Gomi. 2 immediate outs, of course, in the form of an 8. Silver out in front. The ace of hearts, both players turning 2 pair. Gomez now looking for a heart to go along with those 2 8s that would give him the 1.7 million. It looks like it could be it. The 6 of diamonds. Red, but not the right kind, as Pablo Silva chips up to 3.8 million. And whilst he scoops in that pot, just got a text message from 2022 World Series of Poker main event champion Espen saying, "Lol, just heard the stream. I'm also in bed with bad food poisoning." And you know, Randy, I'm getting more and more concerned because Espen was also at dinner with Maria and I the other night. And now 2...
Did you guys eat the same thing?
We did.
What did you eat?
We shared everything.
What did you eat, though? I want to know.
I
want to know what I'm missing out on.
We had 2 steaks.
2 steaks, okay.
We had a bunch of starters.
How was it cooked? Raw.
Medium.
Okay. Pasta.
We had oysters, though.
It was the oysters. 100. Did you eat any?
And they even said to me, I'd never had oysters before. I had oysters for the first time. They both convinced me to have oysters, and they were both talking about how 1 in 100 oysters, you know, is going to get you in bed for a good couple of days. And now both of them.
So they both ate the 1 in 100. You know how hard that is? It could have been just one person, but it's both of them. So it was a...
Well, what's 100 squared, Randy?
Got him. So 1 in 10,000 chance is what you're saying.
Is it 10,000? Okay. Sure.
This one's such a
Yeah,
massive
1 in 10,000 chance. You hit it.
Thought
But
60
that means
or
it's so
48.
unlikely it's you unless it's
So,
1
so
in.
for me to get it, it'd be
1 in
100 cubed, which would be a 1 in 100,000 chance. So I'm looking good.
You're fine.
Speedy recovery, of course.
No, I
With
know.
Espen
I mean, you
and
could-
Maria.
you could do
I am sweating things though in the booth now.
I'll say this last comment about that.
That's what, sorry?
The field's a little bit softer than the next event because he can't play. True.
That is true.
All right.
Unless he
570
comes
would be
in
the same chips we have.
with food poisoning.
Yeah, yeah.
Just start playing.
Then it gets even softer.
Little pickup.
A few people in the chat saying rookie mistakes. Oysters for sure. 2-card off saying oysters 100%.
Have you heard
The C saying Espen needs to move to Thailand.
Is you start at the
Lines going
501k
up.
level.
40,000,
You have like
80,000.
whatever your starting stack, 100k. And at the end of every level, they
big
don't change the lines. They just take 10% of your
Brought to you
chips
by
away.
GG Poker.
So you would just, it's the same as going up blinds, but you would just always get to have the easy math.
Ogdog correct me saying 100 cubed is a million,
Yeah.
Henry. You're right. Thank you, Ogdog.
See, the thing
I
is,
knew
like,
it.
I couldn't even fact
But it
check
just
that
takes
one,
a
you
lot
know? I
longer.
just didn't know it off
Well,
the
yeah,
top
you
of my
could do
head.
25% or whatever you want.
Don't
No, I'm
worry.
saying,
That's
like-
what chat's here for.
Every level, you
yeah,
have to
yeah,
like,
yeah.
someone has to like count your chips and be like, well, I'm just gonna take these now.
I mean, I guess you could say take off starting stack. Like everyone just pays like 10k every level increase.
25,000 full. And you don't get it like in the air, it's 1 mil.
Yeah, that's true.
C saying you're safe, Henry. Thai stomach. I hope so. I wouldn't want to leave Randy stuck with Ali for a couple of days whilst Maria and I are down and out.
Number 1.
I mean, bro, just what's been going on? Dealt a lot of top of range.
Yeah.
Aces again.
He's sitting on like a 15 big blind stack. Kind of feels a spot where flatting is so suspicious from the small blind here. Re-raising small also seems suspicious. Does he just jam and hope his opponent's got a calling range that can put it in? I mean, regardless, if he does re-raise, his opponent's not going to put any more chips, but looks like he is going to put in a 3-bet.
I'm taking that back.
400.
400,000. Fold.
Action back on Greenwood. Don't think he's going to waste much time here, but maybe a little bit of sweat EV.
Not even
Brewer
tempted
earn
to,
it.
like, too bad I can't even like think about feeling. No. Okay, so I owe you 1 time back.
Okay. Team players remain, Randy, in event number 1, 25k GGMillions live edition. As we get comfy in the booth, we're strapped in for the next 15 days. The 2023 Triton Poker Series here in London is Manuel Zapf leading the final 18. 61 big, Sam Grafton in second, Henrik Hecklin in third, Pablo Silva in fourth, and Kat Lee in fifth, rounding out the top 5. And
The stir-fry noodles with chicken.
this one really has
Stir-fry
that
noodles,
potential.
but add chicken.
You know what I mean? I mean, looking at potential storylines emerging here, might be one of those
sir?
ones that we talk
Can I
about
also
for
get a
quite
period?
some time.
Period. Sparkling water. Thank you so much.
5 seconds. 160. Raise 160,000. Fold. Fold.
King Jack suited 15 blinds. Nice spot to actually rejam on this player specifically. Greenwood's been opening, and he's sitting on that kind of stack that's going to be rather relentless. Well, actually, yeah, he's going to push it. You know, the 30 big blind player at this point is quite a big stack, and they're just going to have so much raised folds. Gets it done.
That wall of chips that
Greenwood's building in front of him. Little dent. In open, being met with the rejam. Juan Pardo. Someone to certainly keep an eye on. I mean, in terms of online accomplishments, Randy, similarly to you, has done. Have you battled? I mean, I'm sure you've battled.
No, he's a tournament player.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes they see you sat there and they're like, I'm gonna go for the GOAT, the guy that's, you know, playing 24 tables. I mean, let me take a shot. Never sat down?
No, I don't think I've played a single hand of him, but I'm very well aware that he's an extremely good player. Also rather aggressive, like most people are, but I think he's got a little extra gear where he just takes it a little bit further.
You're saying he's got that Malacca style?
He's got that Malacca style, whatever that means, which you won't tell me, unfortunately.
Google's your friend, Randy.
I don't know how to use Google, okay?
Looks like we got Drew standing up. Doesn't look like he's the all-in player. Looks like he's got Nicky P covered. Is that King Jack suited against the nines? 10-8 deuce. Couple of diamonds. So far, so good for Drew. I believe it's all in. Maybe it's not. I do apologize. It's difficult to see who the second player is, as the 5 of spades on the river means that Nicky P is going to hit the showers in 18th, and it's actually the chip leader adding more now to his stack. Manuel Zapf will be adding that 1.8 million to his already monstrous 5 million chip stack, up to 6.8 now, Randy. Overwhelming chip lead with 17 left. Triton first timer, debut event.
Looks like we're going to get another clash here. Christoph Vogel saying pocket sixes into big slick of Chris Brewer. I like Chris Brewer just in the spot, just given how well he's been doing in tournaments lately. Given this is a coin flip, though. Slight edge to Christoph Vogel saying.
You wanna wager on this flip?
Yeah, whatever you. Some oysters, all right. We got 10 oysters from that, whatever that shop you ate at.
1.5 million in the middle. Vogel looking to just find the hold here. So it comes Queen 9 tray. So far, so good. 2 cards to come. Brewer looking for a king or an ace as the king rolls off on the turn, and now Vogelsang drawing to 2 outs once for his tournament life. Doesn't find it, Randy. Brewer up to 2.5 million. Vogelsang out in 17th. Gonna go home with 54,600 for his efforts, but a cash at the start of the series, given how long that dry spell ran for.
Yeah,
must be somewhat refreshing.
Another deep run from Chris Brewer.
Yeah.
Standard.
So 16 players remain. We will be going on a final 2-table redraw. The conclusion of this hand. Let's see if we'll be redrawing 16 players or 15. You never know. J&T in the mix with the 3x, 240,000 to go. And 10-6 of hearts in the big, closing the action.
Yeah, very playable hand here in position. Quick call. Hello, Ace-5 of clubs. 3 more clubs on the flop, and he traps it with a check. What a sneaky check there.
J&T getting tricky, eh?
You just really can't predict how he's going to play his hands. David Yan, absolutely nothing. And he's going to just fire out. He's just thinking, look, if you're checking this board, you must have nothing.
175.
And to be fair, there would be a lot of check folds on this texture. Little look.
Cool. We see the glasses come out again, you know, the old reverse
he's got a lot of different tricks, so it's hard to predict which one he's going for.
He really does. I'm a big J&T fan. It keeps us on our toes. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Yan turning second pair. 910 in the middle. 0.6 behind.
Yeah, a really bad card for him as he does pick up showdown value. May feel obligated to pay off depending on what river card comes, which is the 7.
So the 1 club type holdings, no brick. J&T with a fistful of white chips. 7-5. Around half pot is around a third of Yan's stack.
It's pretty interesting because this is a pre-flop raise from J&T. Given the line, he's representing the 8x. So what 8x combos, I suppose, is raising from a small blind to spot? There definitely exist, but there's also a plethora of other hands that he could show up with. So David Yan is thinking, is this just some kind of check call ace high and kind of just blast away because I missed?
Yeah, and also, what 8x call on the flop? You know, not many, right?
Exactly.
Call.
Yeah, it does make the call, and J&T scoops a monster one.
I like the way he just revealed his hand. He showed him the ace of clubs first, which is just high card, and he pulls the 5 of clubs.
I didn't mind it, but
wow.
It's a slow, like the unintentional slow roll.
That's fantastic, Randy. J&T. I didn't even know, like...
He thought he won.
Do we just give him the benefit of the doubt? Was that intentional? Like, you know?
I don't care if it's intentional or not.
If anyone's allowed to do it, it's going to be J&T as we welcome you back to the booth. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Final 2 tables.
I can't maintain my composure, so go on.
It's the, you know, he did the glasses against Ivy when he turned the boat. He was like, took his glasses out, leaning over. Have I got top full house? Yes, I do, you know. Then clicked Ivy on the river, just min-clicked him, and Ivy straight away gave Brewer the glare, and now he's here. You know, ace of clubs any good? You know, ace high. I don't know, but he's got, you know, what, 3 million. He's so fun to watch because he really does just throw a bit of a spanner in the works. You see Yan calling down there with the second pair, and it's J&T. It's the J&T effect. He can show up with anything at any time, right?
I certainly agree. He can show up anything, anytime, but also just like takes different lines that the pros aren't really used to. So 100%. They end up making some mistakes and, you know, calling down lighter in some spots that you saw there. 10 might be thinking like, oh, this should be an 8x or nothing, but didn't even think about the slow play with the nut flush there. Regardless, though, J&T in great position with that pot. Obviously very entertaining, and still lots of great poker has been played so far.
Really has. 54,600 guaranteed for the final 60. We're going to go on a very short break. Final 2 table redraw with Manuel Zapf. Triton, first timer in his debut, leading the final 2 tables with 85 bigs. Don't go too far. When we return, we'll be playing down to the final table of event number 1, the 25k GGMillions live edition. We'll see you shortly.
GG Poker.
Why? So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
The biggest poker site.
larger than all of GTO. Passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Here we have a button versus big blind spot. The flop is Jack 10 deuce rainbow. The button c-bets, and we call in the big blind. The turn is the 10 of spades. We'll see that the big blind is actually supposed to donk bet quite often here. Why is that? Well, if we go back, we can use this range comparison tool to see that the big blind's calling range contains many more 10x hands. That means that when the 10 pairs on the turn, those second pairs become trips, giving big blind the nut advantage needed to start leading out. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott here at the Grosvenor House in London, Park Lane. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilmaine, is the Triton Super High Roller Series event #1, the 25k GGMillions live edition. We're down to the final two tables, and I'm already starting to chuckle at the ace high.
Just still thinking about it.
Again. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. 16 players left. It is Germany's Manuel Zapf leading the pack with a sizable chip lead, Randy. And, you know, first timer with a chip lead, final two tables. Is it a case of being easy to get ahead of yourself here with a lot of work to do? But from what we've seen from Manuel, kind of strikes us as the type of player that is comfortable.
Yeah, he seems comfortable, right? You know, he's been cruising this kind of big stack throughout the tournament and just now finally separated himself from the remainder of the field with a big chip lead of 2.8 million more chips than Sam Grafton. So, you know, of course, there is still a lot of players remaining, the final 16, and a lot to play for up top. But as long as he kind of just hangs in there, does his thing that's built him this stack, I wouldn't be too worried.
Well, I wouldn't be worried until I took a look at the seat draw. Let's jump straight into table 2, because although he has the chip lead with 6.8 million, he has second, third, and fourth right next to him. Grafton on his left, Silver on his left, Hecklin on his right. So there is a big chance here, Randy, that coming into the final table, we have an overwhelming chip leader should any of those top 4 stacks collide. And does anything stand out? I mean, what do players like Lee and Pardo and BitHell at that table do? It just feels like they've got killer's row behind them on the left.
Yeah, so based on looking at the chip distribution here, Kiat Lee and Patel, they're kind of out of position against all those big stacks. They kind of need to just play snug, just play straightforward and kind of cruise their way to the final table. The final table is where all of the big pay jumps are, so they probably won't get too out of line at this point.
Well, not to sleep on the blue feature table, take a quick look at the Triton Poker Plus app again. Ponakovs, Greenwood, Brewer, Jan Volkman, JNT, Drew Gonzalez, living the dream, final 2 tables, and Chu as well with 8 bigs. Some potential storylines there, of course. Gonzalez coming to Triton to play 3 events in the money of his first event. Brewer looking to continue the heater that he has been on in 2023. Volkman, some of the Brazilian Armada just showing up strong in event number 1. Some of the players that we're probably going to be keeping a close eye on over the next 14 events, including this one. 2 Brazilians left in the field, and wouldn't surprise me to see them lifting a couple of trophies. But for now, there's a few players that would like to see that not be the case. Manuel Zapf leading the field is certainly one of them as we look to throw it down to our final 2 tables of event number 1, the 25k GGMillions live edition. 897,000 will be going to the eventual champion that will be crowning later on today. For now, 54,000 and change guaranteed for these final 16 blinds. 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. And just look at the difference in chips, Randy. Blue table to red table. So I know what table I would like to be sat on, and it doesn't rhyme with Ted.
Doesn't rhyme with Ted. Who are you talking about?
You know, when I first met you, James Dempsey, the producer, told me what a genius you are. It's like, Henry, you know, don't try and outwit him. This guy used to 24 table. Apparently you don't know what when in Rome means. You think it's a geographical thing. And now you don't know what rhymes with Ted between blue table and red table right now. You know?
I really have no idea. I don't even, is this a riddle?
What's 100 squared? You remember from 30 minutes ago? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
I don't need to know that. Okay,
You stick to the poker analysis.
Yes.
I'll stick with the bad dad jokes and the English humor. All right?
Including
Do apologize on behalf of the Triton production to the 9,000 people currently cringing. Brewer, couple of 10s.
Titan Chu is extremely short stacked here.
On.
Push and see what happens.
I had such a big hand, I didn't want to jam.
I don't want to call anyway.
You did make a good fold. I would have also jammed on you.
Oh, yeah.
I would have been happy about jamming on you. So I didn't have aces. But it was big.
Og Dog over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel is convinced that you're trolling all of us. You're playing a long game where
the long con.
Yeah,
you figured me out.
The C saying that's why you're the dynamic duo. Do appreciate the kind words,
yeah,
of course. Randy and I will be calling the action for the next 3 levels. I know, do apologize. Sorry, that was a final 2 table redraw. But still, we're here for the foreseeable future.
Excluding the ante.
What's important for Brewer's range right now is looking at that stack right next to him. It's, you know, only sitting on just north of 400k. Is basically, he doesn't want to open pots, even with this big stack that have to force call off with very low equity. So, of course, Jack 5 suited qualifies, but he'll probably throw like the very bottom of his range out. 9-7. Just around 12 big blinds to go.
Well, the last time Jan defended as big, got himself in a bit of trouble against JNT. Potentially a different story this time round. Ace 10-8. Jan with the open ender, 440 in the middle. Brewer wants to proceed here.
I'm curious to see how David Yan approaches this. Of course, check call is fine, but you know he's kind of got that shallow stack where he can contemplate actually just check jamming here, and he can actually get some hands of some decent equity just out there too. That might c-bet. I mean, I imagine Brewer's c-betting like a very wide range here. Looks like he'll just call here. Looking for that jack or 6. Still a pretty good card for him, as he does take the lead. But, you know, it's kind of scary in the sense that if there's multiple barrels, he's got a lot of, like, marginal situations, I suppose, with this 4th pair. Brewer's actually thinking about putting another bet in there. He doesn't feel like he's ever against Ace-X, as Ace-X would just reshove on his stack pre-flop. So multi-barrel looks like is incoming here. Targeting the 10Xs, the 8Xs that isn't coupled with the straight draw or flush draw. I would say at this point, David Yan, like he probably feel he's strongly against an ace. He isn't, but he has so much equity with that straight draw and heart draw and that pair that he's kind of like forced to just continue with the price he's been laid. And actually going to just jam in himself. Kind of just deny like a single bigger heart from continuing.
Yeah, really just taking away that chance of being put in a tough spot on Brick Rivers. David Yan, of course, not only has been showing us his poker skills at the feature tables, qualified over on GG Poker, also shared some time in the booth alongside Ali Najad back in Cyprus, gave us some insights as to the level at which these players often think about every spot.
Well, if he's listening, we wouldn't mind him back, would we, Henry?
I would love, I mean, yeah, we would love to have him back in the booth. There are a load of people at this series who, all they have to say are the magic words, and they're in. J&T coming with the 2.5x from under the gun. The ace-9 to hit the mark. Volkman not going to defend. I know we're meant to remain impartial in the booth, but I'd like to see J&T at the final table. He spices things up.
Yeah, I think he definitely throw a lot of curveballs out there, but you know he doesn't need any good fortune. Playing well, currently sitting in 5th place. He'll battle. Drew Gonzalez first up, looking to pick up some hands soon as he is sitting at 10 big blinds. Looks like he will have to eat that big blind and big blind ante next one as he's going to lay this one down. Ajax here, Lucas.
Getting to that stage of the tournament where we start talking about the heavier ICM implications that slowly but surely come into effect as we work our way down to the FT. But I think still very likely to be playing for close to chips. Here with 16 left, flat payouts, very top heavy. It's my favorite part of the tournament where we really get to see who's going to go after it, Randy. Who's going to try and set themselves up to win this one. Suha saying, love to see how Danielle, the dealer, is helping Thurel with his chips. Yeah, the dealers and the floor staff, and I mean everyone for that matter, really are the best in the business. Most of the dealers, if I'm not mistaken, have been traveling with the tour for quite some time. Regulars at Triton, all the players know them. They all know each other.
J&T here, Queen 9 offsuit. Gets to jam into a shallow stack of Drew Gonzalez if he opts to take it. And Drew with ace-4, I feel like he's just going to have to continue. He's got 10 big blinds to start things off. He's put in the big blind and the big blind ante. So he's got 8 big blinds remaining, as you see, that 630K. But looks like J&T is actually look like he's going to... Okay, he put it in a raise. We should be priced in to continue with this raise now.
On a 6K ladder. Final 16 guaranteed 54,600. See if that plays into this decision for Drew. But as you mentioned, Randy, you know, ace in the big blind, sub 10 bigs. He's one of the shortest stacks.
Big stack raising into you as well. Wow, he lays down ace-4. That's a... Is that standard by any means? Do you know, Henry, or is this...
We're on a pay jump. You know, Drew, the first to admit, as he did yesterday at the feature table, he's streaming on Twitch. Sometimes, you know, tournaments like $11 buy-ins and whatnot. His career best cash, I believe, is around this mark, 55,000 or so. So there's some stuff going on there for him, looking to beat his previous best cash, playing into it. That ladder. Also, perhaps recognizing that ace-4 at best is like a 57-43 kind of situation.
Right. It seemed a bit tight for me, but maybe he also perceived the 3x open rather than just open rip as strength, whereas in that case it was quite the opposite. J&T able to kind of mix it up and get in the heads of the pros. Regardless, does lay it down, and good one J&T again. Chris Brewer, pocket tens. Some dust in the blinds here, unless 8 deuce suited once again involved does not.
All of a sudden gone quiet out there, Randy. Players just recognizing we're at that stage of the tournament now.
Yeah, once they took that redraw break, it's like you get that time to yourself. We're like, okay, this is very real. You know, whether I've got the big stack, just try to continue and cruise it, or I might want these short stacks. If I just get one double, I'm in contention, and I'm just gonna just make a name for myself in this event number 1, 25k GGMillions.
Also, just noticed that Titan Chu is sat on 400k, so perhaps that playing in the mind of Drew there when it came to that fold.
That's a good point. You know, you see the guy who's across the table from you, even shorter, ace-9 straight into the muck. Volkman actually opened off of a rather shallow stack and screams strength here of ace-4, but actually just an ace blocker bluff pre-flop. Yeah, that's the thing about like very experienced players. They're able to extend and use these kind of shallow stacks and still create opportunities to kind of chip up and not just rely on the cards. Lucas, though, still going to defend the 5 deuce of clubs. Does flop a pair of deuces.
Yeah, he's got my favorite draw in poker.
What is that?
The bottom pair trip draw, Randy. 440 in the middle.
Okay.
The back door
Some
still
very winning player mentality there, Henry.
It's just, it always catches people off guard, mate. That's why.
Okay. Well, I guess we're likely to see if it'll hit on the turn. Can't imagine you defend this hand to check fold flop. Also got the backdoor clubs, backdoor wheel, extra added equity, 22% to be precise. This is your time, Henry. This turn card. The deuce coming, right? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I said he has, you know, the draw.
Close. There's a number.
The bottom pair trip draw, 7 of diamonds on the turn. None of those back doors presenting themselves for Greenwood. Bruno, an 89% lock in terms of equity.
Normally, like ace rag, you bet flop, you kind of pot control, but you got to keep in mind that the stack size is so shallow. He's got pot size remaining, 8 blinds. He needs to kind of protect what's in there. There's an 8x that got free equity. You don't want to let those go. Oh, actually does check, excuse me. So, bit of a... I'm wondering what the logic is to checking the turn. Balance?
Balance, deceptiveness. There's 660 in the middle. He's got less than pot going to the river.
Yeah,
still able to play for stacks.
Yeah, it did catch me off guard. Does give Lucas Greenwood that free shot of taking him out. Does check to him. Does he go for value? Does he feel that a hand bigger than ace-4 would just bet out on the river a lot of times into him? Therefore, when he gets checked to him, maybe it's good. At what frequency, I suppose, does 8x call you for what size is the big question.
Bruno hitting him with the old bet check bet line.
I do like that if he's checking this turn to go for the value here to try to create that deception. And if you think about it, now that he's checked that turn, Greenwood probably thinks the ace-x bets the turn at a pretty darn high frequency. So this kind of looks like, you know, it can look like a bluff rather easily.
Understandable that Greenwood is throwing out a time extension chip here, Andy. Perhaps precisely for those reasons that you mentioned.
The ranges are also different in the sense that Bruno opened off about 11 blinds, I believe, in the hijack rather than just open jam. So does Volkman open some of these suited connectors that hit 2 pair, like 6-7? Does check, fold. Nice pickup.
Volkman with a bit of breathing room now, but still work to do. We have shorter stacks in the field over at this feature table, so you can sweat along all the action from not just this event, and every table, every player, every hand over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Event number 2 is running.
I do want to, yes, we promote the app, but the app is extremely good because, you know, there are times when I'm off the, well, I'll tell you later, but go ahead, Poker Steak.
Well, I was about to say, it's a good app right there. Scan the QR code, pokerstake.com, you can buy some action. I feel like PokerStake hasn't really needed any adverts, as, you know, over the last couple of stops, sold itself with multiple deep runs. Michael Scheuser selling action on PokerStake, taking down the 75k, if I'm not mistaken, in Cyprus. In Vietnam, Michael Zhang selling action on PokerStake for the 100k short deck main, coming second in that for a 7-figure score. So we know plenty of our viewers have had the chance to buy some action in some of our players and cash in on what PokerStake has to offer. So if you haven't already, head on over to PokerStake and stake your champion. All purchases are free, no rake or transaction fees. All winnings are guaranteed by PokerStake. As we head back on over to the outer table where find all of the chips and then some.
Excuse me. Can I get a
Tournament chip leader picks up 2 kings. Manuel. Zap.
And I would like order to what
So we
fried
did
noodles
kind
with
of
chicken.
ask how is this going to play out with this chip leader against all these established
It's
pros
so
with
spicy?
huge chips.
A few.
We'll see how
I
things
can try.
go with this ace-7,
He
deuce,
said
deuce,
it
3,
gets
2
very
clubs.
After-
Great texture, of course, for the 2 kings.
For you.
You stalling?
No.
A7. Should feel that it needs to continue against a chip leader. Continuation bet on this texture. A7 often good. Does bring 3 clubs, and the other player with the club.
$720,000 to fight for. Simple with ace high, Randy. Going to be good a decent amount of the time against the bottom open, especially against the chip leader as well.
So 10 is not your name.
Nickname.
Kanapong. Kanapong.
Yeah.
Pong or pong?
Pong.
Kanapong.
Yes.
So another 2-barrel here with 2 kings. Wants to deny equity against the lone clubs out there. Pablo Silver, no club to back his hand up. He's out.
Does get out of the way. Not an easy fold to find, big blind v button. Remains disciplined. Very easy to fall into the trap of this chip leader just trying to push me around with 16 left. Great Dane, Madrid main event champion, final tabled the main event in Cyprus just 8 weeks back. Yeah, with 4.4 million, second in chips, with 16 left. Opening event.
King Jack here for Sam Grafton. Same hand, same stack.
Same suits.
Same suits. A little bit of a size up here, basically because Kanapong Tanachuko's got a short stack in the big blind, so you don't want to give him incentive. Does change things a little bit for Sam Grafton, I imagine. Is thinking about it. Feels like all options on the table here for Grafton is going to be aggressive.
Yeah, it's a nice hand to do it with, right?
How annoying is this ace-9? One of the best hands you can get off of this stack size is a raise and a 3-bet in front of you. Just kind of analyzing the situation. 2 big stacks going for it. Kind of screams polarized to me, like when the player 3-bets the other big stack with you know, 4 million each. So ace-9 is actually not faring too bad. Problem is sometimes when you call, you give the original raiser a decent price to come along as well, or it'd be 375 more, just to close it with random cards that are decent. So then you have to kind of win a 3-way, and that's even tougher.
Is the dead money a consideration here for 10?
Yes, but it's not, that's what I was saying, it's not exactly dead. Because Henrik, if he's holding like 10-9 suited, probably is going to fold for 375 more, closing it. So If it was like, oh, for sure, it's dead chips because 3-bet is larger or something like this, then yes, I would say it's because you want to get heads up when you can, especially with a hand like Ace-9 offsuit. You can easily be in trouble. Looks like he's out.
Yeah, really pained by that decision. See, it was a genuine tank. A lot of considerations. Squiddy getting one through.
Yeah, I feel like Grafton knows he got away with something there because he was in bad trouble there with the King Jack dead.
Laying down the law, saying, hey, I'm on home turf. These are my grounds. His neck of the woods. This music sounds like the start of like an action video game. Like, you know when you're waiting in the lobby, play like Modern Warfare or whatever it is, you know.
So you feel like some blood is coming, some all-ins, some clashes.
Makes sense. Had our fair share of clashes already over the last couple of days. To 6,000 viewers now.
What about Titan Chu? He's up front. 5 big blinds, Ace X. Kind of feels like you got to go with it.
Yeah, it's going to be in the big blind, and the next hand would be forced to put in 2/5 of his stack.
Ace-9 of clubs. Of course, it's troublesome to be up against an all-in player from up front and multiple players that act behind you. But it's a 5 big blind jam, which is rather desperate, and Ace-9 of clubs performs pretty decent here. See if he can figure this one and continue. Be in great position to knock out Tai Tin Chu of Vietnam.
Ogman does have to worry about the covering stacks behind. Let's see. Let's look up at the clock.
20.
There you go. Whatever.
Does he have a call here and fold to jams, or does he just do the jamming or folding himself?
I don't think so. Looks like he's going to be out. I feel like you would just reshove in this spot, since the 400k is so much of your 1.3 million chip stack. Drew now, King 5 offsuit. He's out. A couple more players for Titan True to get this one through. Everyone with such a marginal spot, like,
yeah,
I want to play the hand, but not for this price. Could you perhaps be 1 big blind less is what they're thinking. There's an overlay for Lucas Greenwood. His small blind committed, big blind ante. Looks like he's touching those black chips. They're going straight in there. Brewer gets to close the action. Does he continue with 9-8 suited?
Seeing some marginal holdings folded in front. We all know what Drew Gonzalez is rooting for. It's the elimination of Titan Chu so he can secure his career best cash as Brewer tags along for the three-way affair. Note the equities, Randy. I mean, it's about as evenly split as it can get 3 ways.
Yeah, pretty rare. No limit hold'em. Titan Chu looking for an ace to just seal this one up. Get it full triple up to 1.28. That board just smashes multiple players.
How about that for a flop? Dry side pot, bless you.
Bless him.
Ponikovs. What does Greenwood do here? Doesn't want to give Brewer a free card, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. You got to keep in mind ranges for Brewer are very defined, more defined with just the smooth call there. If Brewer had a big hand, he would reshove and try to kick out Lucas Greenwood. So if he gets to continue here, which he does, he might actually put Brewer more on these Broadway type holdings like 1 pair, especially with the snap call. He might kind of discount some 2 pairs from time to time. Turn is a full house. This is actually a really interesting card for the King 10. Does he maybe check to try to let his opponent catch up? You holding the king as well means, in general, your opponent's more likely holding the jack. And that hand might not want to call multi-barrel.
And with less than pot behind, do we just give Brewer a free card? The answer is no. 325,000 announced.
He obviously is getting a great price since this 9/8 suited. A little bit of a problem in the sense that if the queen drops off, of course, that brings a 4-liner, which is not what you want to be holding the bottom end of it. Could be up against full houses and ace. It looks like he will continue just because of the price. So perfect bet here from Lucas Greenwood to get this hand drawing dead to continue.
Yeah, 7 or a diamond is just going to be showers for Brewer. And fortunately for Chris, he bricks out on the river.
Actually, a really bad card for Lucas Greenwood normally, as if you're up against a king himself, well, they got there to chop it up. There is a side pot to play for, so it may come into consideration that if he can induce some bluffs or not.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, we've spoken about the run good for Brewer. This is a form of run good here, Randy. Bricking, throwing dead on the turn. Brewer going to get out of the way once Greenwood inevitably announces himself, which means that our Vietnamese players, Triton is going to be heading home in 16th.
This worked out so misfortunately.
No, Brewer.
Look at that.
It worked out so fortunately.
Do you see it, Chris? It's full house.
Probably should have followed the Tom.
How about I didn't want to get there because you would have had me.
Hindsight. GG's, Mr. Tai Tin Chu, and with that, everyone now guaranteed 60,700 for their efforts.
Be cursed by touching.
Yeah, good game to our Vietnamese player. You know, it's nice to see them kind of come out to the future stops outside Vietnam and willing to splash and challenge these extremely strong pros.
Of diamonds. I probably should have folded the Tom though. I really thought you filled up. But I don't know. I don't know if I can fold with the flush draw.
Some seriously short stacks. And the next Drew Gonzalez on 7 bigs. KT 5 bigs. And a bit of a jump to Bruno Volkmann in 13th with 16 bigs. He's obviously a bit of a safety buffer, but work to do.
Should get proper cards on a proper flop. Action
Things
right away.
deepen here.
Drew's got to make a stance soon. 10-9 of clubs. High equity.
Whatever.
Two blinds to go. One blind down. Big blind. David Yan picks up ace queen suited, and he's going to put Drew Gonzalez at risk here.
Cards on their backs. Drew Gonzalez, the player, all in at risk.
Yeah, you're fine.
Do you bet on Drew in this spot?
Well played, Brandon. Bravo. I do indeed. See if the dream
Clubs versus ace queen.
can continue. He's loving it regardless. He knows he's free rolling. From here on out, would love to see the storyline continue. Jan has other plans as we head to the Queen 9-8 board. Pair for both. Drew looking for a jack, 10 or a 9.
I'm going to use it, okay? One time.
0.3 million. He's got to use his one time, and well.
Okay, we got one more shot at it.
4 diamonds, reducing his outs to 6 as Jan picks up a flush draw and the 7 of hearts, completes the run out. The one time not coming in for Drew in this spot. but surely
Yeah,
so
this-
just
oh,
loved
come on.
every moment of the experience he's had so far at his first Triton event.
Nice
Cashing
playing with you guys. Cheers.
60,700, coming 15th in his debut event. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him later on in the series.
Well, guaranteed. You said he's going to play multiple. He's got 2 other suits. This one, profitable suit for sure. Nicely done. Good kickoff.
Profiting 35,700 in this.
Like the GG spirit.
No.
Was there a chance to play differently?
But does it count? Like, so he used his one time, but it didn't come in. So does that get renewed?
No, it's safe to say that he never will have a one time because it doesn't work. He's just no. He doesn't get another chance.
Okay, well there you hear it from Randy Lou. Chip Cans brought to you by GG Poker. Lucas Greenwood and JNT leading the pack here. The drop off then to Ponakov's and Jan comfortably middle of the pack, but covered by 3 of his table mates, Brewer and Volkman. Healthy, but work to do. 40-minute clock closing in on the final table bubble, where as always we expect pace of play to slow down. Just waiting for a player to be brought on over from the red feature table. And it looks like it's going to be the tournament chip leader, Manuel Zapf, being brought over with 85 bigs, 6.8 million.
Yeah, that's always scary when you're like the Lucas Greenwood. You know, you're just thinking that, well, I'm going to be tournament table captain at this table, but then now you got Michael Zapf here. Well, not Michael, Manuel Zapf, who's just can threaten you, can take you out at any second, right before we even get to the final table. So needs to play a bit cautious, depending on the positions, of course.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal seat draw in terms of player to be brought over. I mean,
flop's pretty neutral. I don't know.
Flop's only good if I know what the code is.
Yeah.
Like king 2-2 is much better.
Yeah, you know what, we'll fuck
race
60-40 on the flop.
he's king of diamonds. Ponakov's going to fold all the way around to Volkman.
Yeah, I jam on you.
Yeah,
If I jam on you, that's so fucking sad.
Probably one of the worst hands.
No, not my hand. I'm just saying, you know, King 10, you get jammed on there, you're just like, I guess I'm out, but call.
No, I'm like, I hope I'm dropped.
Well, yeah.
You show like, you know, what, you want to just call like a king on the river with like half board left.
One combo of Jack 10 was possible, no?
Yeah.
So.
A few Triton OGs in the field and a few newcomers. The OG side, Hecklin, Grafton, JNT, Ponakovs, Giatli, Jan, Brewer. The newcomers, Pablo Brito Silva, Manuel Zapf.
Well, Pablo's been to a Triton before.
Define OG, Randy.
Oh, I thought you meant Triton. Never mind, never mind. Define this hand.
Playable.
How about all of it?
All you can eat with the blinds going up.
Oh, I said Jack 10.
It's a red.
I forgot there was King 10 Jack.
Seems like a little peak there with the Ace King. Letting people know that his jams can be rather strong still with this 14 big blind.
162 runners in this one.
There was a confidence in this decision.
897 for first. As always, I highly recommend downloading the Triton Poker Plus app whilst watching the stream. You can see what's going on out in event number 2. 25k 7 max, all of your favorite poker players. You can sweat along every hand they play. You can take notes as well as
Your favorite
check in
player
the
will tell
payouts.
you played perfectly.
Players that reach the final table will be guaranteed 91k. We're currently guaranteed 60,700 for their efforts. We are on a 6k ladder between 14th and 13th. And for the 6,000 of you watching over on YouTube, I do appreciate all of you getting involved in the conversation, keeping myself and Randy company. Up to 171,000 subscribers now. Would love to get up to 180 by the end of the series. So if you haven't already, click that subscribe button. We have a ton of cash game content yet to be released. That will be releasing after the series. Some nosebleed stakes with some of your favorite players.
Never mind, zero mistakes.
And for those of you that haven't clicked the like button, you guys know what to do. Manuel does not want to river queens and fours. J&T looks to get there eventually in the form of a queen, jack, 10 or 7.
So Manuel bets half the pot here. He feels that J&T, if he had a 9 or 8, would just bet by now. So the 4 is rather vulnerable. Does get paid off by worse. And I imagine Emmanuel is going to check back the river unimproved.
He is one of the true randos.
That guy's never not been
Does brick out.
J&T remains unimproved, just jack high.
He's waiting for this.
Checks it on over. Manuel happy to take his showdown. Is going to get to show the winner with queen 4. Crosses the 7 million chip mark. Continues to do
Sounds brutal though.
the same over here at the blue. He was over on the red feature table. The rich get richer. Be quite the story. First ever Triton event. To go 1 for 1 and then I assume retire from Triton. You know, just
He doesn't play the next tournament. He's like, well, spend all my run good in one.
I have so much respect for the true grinders. Like I can't, like what Lena does. Like I just can't do it.
He's not playing that much
No,
anymore.
I know, but like even when he did, I was like, I'll play like 2 days in a row, and I'm like, oh my god, like race.
Manuel, king, queen, clear chip leader. Imagine he would want to kind of get involved here. It is going to open from a solid stack of 3.5, not 35 big blinds, 3.5 million.
775.
Yeah, I like this play a lot of king, queen. You've got the blockers, 2 hands that can kind of put resistance against you. You know, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen. That stack size from under the gun doesn't really want to mess with you, especially because he's got you covered and Lucas is in a very comfy position. Really just a world-class 3-bet here from our newcomer.
This is precisely what we were touching on the break desk, right? About this final 2 tables opportunity to see who's going to get after it.
Well, Lucas hasn't given up yet, and he's aware of the situation, how there should be a lot of pressure applied to him. Ace-9 of hearts it's a tough hand to call a 3-bet with, though. It doesn't really play that well. But was he contemplating like a 4-bet potentially? Well, he's going to lay it down.
Certainly thinking things through, but does eventually opts to fold as well extends his lead at the top up to 7.5 million. Closest to him is none other than Sam Grafton. Second in chips with 5 million, then a significant drop off to Henrik Hecklin in third with 37. It's getting a bit cagey in the middle.
Yeah, it's a tight cluster there, right? It's only Manuel and Sam Grafton who've got a bit of a stranglehold regardless. King Queen, Kiat Lee versus Henrik Hecklin. Calls the 3-bet out of position because it was another good price for him. Re-raised to 480k.
Yeah, less than 2.5x from Double H as he gets out flopped on the king high board. Kiat Lee up in top pair. 1.2 million in the middle. Really awkward stack to pot ratio, Randy.
Ace Queen does still c-bet this board texture a lot, especially with shallow stacks. You're going to see the big hands push it in pre-flop. You've got a little bit of a block or two to King Queen. However, in this instance, he does have King Queen. Really, the only card Kiat is worried about is an ace. Like the slow play, expecting multi-barrels a lot of time too on the king high texture. Not too bad.
That's Hecklin drawing dead. One card to come. But now, of course, decent showdown. That smallish 3-bet pre-Randy does mean that Lee can still have some, you know, queen jacks, jack tens, maybe some weaker ace-x with backdoor rainbow completing on the turn.
I'd probably discount those backdoor ones a bit in this situation, given how shallow they are and where they are in the tournament. Does check through. Kiat's got a bit of an interesting decision on how to size this. Perhaps he goes small and just try to get crying calls out of Jack X, that 3-bet him, check back turn. I do like this check. It's really hard for Kiat to represent a bluff by betting here if no flush draw present. He might not even be calling 3-bets out of position of like the suited connectors that are in between the 9 and the 5. So by checking, he kind of extract value from some bet check bet lines. You know, of course, if his opponent's got King X, he's going to lose all the chips anyways, or gain them if it's the worst king. I don't think he thinks this ace queen is ever good though. Bam. Snap him off.
Kiat Lee snapping the all-in jam from Hecklin on the river, and Randy, he's up to 4.7 million. Malaysian contingent, one of the few from the Malaysian contingent without a Triton trophy.
But he really played that hand expertly. It's that river check that not a lot of people... Some people just think, well, my opponent's going to check back some hands like Jack X and 9X. I don't want those hands to get away. Maybe I put a little blocker to get those ones to call. But rather, the check has presented himself a situation to get the full double where his opponent tries to attack and try to represent like a slow played ace-king on the turn there. Really nicely done from Kiat Lee.
Yeah, you kind of called it as well with his precise hand. One of the biggest hands of the tournament so far. 14 players left.
Yeah, and with that last pot, Kiat Lee moves up to third position, which third has a sizable lead on fourth position by 13 blinds, so he can definitely activate at a much higher frequency and look to chip up even more and try to close the gap between him and the chip lead. A little bit of a tank here. Perhaps some decision here for Oliver Patel.
Yeah, a couple of mystery hands, Randy. For the graphics to catch up, Lee with the 2.5x open. The energy, the body language, they feel like genuine decisions. I don't think he's just going to waste a time extension.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You don't really waste a time extension if it's not something you're willing to commit chips if, or if it's close. He's got kind of an awkward stack size, it seems. 2.4 million. We'll put in 3-bet.
This is a fun one to sweat should there be further action. KT just staying so disciplined. We're never going to find out. OTB taking it down with the 3-bet to 2.9 million. Bang on average, 29 bigs. Some of the newcomers getting the better of the OGs as things stand.
Kyatley depositing 200k in chips, hopefully getting back more. Kanapong Tanarachukwu has really been snug. He's down to 2 blinds, a small blind in there. Decides that it's better for him to take a full round of free hands before the big blind comes back around.
Yeah, I mean, 10 will put money in the middle if he deems it plus EV, right? He's not the guy that's trying to secure that 6K ladder or a 15K ladder. Like he's here to win. He wants the trophy. One of the Thai superstars. Bit of a celebrity. Talking of celebrities and superstars, one of our proud sponsors, Les A Club, housing one of the most finest Georgian properties in Mayfair, London, offers their members and their guests a service of impeccable quality. The club welcomes players from around the world who are seeking the ultimate gaming experience with luxury facilities, including exquisite private rooms and world-class fine dining. As A memberships opens the door to incomparable benefits. We had the pleasure of venturing down there the other day. Found out that King Henry VIII, 400 years ago, used to hunt deer, shoot deer from one of the balconies. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So stood on the same balcony.
It's pretty cool. Don't know too much about your kings and queens, but you know. Oh, it sounds cool. 2 10s, 2 jacks. Henrik looking to get some chips back up for him.
Yeah, and in great shape to do so because OTB is not going to be folding. Couple of 10s.
So Kanapong's actually thinking about this because there's a high chance he gets a nice overlay here from under the gun and the big blind and the big blind ante.
Yeah.
Given its, you know, raise rejam. But obviously a terrible spot if he does get it in.
It's absolutely cooked in terms of these 2 holdings. He does let it go. Just a blind and a half.
Like 1,565.
We're going to ask for a count. Doesn't love it. Probably knows he's flipping at best. Sometimes Hecklin has 9s.
10 seems too strong to be thrown in the muck here. It is rather early positions, right? Under gun and under gun +1. So that's the big concern here, but it's just too strong. He also a slight favor against the unpaired.
Yeah, right? Cause 3-way. I have jack. I have 1 jack. Jack 8, diamond.
Good news.
5 cards to come.
Wow.
Hecklin, the player at risk with the best of it, looking to get right back in the mix. He can hold here. Just needs to fade the 2 outer Two tens left in the deck for Oliver. Doesn't find it. It's the king of spades, completes the run out. And with that, Kecklin back up to whereabouts he found himself before doubling up. Kiat Lee just a few hands ago. Average stack 29 big blinds. KT the short stack with just 1.5 bigs. Randy, lay me a price on KT winning this tournament.
Yeah, just spin that little roulette wheel he usually wears and just let me know what number lands on. You can get those odds.
100 squared.
100 squared. still can't remember what the number is. 10,000 you said, or 100,000?
One of those numbers.
It's close.
All right, math is tough in the booth. So with that, Henrik back up to 6.
How much do you have, sorry?
At 1.1.
Thank you so much.
Grafton's been maintaining his stack and going upwards
Yeah, he's
slightly.
just been grinding, man. He loves it.
Couple sevens. So actually opting for a 3.25x open here must mean that the big blind is rather short and trying to disincentivize those guys to continue. King 8 offsuit is going to continue from Kanapong. Feels like there's dead money, like I mentioned before, from the blinds and the big blind ante.
Yeah, loves it. 2 overs.
How much is this? 200?
Cards are live. Is that Squiddy with the prepay? Pulling out all the tricks.
Not exactly like pre-play because he's put in 325 pre-play. He just wants to kind of take back what is Kanapong does
Good
not
ROI
have.
for you. Yeah. Wow.
Not on that board, but that king
Yes, 10 is good.
wrapped around the queen jack. Says he'll take a 10.
Now 10
Needs
not
a
good.
king
Just
or
king.
an 8 to stay alive. Going to
Good
the
luck,
river
guys.
as the ace of diamonds completes the run out, and with that, gonna lose KT in 14th after being so patient, trying his best, try and fight his way back into this, but ultimately had to go with the king 8 and come up short.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Kanapong is back at our stop, right? Took a break from the last one, cashes his first event, and we know he's playing all of the big ones that's coming up later this week. Back to our blue featured table. Tournament chip leader seems to continually increase his stack and is applying the pressure he's supposed to of King 7 of spades up front. David Yan, Ace Jack. Just under 20 blinds on the dealer button. He knows the chip leader is raising wide. And David Yan's actually kind of one of those guys who isn't shy of just reshoving on big stacks, and if it happens to be his time, so be it, but he likes to chip up and not skip these kind of spots, and chip up we go.
Especially against the tournament chip leader. He knows he's going to be wider than most from under the gun.
But yeah, I really like that area. I've been in Belarus as well for poker trip once. I liked it there as well.
I never been there though. In Belarus. In Minsk, you mean?
Yeah.
So what's happening here, Henry? I see some red time cards being
wouldn't go there
thrown
now.
out.
No, that was before, obviously. That was like right the last thing we could do. Like COVID was already a thing. It was like in the news, but you didn't
I think
really
you
like.
throw one of them out
it's
and you
gonna go
force your
away,
opponent to check.
Like, that stage, and then we
Flop
went
or turn.
to
You get
Minsk
to see
for the last trip.
a
like
free turn or free river. No, honest,
That's a serious question, mate.
Yeah, and you're just
Wouldn't go
throwing
there
us
now
under the bus. Don't have the answer. They've been introduced here in London.
Well, it seems like everyone got two of these.
5 seconds.
Yeah, so I'm just finding out from producer James that entering semi-bubbles, given that with 13 left, closing in on the money bubble, sorry, the final table bubble. Players get 2 times 10-second time banks. Shot clock will be 10 seconds pre in unopened pots to prevent stalling. It will revert back to normal once
maybe other table is stalling, so that's why
the FT. So just making sure that there's no unfair advantages.
what they said, they usually add them approximately half table before redraw, like before final table.
Raise 475,000.
But I think it's a pretty cool concept to kind of, you know, wait, hold on, who cares about that? 2 kings for the chip leader against David Yan's 2 queens.
I mean, this just has to be Showers Yan, 9th in chips with 24 bigs. After getting that 3-bet through.
5 seconds.
Red or blue?
No, blue one. So you no longer have to.
1, 2, 5 in the middle. Couple of black cowboys for the chip leader.
All in.
Does
All
just jam, and Brewer's going to get out of the way. And won't be going anywhere. Just going to take a few seconds to see if anyone busts. Makes the call and gets shown the bad news for his tournament life. If Manuel can hold here, going to be up to over 10 million chips, Randy. Be an overwhelming chip lead with 12 left. Still 5 cards to come, not over yet. Comes 8-7-7, no backdoors for Jans. 2 outs twice. Looking for a lady. And a lady only for David Yan. Doesn't find it, Randy, and with that, we are down to 12 players, and perhaps more importantly, as we set this final table up, runaway chip leader with 12 left in the Triton. First time
might be a triple off.
Manuel Zapf eliminating the GG qualifier. David Yan heading home in 13th. Walk away with 66,800, and again, find ourselves on a page up now between 12th and 11th.
Yep.
Absolute run.
Thank you.
Okay, so some people in the chat
What a
asking us
vacuum
to
cleaner.
reiterate once again, Randy. So just to confirm, those red ones
That's what
get
they
thrown
see
in
last 1.5 hours.
when it's unopened. So it's 10 seconds in an unopened pot to prevent stalling. So everyone gets 2 of those red time bank chips, and it gives them an additional 10 seconds to prevent stalling and making sure that it remains fair across the 2 tables. But once the pot's been opened, it goes back to the normal time extension chips, and the
Then you roll back like
clock
on
returns
GG.
to its normal
Can I buy some time
30
banks?
seconds.
Raise 225,000.
So for example, Greenwood had 10 seconds, whereas Brewer has 30 seconds now that it's been opened.
Right, because the decision is more complicated when there's a raise in front of you.
Yeah, you know, they're trying out new things, taking on some feedback from some of the, you know, the VIPs and whatnot in the past.
Raise 1.2 million. Fold.
Brewer, stand corrected.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
With the 3-bet. Gets it done. Nice little pick up there for Brewer. Up to 19 bigs.
You should have used 1 before opening. Maybe it will change your decision.
No, I should have just opened to 200. It's crazy. tricky because you guys are all deep. But you guys
Not really deep.
No, I know, but whatever. Deep enough that for like you reshoving on me happens like almost never, you know?
Yeah.
A little big hand.
I don't know. It also just like you could do the thing like it doesn't matter. Like it's like what 2.2x 2 min ways. It's like
Table. Danny, so saying the deal is deal calls. You're saying the deal is Solvis. I got Solvis by the deals.
Wow. Chip leader again. Finding a playable hand. This time on the button. Big slick. J&T opening from the cutoff.
575.
It's just felt like sometimes since your tournament, there's still a lot of work to be done. Really setting himself up nicely for a big cash here. His first ever Triton series.
No.
10.6 million shows it to JNT.
Show. One time.
King queen.
En four.
JNT just live.
Sure.
King queen.
That's not King Queen, J&T. It was King 8.
No way.
I don't like to fold this hand.
Ponakov's a non-believer. Snap hitting him with the no way. He's played enough. JNT. No, he's not folding King Queen there. We just heard in the background players returning from break of event number 2. Once again, if you haven't already, can sweat that one along over on the Triton Poker Plus app. I tell you that Seth Davies leading the field in that one.
935.
85 runners so far.
Hold on. 2 kings.
Oh, is this deja vu?
So he had kings,
400.
ace king, and kings. Like in one orbit. Less than orbit to be exact.
Was it in back-to-back-to-back hands?
I believe it was back-to-back-to-back. And he stacked David Yan in one of them. And I'm pretty sure it was king 8 of clubs as well.
For JNT in the previous hand, yeah. That is wild.
Look, Manuel is playing great, and his confidence got to be like skyrocketed with picking up some of these hands at the key time right now.
Running well, playing well. Main feature table, everything working out for that man so far. That's almost double what second in chips has. Sam Grafton in second with 58 bigs. Manuel 111. JNT's turn to pick up some cowboys.
5 seconds.
Is it that easy to get 2 kings?
Apparently so. Being dished out here for fun.
Is it that easy to get 2 aces? Because JNT has got 1 foot out the door with these holdings.
Oh, disgusting setup, Randy.
Oh,
Deep.
wow, the slow play of 2 aces.
Into day 1, is this potentially going to cost Greenwood the double?
This could actually get Volkman in trouble as he's getting the right price to kind of continue with his 5 big blind stack.
5 seconds.
Greenwood trapping with the aces on the button. And JNT, little does he know, wants to see an ace-high flop. Potentially save him his entire stack. That is not an ace-high board, Randy. That, to me, looks like an exit for JNT. 10-6-5, couple of clubs. 8-2-5 in the middle, 2.4 behind.
Yeah, it's obviously 1 king down, and kings are smothered by the ace of clubs. It's just a really bad scenario. I wonder if Lucas Greenwood just calls here, or does he raise this flop, though? Both plays seem pretty nice.
Yeah, I think against the smaller sizing, perhaps we raise.
Then again, he might want his opponent to just catch up with a no pair type holding. Looks like he is cutting extra chips though, does pop it up. And J&T is going to feel so confident about his 2 kings on this board texture. Does he jam? Does he call?
Feels like one of those ones where
makes the call.
Vinay does make the call. 1.8 in the middle, going to a turn.
Yeah, there are situations in turn cards where maybe he does get saved, of course, the ace, and maybe he takes the lead of the king, the 1-out king. But, you know, 10 would be troublesome.
Wow.
Blank.
5 of spades bearing the board. 1.8 million in the middle. The trapper become the trappee, J&T. What it feels like he really has Lucas drawing thin here.
There's actually a lot of reason for Greenwood to strongly consider small bet with this stack to pot ratio. 1 card to go. He knows that 10x is pretty much drawing to a lone 10.
5 seconds.
Of course, still wants to charge enough against the club draws out there, but holding ace of clubs is nice, reducing outs against that.
500 again?
I would think around the quarter to third pot, it would make a lot of sense. Gee, what's he going? Is he going like third, slightly above? 7 something?
It's like 750.
750.
Does J&T announce himself now, Randy?
Bet 750.
At this point, he's only got 1.15. Does call. I believe J&T feels like he's trapping, and you know he's got a hammerlock, of course, against the 10x. But one more chance to find a card to save him, mainly the ace or the king. Not that one.
Oh, all the obvious draws bricking. Looking likely to be showers for J&T as he checks on over to Greenwood again. Plenty of value to be had, of course. SPR around 0.3. Looks like the chips are going to finally work their way into the middle, Randy. The long way to get there.
All in.
Across 3 streets. Unless J&T. Wow. Snap calls. And of course, gets shown just how disgusting the setup was, and that he was always destined to be going home in 12th.
You were not sure when he gets snap called.
Good.
Yes, I know. Oh my god. I'm just.
I thought he had questions.
Yeah, me too.
Bien joué.
I was like, sorry.
How about that? Randy Lucas Greenwood scooping a 6 million chip pot.
I mean, if I didn't stack
To 3rd in chips now.
if I like did the flat for you.
Nipping at the heels of Sam Grafton. 11 players left. Average stack of 37 bigs with only 4 players with more than average. Shortest stack is Bruno Volkmann with just 4 bigs.
And then I was like, you just said you folded king queen. The other 3 bets.
I think he might needle.
Yeah. No, man.
You might not
Kind of.
fold king queen suited.
Yeah, no.
There is a chance.
I know. I don't think it really, again. Just get lucky. We think we're out here like playing like some high level poker and just coolering people. Aces, always kings, well, but
It's your first tournament in a while, right?
yes, it's my first Triton since Sochi.
Since what?
Sochi.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
It's on me? Or
Sorry, okay. Yeah.
Greenwood still with a pond of chips in front of him.
Yeah, he needs a
crane, mate.
A digger or whatever to scoop those chips up for him.
Volkmann happy to run it.
I mean, he's down to 4 blinds, 10-6.
Manuel's like, wow, surely I can't fold here.
It's 410.
One invested, 410 total. There is some, you know, some weirdness keeping Bruno in. He gets to lean into some of the middling stacks, but
You just got too much of a hand, and you put in a big blind ante. You got to just pay this one off.
Hoffman all in at risk with the best of it. 58% of the time he's going to double up to 920,000. Will still be the shortest stack in the field, but at least have a bit of a lifeline.
I was sure I'm gonna post the smallest one.
Queen 10-9, both players flopping a pair. Couple of diamonds, some running straight cards. Also an out for the German. It's the Jack of Hearts on the turn. Bring some chop outs now. You heard Brewer saying chop it up. King or an 8 would chop it. It's the Queen of Diamonds. Faulkman trips up. Doubles up, Randy. 920k, still the shortest stack. 11 of 11. But a bit of a lifeline for the Brazilian as we head into a scheduled break. 11 players remain here in event number 1. 25k GGMillions live edition. Chip Count brought to you by betacr.eu. It's been all Manuel Zap, Randy, just picking up cards, running well, playing well. 106 bigs, leading the field with 897k up top. One of the sickest coolers, of course, the aces against kings. JNT bowing out just before break in 12th with just a setup against Greenwood.
Yeah, a big setup for him. And we've had a lot of recent setups too, right? Zap took out David Yan with the kings versus queens. It is that point of the tournament where there's a huge chip leader, lots of short stacks that want to hang in there, try to get into the final table, or pay jumps are just escalating with each subsequent bust out.
Really are. 77k guaranteed. 11 players remain out of the total field size of 162. We're playing down to a winner today where the eventual champion will be going home with $897,000 for their efforts. Don't go too far. When we come back, Ali will be jumping in alongside Randy to work us down to that final table, and we'll see you guys on the flip side of this short break.
GG Poker.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop. No way.
Do you know the difference between a chip EV strategy versus an ICM strategy? In a poker tournament, survival is key. For example, in this situation, if the button is trying to win as many chips as possible, they should open about 49% of hands. However, if this were on the bubble of a tournament, they should only open about 43% of hands. And this is because surviving into the bubble is important. At GTO Wizard, you have access to tons of free theory articles, as well as ranges that you can use to study the optimal strategy in MTTs. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new betacr.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets betacr.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
See if Volkmann wants to just bulldoze his way to victory in this one. It's an awkward one. Having diamonds on a heart spade diamond board and then a heart rolling off. Ponokovs can certainly have hands like ace jack, king jack of hearts.
Yeah, definitely a wide variety of hands that would seem to want to continue, and beyond continue, they're going to want to pile chips into this pot as a lovely 6 of hearts rolls off on the river. Alex just praying that he's up against a flush in this spot with 6s full.
Yeah, obviously not to state the obvious. Fantastic river for Ponokovs. I'm curious to see against the turn check whether he goes for like the bet in juice, like the bet 3-bet. Just get Volkmann to spaz with, you know, a big heart. Shouldn't have too many offsuit combos, but maybe a hand like king jack, or just induce in the form of checking on over to Volkmann. But hey, I've got to the river with 7s, 8s, 9s, ace jack, some ace high that is going to struggle against the big bet.
Ponokovs baiting Volkmann. Believe that was a time bank utilized.
If there's ever, it's so funny how bias works in poker, but if there's ever a nation or a flag that you want to just induce, man, the Brazilians are just some of the most aggressive, and it's what makes them so tough to play against. It's what makes them some of the best. But it does feel like the frequencies and the heat down in that part of the world is a bit hotter than other destinations. So fun to watch.
All in.
And Volkmann, obviously.
So not fun to hear as the 350K is incinerated.
I love it.
So does Ponokovs as he picks up a mighty pot there. 100 for that 27th place finish. Up top, of course, at 897,000. A 6 suited now for Straver. And he's going to jam his remaining 480,000, 12 bigs.
It's like 5. 480. All in. All in.
And over the top of him comes Ponokovs with the 2 10s. Easy release for Flink, and Alex can well afford to spin this wheel. Happy to be well in front with 68% equity and an over 1 million chip pot. Giving a look over to Johannes sympathetically, a little chuckle as well. Let's see if Straver can improve here. 3 off the top, and an aceless 9 high 2 heart board is not what Straver had in mind. Hunting an ace for the time being, and now hunting an 8 as well as the straight draw shows up. Not cause for excitement just yet. And that remains the case as GGs are issued, and yet another hopeful hits the showers here in the GG Millions Live.
GG's Stroud. Volkmann with a shovable hand. He knows for chips.
All in.
He's going to take the spot.
From the button with the ace-3. In comes 540. Eibinger, king 8, not going to be the one, but let's see how Gomez feels about the king-jack.
This is sub 11. He's going to ask for a count. I think we're going to be spinning the wheel here. Is ever a world where he doesn't opt to spin, it will be because of the ICM considerations and, of course, the fact that we're just 3 off the money. Going to be spots where he has Volkmann dominated. He does make the call, Ali, and we have ourselves a little 60-40. Just 3 off.
$1.155 million chip pot as the Spaniard looks to dispense with the Brazilian. 30 left. And the ace-queen-jack board, top pair for Volkmann. Bottom pair for Gomez and the gutter as a sweat emerges for Bruno. Clean turn. No king, no jack, no 10. That's what's on Volkmann's mind. And a clean 6 of spades will deliver the 1.1 plus his way as perhaps a thought of obrigado toward the dealer. And this concludes the extent of my Portuguese. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the GG Millions Live 25K 8 Max, where just 11 players remain, part of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. To the desk alongside Randy is yours truly, Ali Najad. And of course, Manuel Zapf is the man of the moment, the chip leader at present with 10.5 million, Randy. He's a newcomer, don't know much about him. In terms of what you've observed thus far, how have you felt about his game?
You know, I believe he's like one of those Twitch stormers, so he doesn't probably normally play this big, but obviously in a great spot. He had the chip lead for the majority of this tournament and has continued to increase the stack, and towards the end did kind of hit with the deck in some spots where he cooler David Yan out with kings or queens, but he's playing amazing. Seems very comfy what he's doing, and he can easily get this one done if he can just maintain what he's doing.
And obviously getting this one done is going to be a very handsomely rewarding proposition. $897,000 going to the ultimate winner. At present, the payout $77,000. The other thing I wanted to draw our attention to is the fact that often on the Triton Super High Roller Series, when we say the word Greenwood is second in chips, we're talking about Sam. But his brother Luke is actually the man in second right now.
Yes, and Lucas has kind of been away from the Triton scene. He came to some of the earlier stops and, you know, just hasn't been. And the last one was, I believe, the London Triton stop back at it. And he is playing amazing. And, you know, he's got a different kind of composure as his brother Sam, but equally as good.
Yeah, absolutely. High-quality player. And, of course, Squiddy rounding out the top 3. Playing on home soil, Sam Grafton, winner of that Lux on Pay Invitational. He's always a threat.
Of course he's always a threat. He's Sam Grafton, and he's a chatty guy.
All right, we're just moments away from getting back down to the action. Just 2 tables remaining, and we'll get our first look at those 2 tables as they stand. It is Zapf at the feature blue table and Grafton at the red table. So top 3 in stacks are split. Lucas Greenwood, unfortunately, second in chips, finding himself at the chip leaders table. Obviously, it's a big gap and drop-off between Luke and Manuel.
Tim's ace-king the next hand, so I got heads up.
Action here will be 5-handed, 6-handed over on the secondary feature table.
I know, and I'm still like, I remember that hand. I spent like all day. I was like, I should have folded when he check-raised me, and I was like, you know, if it's like one guy who can be bluffing there, it's lying.
What's happening?
It's on me. This whole thing is chaos. He folded out a ton. I min-raised.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes. I get no time now, right?
Yes, he's supposed to.
How much?
Now he gets 20.
You didn't.
Yes. Okay.
There we go.
All right. Looks like we've got things figured out over here. And the chip leader picking an awful time to jam over the top of the min-raise open from Brewer with these 2 6s. Ponikov's 3s will find the muck very easily. Not headed for the same place is Brewer with 2 kings. And obviously, Brewer 9th in chips coming into this pot. Doesn't have a stack all that deep. 1.6 million.
Bruno, did you fold out of turn or did you just know?
Sorry?
I said, did you fold out of turn or did you just know he had the kings?
No,
10-8 deuce board, a safe one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Ouch. This is reminding me of the Chris Brewer that wasn't running good.
Randy, that's the first thing that I thought. Maybe a king on the river? No, it's an ace instead, and you're absolutely right. There were so many occasions on which we would see Chris Brewer get showered in situations very similar to this.
Play,
Granted, at least it's a top 11 finish for him and a $77,000 payout, but a little bit of that old school Brewer run bad there.
I was like, that 6 is coming. I felt it. I was like, this guy's acting like I've doubled up way too easily.
We tried to make a misdeal.
No. Yeah, we tried doing a misdeal.
See what stuff was wheeled about that hand.
Well, didn't take long for us to go from 11 to 10 players here. First hand back from the break. Now we play 5 and 5.
First time run good or what?
I mean, that's what it looks like so far, but obviously Manuel Zaff isn't somebody who earned his way into this tournament by accident. One of these ACR Poker Stormers, as you mentioned. You see the hoodie there. Content creators, part of Phil Nagy's vision. Nagy, of course, a Triton regular at this point.
For the final table.
He must have a lot of fans in the chat right now, just
extra 6, 5.
excited to see that 6 drop off.
No question.
But really makes a statement with this chip distribution. He's got 12.4, second place, which is a big stack, only has 6 million. Something's dropping out there. Is that Chris Brewer? No,
we
right? I'm just kidding.
We were 1 hand behind them. Yeah, I think we're playing 1.
Right now, I just focus on sucking out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Five 3 offsuit, a bit dusty here, out of position against a stack bigger than you. Strong player. Does he feel like he can get a free flop, or does he just throw this in the muck? Kind of a bad small blind size, 250K versus 125 in the big, so he's getting a worse price to limp. He's out.
Yeah, all of that coming together. To allow Greenwood to get the walk. Let's get a look at Greenwood's Triton track record. He's got 569,000 plus in career Triton earnings, but it came courtesy of just a single cash as he failed to cash in his first 3 festivals, but it was right here in London, Randy, in a 25K pound buy-in 6 max. He finished second for 466,000 pounds.
So, I mean, you probably have 2 live codes.
Okay, we're gonna play hand friends. Okay?
Oh, what do you have there?
Is Ponikov's the new Patrick Antonius, by the way? Because I feel like every time I've looked up at him, he's been eating.
Put your highest chip in front.
Yeah, but he's the portion size is rather different.
Right.
You know, he's got 1/10 of it.
He did have a pretty big bowl working earlier. I don't know if you...
I did not catch a glimpse of it. Do you know what he was munching on?
Apparently it was some sort of chicken situation.
Okay.
Said he wants to get a lot of protein down.
I mean, last time you went down and kind of analyzed Patrick Antonius's food situation on
Patrick's
Instagram.
Cyprus dietary initiatives were the stuff of legend. Lucky Lamb, Double Lamb, I believe was the declaration. And all in is the declaration here from Bruno Volkmann.
Oh. You know, these 2 6s were pretty lucky for him not too long ago. In this spot, actually in dominating position.
Yeah, doing far better than he was against the 2 kings is Zapf.
Small consideration is, you know, there's multiple players behind him. Maybe it's okay to leave this short stack in there. Maybe kind of grab chips. Looks like he will get this one in, assuming no other player wakes up with a hand. All 6 is gone, by the way, in case the ace does arrive. Oh, 2 aces in the big blind.
This is insane. Ace-6, 6s, and 2 aces as Juan Pardo happily gets his chips into the middle. The side pot will be between Volkman and Zapf.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Just 300K there.
And final 6 dead in the muck.
It's a good story to lose such hand.
Pardo absolutely loving the interference. And top set for him, just needs to fade the backdoor diamonds. Pick up the 2.5 million chip side. Of course, Volkman has outflopped Zapf. Turn is clean, and
everyone survived.
River is clean as well, as I think it was all over once the deuce of spades rolled off.
Yeah, everyone did survive, didn't it? Because Bruno Volkman wins the little 300K side against Manuel.
We need one more card.
Losing 2/3 plus of his remaining chips, but living to fight on. And Pardo with the triple up and cheese there.
I mean, Volkman's got to be pretty happy to be able to survive that one. Think about it. He has to beat the 2 6s with 2 aces dead. It's pretty darn hard to do.
5-handed to have those particular holdings run into each other is something else.
You're right. He is always
You
eating.
had 775 to start. You have like 2.5 now? Yeah. Okay.
Well, you know, as a big cat,
Is
you
that
gotta keep gas in the tank.
Is that a leopard print or cheetah print?
You know, I'm no Jack Hanna, or I guess on this side of the pond, David Attenborough. But I know it's...
You know it's not a tiger. You know it's not a lion. Okay.
There you go, process of elimination. Maybe it's a jaguar.
Jaguar.
Maybe it's King Jack of Hearts, ripping it in there for 2.3.
King Jaguar of Hearts. Got it.
Oh, boy.
10-5's in. Of course.
Yeah, Volkman down to just fumes.
I know.
Needs to spin the wheel here. Got lucky with a6 against 2 6s. Unfortunately, the 2 aces won the lion's share of that pot. So he was net loser in that spot. Here he is with 30% equity for his
blocking all
tournament
straight
life here in event number 1. Jack 8 deuce, top pair for Panakovs, and a very uphill climb for Volkman. Needs a straight draw on the turn, 10 or a 5. There is the straight draw. Now suddenly a queen or 7, and he's able to spin.
7 diamonds.
Not there.
Close one. GG.
A board pairing 9 on the end will send Brazil's Bruno Volkman home with $77,000 for his efforts.
Now we draw.
And it will be time for the final table.
It's actually
a pay jump
one of the worst thing I tried here.
acquired.
This one.
Everybody insured
Everything else was way down.
91,000.
But still, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. Like it's like 6. They're not great.
Yeah.
But
Not great for sure.
One the important one with the 6s versus kings. This one was.
And there is a quick peek at how the stacks at this table look, and they will be integrated with the stacks from the secondary table, as it didn't take long for us to get to our final table here at the blinds of 50 and 125,000. Brought to you by Poker Stake. We'll bring you back to the desk, Ali and Randy. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be final table time from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here on Park Lane, and we'll chat about the layout when we return. Keep it close.
GG Poker.
Why? So many players. This is a crazy to-do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Reviewing your play and learning from your mistakes is a key part of mastering any skill. At GTO Wizard, you can upload your hand histories and compare your play against the optimal strategy. You can upload a single hand or an entire database. Sort by your biggest mistakes. Replay the hand to learn how to improve one hand at a time. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
See if Volkman wants to just bulldoze his way to victory in this one. It's an awkward one. Having diamonds on a heart spade diamond board and then a heart rolling off. Ponokovs can certainly have hands like ace jack, king jack of hearts.
Yeah, definitely a wide variety of hands that would seem to want to continue, and beyond continue, they're going to want to pile chips into this pot. As a lovely 6 of hearts rolls off on the river. Alex just praying that he's up against a flush in this spot with 6s full.
Yeah, obviously not to state the obvious. A fantastic river for Ponakov. I'm curious to see against the turn check whether he goes for like the bet induce, like the bet 3-bet. Just get Volkman to spaz with, you know, a big heart. Shouldn't have too many offsuit combos, but maybe a hand like King Jack, or just induce in the form of checking on over to Volkman. But hey, I've got to the river with 7s, 8s, 9s, ace jack. Some ace high that is going to struggle against the big bet.
Panakov's baiting Volkman. Believe that was a time bank utilized.
If there's ever, it's so funny how bias works in poker, but if there's ever a nation or a flag that you want to just induce, man, the Brazilians are just some of the most aggressive, and it's what makes them so tough to play against. It's what makes them some of the best. But it does feel like the frequencies and the heat down in that part of the world is a bit hotter than other destinations. So fun to watch.
All in.
And Volkman, obviously.
So not fun to hear as the 350k is incinerated.
I love it.
So does Panakov's as he picks up a mighty pot there. 100 for that 27th place finish. Up top, of course, at 897,000. A 6 suited now for Straver. And he's going to jam his remaining 480,000, 12 bigs.
It's like 5. 480. All in. All in.
And over the top of him comes Panakov's with the 2 10s. Easy release for Flink, and Alex can well afford to spin this wheel. Happy to be well in front with 68% equity and an over 1 million chip pot. Giving a look over to Johannes sympathetically, a little chuckle as well. Let's see if Straver can improve here. 3 off the top, and an aceless 9 high 2 heart board is not what Straver had in mind. Hunting an ace for the time being, and now hunting an 8 as well as the straight draw shows up. Not cause for excitement just yet. And that remains the case as GGs are issued, and yet another hopeful hits the showers here in the GG Millions Live.
GG's Stroud. Volkman with a shovable hand. He knows for chips.
All in.
He's going to take the spot.
From the button with the ace 3. In comes 540. Eibinger, king 8, not going to be the one, but let's see how Gomez feels about the king jack.
This is sub 11. He's going to ask for a count. I think we're going to be spinning the wheel here. Is ever a world where he doesn't opt to spin, it'll be Because of the ICM considerations, and of course, the fact that we're just 3 off the money. Going to be spots where he has Volkman dominated. He does make the call, Ali, and we have ourselves a little 60-40. Just 3 off.
$1.155 million chip pot as the Spaniard looks to dispense with the Brazilian. 30 left. And the ace, queen, jack board. Top pair for Volkman. Bottom pair for Gomez. And the gutter as a sweat emerges for Bruno. Clean turn. No king, no jack, no 10. That's what's on Volkman's mind. And a clean 6 of spades will deliver the 1.1 plus his way as perhaps a thought of obrigado toward the dealer. And this concludes the extent of my Portuguese.
It's Jeff, but the prospects of snagging a discounted Picasso from the back of a 1997 regged Citroen, you know? Ali doesn't ask questions. Just
could also be a Renault hot hatch, if I'm honest. It just feels like that's in play as well.
I'm glad we're in the same territory of car. Like, I don't know what that means about us as people, but we seem to know the precise kind of clientele we're dealing with.
And what we know is that Double J is dealing with disaster as his precise ace-queen offsuit is in a world of hurt against Manuel Zap's ace-king suited on the button. He surveys the landscape. Very deep 2 million chip stack for Zap.
Yeah, I believe 5th in chips overall at the start of the hand. And JJ gonna need some serious help from the deck in the form of hearts or one of the 3 remaining queens. Stone bubble went over in Cyprus. Is he going to start things off in similar fashion, in the most brutal way? 5 cards away from being the stone bubble, Ali.
Understanding the grim prospects. Jaffe awaiting his fate. Just a bit of a cooler. Nothing more, nothing less. As our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, comes on over. On their backs they go. As calls for the flop will bring things into focus. Oh, wow. Queen Jack 10 with 2 diamonds. Zap has the flush draw and the nuts already. A king would do the trick for Jaffe to chop. And welcome back. It is final table time here at the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Event number 1, second day, 9 players left. Everybody assured at least $90,000 and change with $897,000 at the top here in this GG Millions Live, a 25K 8 max event. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, ready to set the stage for you. The blinds will be 50 and 125,000. 9 remaining of an original field of 162. Your chip leader, a newcomer. Fresh face, Manuel Zap under the German banner, 11.5 million in front of him. Shortest stack will be Spain's Juan Pardo, who is on the fresh side as he's only joined us on one other occasion previously, but still getting his feet wet over here. Nice to be at this FT. And Randy, as you look at the remaining field, 1 through 9, Who is your pick, perhaps not up at the top, to kind of emerge and maybe capture this title?
If I'm not going to pick from one of the top 3 stacks, then I'm probably going to go straight to Henrik Hecklin. You know, he's someone who's got the experience, willing to kind of just push the chips in there in one of those no-limit main event titles as well.
Yeah, and just recognize here that it isn't just Zap and, of course, the relatively fresh-faced Pardo who are among the newcomers here, but we've got Henrik Hecklin, Oliver Bethel, who I believe this is his first ever Triton. And then you've got Pablo Silva, who's only played on one prior occasion, that being out in Vietnam. So things could get interesting, as oftentimes at an FT, everybody has a lot of reps against one another on the Triton Tour. Not going to be the case on this particular occasion. And, of course, the wrinkle with the seat draw, Randy.
Yep.
What was it? The biggest stack gets to choose last?
Pretty much, yeah. The biggest stack gets to choose last.
All right. Well, tournament director Luca Vivaldi is out there waiting to introduce the players. Let's send it down to him now.
Event number 1 in the Triton Super Early Series here in London, the GGMillions Live. With 162 entries, we are down to 9, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1, from Spain, with 2.5 million, please welcome Juan Pardo.
As mentioned before, this is Pardo's second ever appearance on the Triton Tour.
Seat number 2, from Germany, our chip leader with 12 million. Please welcome Manuel Zapf.
Zap is your chip leader, playing under the German banner, a content creator, one of the ACR Stormers. 11.5 million is good for 92 bigs.
Seat number 3, from Malaysia, with 2.8 million. Please welcome Kiat Lee.
Well, 2.8 million in chips, but 4.8 million plus in career Triton earnings across 13 caches. Still in search of his first title.
Seat number 5, from Latvia with 2.6 million. Please put your hand together for Alexei Ponyakovs.
Just shy of $3 million in career Triton earnings for Ponyakovs. Picked that up courtesy of just 5 caches.
Seat number 6, from Brazil with 3.5 million. Please welcome Pablo Silva.
Pablo's second ever Triton Tour. Vietnam Festival was his first, looking to add to the winnings from there.
In seat number 7, from the UK with 5.5 million, please welcome Sam Grafton.
Sam Grafton took down that Luxon Pay Invitational for a whopping 5 million plus, 7.5 total.
Seat number 8,
and one
from
title
Canada with 6 million, please welcome Luke Greenwood.
Part of the Dynamic Brothers Greenwood, Luke, with just north of 560,000 in earnings, a lone cash coming in London 2019.
Seat number 9, from Denmark, 3.1 million, please welcome Eric Eklund.
Over $6 million for the Triton. Two-time title winner. Picked up a main event
Last but
title
not least,
back
from
in
the
Madrid.
UK with 3 million, seat number 10, please welcome Oliver Bithell.
Bithell playing on home soil in his first ever Triton Festival and first ever Triton event. A handsome cash already tallied.
Players we just drew for the button in seat number 3. We introduce 500,000 value chips. We're gonna play hands and not time for raising the levels. Best of luck, everyone. Andrea, start, please.
50, 125, 125. $91,000, the official 9th place payout. The pay jump, almost 19K.
Until we get down to 6 players, then 5 and 4 players.
There you look at the chip counts. And one of the other things to be mindful of, Randy, is the fact that there's a fixed number of hands that will be played per level.
No, he said we always play one
As
hand.
we are at 9-handed, down to 6. It'll be 15 hands, and then 14 hands between 5 players, and 4, and then 3 players and on, we will be playing 13 hands per level.
And these are some of the things that take away from the GG Super Millions, that adding these kind of seat draw dynamics to where the chip leader gets to pick last. And I look at the seat draw now, and I notice the chip leader, Manuel Zaff, took a position away from the other 2 big stacks across from the table from Sam Grafton and Lucas Greenwood. And I think the other notable seat choice was Greenwood, who was in second, opting to take position on Grafton, who's got a big stack and is very dangerous.
As you see.
Are you a fan of that seat draw format, Randy?
I like that it kind of creates an extra wrinkle that players might fight for a little bit more chips at the very end on that final table bubble.
Sure.
It basically rewards aggressive play, which is kind of what you always want, right? You want to kind of spice up the game in any manner you can.
And Silva will spice up the first pot.
Yeah, nice play there by Silva against the chip leader.
No, board or maybe it's a different event. Maybe I did 2 final tables.
Encourage those of you streaming along at home,
just 3,
regardless of platform,
I would just treat yourself
to download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can actually stream the coverage from right there within the app, and if you're on your desktop,
I want to go to sandwich in the mouse bar on the break and then
take a look at the
it
chat.
doesn't matter to get, I don't have to
Bring
get
up the
free food, I don't
payouts,
have
bring
to
up
get
the
it.
leaders.
And it was like £11.
All at once. And if you're looking for Silva's bio, by the way, for the time being, his middle name had been registered here in London. And as such, he's got 2 different profiles, which we will be merging. But Pablo Silva, without the middle name, is where you'll find his 70,000 in career Triton earnings. Back in Vietnam, it was in this very event where he had an 18th place finish for 52,000 of it, and then a 20K mystery bounty event. He finished 25th for 17,900. Ace King here for Kiat Lee. No takers. Kiat rocking the Valentino hat, and that, of course, Randy, has me thinking about your designer fashion affinity. One which found you 50 miles outside the city of London earlier today at the outlets.
I dropped a few thousand there.
I'd love to see it.
What'd we come up with?
Yeah, fucking great.
A couple hoodies of Givenchy. Got some Balmain.
Oh, they have a Balmain?
Yeah, they do. A
I think it's
Balmain.
only right someone from UK wins it anyway, so, you know.
And did you ride the train?
One of us did.
I
It's
did.
really, really.
How long did that take?
An hour.
If we're going with the show business vibe, which
They told me I wasn't starting, so I'm like,
Don't
all right.
try. You're not here
I'm
often
gonna
enough.
try to outdo your GG hoodie
Listen,
over here.
Your tax residency is not,
not
it's
hard
not
to
the
do.
same as being a
Did I
local
succeed
boy,
at least?
I'm afraid.
I think you did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an honorary member of GG. Yeah, you finished fifth.
You are.
They still deleted
Pablo. I'm a big fan of Pablo. Pablo's that kind of guy who will attack even as kind of like this middling stack. He doesn't let the chip leader just run away with it. And sure, from time to time, he may bow out earlier than normal, but he also puts himself in a position to kind of gain chips and then, you know, maybe become a chip leader sooner than later.
I'm gonna get a full number. When you win something like this, can you send me? Usually those will say like something, oh, I'm having a hard time with
We'll raise and take it there.
You got a designer of choice, Ollie, or is it just the poker branded?
I do a lot of John Barbados.
Someone you know, like,
Okay, John Barbados. Okay.
I mean, there's something random, but
You into Montclair?
never reply, obviously.
Yeah, of course. That's my other
I
vice.
was gonna go there too.
They had an outlet?
They did. Wow. Dior home. Couldn't get into Dior. There's way too many people there.
Really?
It's like a line. Like they're trying to get to the, I don't know, the Wagyu beef line. Or I don't
To
know.
the treasure. I don't think they saw Wagyu beef at Dior, but I understand where you're going with that one.
Yes.
The delicacy.
King 5 of Hearts. There's actually quite a cluster under the top 4 stacks. They got a very similar stacks, just difference of like 4 or 5 blinds. Is going to make a defense here from Henrik.
10-4 suited. As he tussles with the chip leader and fails to improve on a 9-6 deuce board. Same story though for King 5 of Hearts, which is equally dusty.
The King 5 of Hearts does have that chip advantage that's probably going to fire at a very high frequency. We're at final tables, so while there are those hands that can kind of see that backdoor potential, they kind of dissuade from taking that option just given that your chips are so important at final tables. I'm like 10-4 suited straight into the muck.
I think it's 92.
Nice pickup there for Zap, who really has the stage set for him to cobble away, as you pointed out, Randy. The tight cluster of the middling stacks is exactly where you want to be, with a good bit of distance between yourself and the second place stack, and then preferably some real shorties. But unfortunately right now, don't really have one of those 10 BB and lower stacks
right
to help you out.
But because he's got such a big chip lead on number 2 and number 3, they are kind of handcuffed too, in the sense that they can't damage him too much. Like, he just loses half a stack. Whereas sometimes there's you got a slight chip lead on second and third, and the chip leader still has to be cautious. But we are playing 9-handed poker. Still need to respect. You know, just players looking to increase their chip stacks. King 6 of clubs on the dealer button.
Break even? Boring?
Not really break even. I'm losing because of tax. I need to get refund. Like, if I get refund, I'm break even.
You creating ITIM?
Yeah, I already have everything.
He doesn't really use the same stance that Sam Greenwood does, right? Hand on head.
Oh, yeah,
You have no tax? Like, your
Seems like every time we look up at Sam, he's got his hand on his head like he's in a blender. Hecklin, King Jack suited, decides to just flat. Let's see how Bithell responds. 5-6, rates to be unintrusive.
Do you think, like,
unfortunately, he does share the 6 with Greenwood.
But you might or might not get back.
You do see tighter plays from the big blind. It looks like he'll still come along.
For like 700k and then you get back.
I'm gonna play high events.
Yeah.
Just maybe main event, 5k, something.
I was playing up to 10k.
Kind of makes sense.
King 8-4 board
Smallest one.
hits both Hecklin and Greenwood. This is an awful spot for Luke.
Focus.
Outkicked.
Yeah, and also because you probably expect like a lot of like better kings to 3-bet you pre-flop. So, well, the ace is a really good card for Luke. He doesn't realize because
Action freezer.
Action freezer and kind of just maybe lose 1 street max. The way this hand is playing out, I don't really think a bet will come in on a turn. Might even just check through if no one improves.
Really the last card that Henrik Hecklin wanted to see, especially once the pre-flop raiser checks back on the flop. So understandable second round of knuckles in front of Greenwood. Let's see if he's going to look to rep this ace or check back and bluff catch anybody that might stick their neck out there. We've got our answer with 950 in the middle as the board pairs and rescues Greenwood. Both he and Henrik are playing the ace kicker now, courtesy of that 8.
Yeah, I really didn't expect Greenwood to be able to walk away with chips in this spot. I don't really foresee a bet incoming here. Like King X, what can he get called by? Really nothing. So just check to kind of control the pot a bit, maybe induce a small bluff from the pre-flop raiser. 6-5 offsuit, just really no business being able to continue, I imagine, unless he really wants to try to represent 8x. The only problem is that if you're wrong, it's just so detrimental to your 21 big blind stack. So I'll check through. important to note that the players see this kind of flat call from Henrik on against the dealer button King Jack suited, because it's kind of a hand where you could easily 3-bet all in as well. So it may kind of show you what direction he may be taking it pre-flop with some flats. The orange chip here, do you know the denomination of this one?
First time we're seeing it?
For me it is. It's 250k, I assume, because the black's 100. I'm not sure what else it could be. Or would it be more than 250?
Well, there was only 950 in that pot, right? So it couldn't be a 500,000 chip. 250 would be a weird denomination, though.
Can't be smaller than 100, can it? Huh. Okay.
No, there's so few of them out there.
Can't be 1,000,000, right? That'd be the odd.
No.
Just like your whole stack is 3 chips or something. I don't know. We'll find out, I'm sure. I just kind of getting like some Halloween vibes, right? The orange and the black.
Now Greenwood going to be an opener once more in the cutoff with ace-queen. Takes this one without having to chop it. As we still getting our feet wet here at this final table of the 25k GG Millions Live. 8 max, but of course at the final table, don't want to force anybody to play four-handed, so we combine at 9.
Yeah, once we play like a few more hands and increase that level, that's when the short stack are gonna really feel some pressure. But when you're sitting on 18 to 23 as the bottom 4, it's still a bit comfy. Eight, 6 of clubs for Bithel is normally a pretty reasonable hand to continue. The only thing is the big stack, the chip leader in the big blind is worrisome, as they can defend very wide or even reshove on you, and you're just going to have to just lay it down so often. So get away.
Jack deuce, so dusty. And Pardo will pardon himself right out of there. Now, earlier I mentioned that this was Pardo's second stop. I could have sworn that we saw...
I feel like it's more than one, right?
Him in Madrid.
It was Madrid, for sure, because he's Spanish.
But looking at the app, this is being listed as his first event, and he's only got one profile in there, so I'm starting to second guess myself.
No, we've seen him for sure. But it must be some kind of like a middle name thing or something going on. I will do the research for you.
But one would have thought that we'd have multiple profiles if that were the case. Nevertheless, we journey forward. And Ponikov's ace-10 does not want to play it. Randy puts it into the muck, and perhaps well served to do so, as Silva, with 2 black 7s, also just puts it right into the muck. Didn't even open it.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those awkward stack sizes, I suppose, where like you don't really want to put in more chips if there's any further action. You see it from time to time.
A6 on the button. Min-raise open from Juan. Kjot suited and connected. Invest the extra $1.25. 4 of hearts was a lovely card in the window, and coupled with another heart produces a flush draw for what is currently 7 high, up against ace high with a shared 6. 675 in the middle.
It's actually a pretty nice texture for a continuation bet on Jack 4 deuce. You know, the big blind, it's not really defending deuce and 4 too often in the final table, so really only worried about the jack or the flush draws. In this instance, he is up against the flush draw. You tend to see flush draws kind of check call a bit because you're don't really want to check raise and then your opponent jams and have to fold like very clean out. So check call, we go. Extra outs.
Yeah, gut shot straight draw, picked up by the 6-7. On the turn, the 5 would be a very delightful card for Kiat Lee's purposes. Obviously, it would give Pardo the 6-high straight.
Yeah, the 5 is also something Juan Pardo is really rooting for, so he can kind of like win all the chips against Ace X, but would obviously be a disaster, as you mentioned. Looks like Kiat Lee is contemplating a lead. He is going to take the lead here. I believe the logic here too is that his opponent's got such a shallow stack, he can't really play back at leads without having the goods. Plus, he is holding just a high card hand after all, but as high equity. Even a hand like Ace-6 here, he's got a lot of trouble continuing, given he's got 1.8 back at a final table of 9. He does see that 5 though, which would be bad news for him.
And the flush comes in for Kiat on the end here. This is 250k turn lead, got flatted, and now how much value will he seek? Unaware that he's up against a measly ace high.
The most likely hand he can extract value from is the Jack X. What size does he think will call? It's very hard for him to represent a bluff with a check call lead line, so he's actually not kind of blasting all the chips in there. He's looking for more crying calls from his opponents, like weaker Jack holdings. He probably expected to hear from like a 2-pair plus hand on the turn as well with that lead, especially with the 3-liner out there. So he strongly feels that the value he can get from is a 1-pair holding. A6 straight into muck though.
So 1 street of value on the turn for Kiat Lee. Spent the summer in Vegas along with Danny Tang, sharpening his skills in the 2-card streets. Also a short deck player, plays all the events at Triton.
Yeah, I believe they both had some final tables at that World Series, and
they sure did.
It's a warm-up for the Triton for them, you know, like a grueling full month of play, and here they are playing even bigger stakes. Ace-10 up from Bithel in the muck. Didn't like that. It's an earlier position open. He's not in late position. Jack-10 of clubs. Get rather interesting.
Chip leader. Has plenty of options available, but chooses to come with the flat.
Well, it's very likely Kiat Lee can actually get a flop here, as he's only got the big blind to worry about. I do like the call here. It's obviously, you know where you're at post-flop, set or nothing. When you hit a set, you can win a big pot with these kind of shallowish stacks.
Not sure what Panakov's is working with. As the Ace-10-3 board turns the pre-flop razor's holding into a gut shot. Zap with the pair of 10s. And Kiat with the same 5s he started with.
I believe it was an Ace-10 board, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So Queen Jack is the type of hand that could easily continuation bet here. Looks like he is. You know, you got draw to the gutter. You expect to hear from ace-X a lot pre-flop. Kick out a lot of hands. Jack 10, never comfortable here with middle pair. Actually sliding in the muck.
Well, the fact that he had two other players still left to act behind them, but both of them being out of the blind, so obviously not necessarily.
Well, just one blind. One blind was out.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was a three-way affair on the flop. But I don't know, maybe just really read that as strength to some ace-X and was like, didn't want to get involved.
Yeah, giving Hecklin some credit.
I mean, happy for Hecklin. He's happy, you know, got away with that one without too much resistance.
I like this hand for level. I can't believe anyone has not done it. Yeah, way smart.
Is what?
The hand for level?
Yeah.
Instead of minutes. Very smart. Like.
Can we do it like in the normal tournaments, like at the beginning? Just like track every table.
I think it could be too much, because obviously there's some variance where it could be there for hours, and it could not be like anyone's fault.
Yeah, true.
Pocket Queen's a lovely follow-up for Hecklin.
One dinner because there was too many
raises.
You know, because Hecklin kept check raising every flop and putting people in difficult position. You know.
Yeah, but Kiat's suggestion would have been difficult to do.
The other one has a little bit too, but.
Little deck change, Ollie.
Nothing wrong with it.
No, nothing.
So confusing. Because it started on 14. Okay, that makes sense.
So while that new deck comes into play, we take a moment to remind you that Jacob & Co. is the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. They're responsible for the incredible timepieces on your screen, which are not just about diamonds, sapphires, and rubies, but gambling-themed gear as well. A playful spirit embedded into their watches, including the Astronomia Casino piece, which has a functioning roulette wheel within. Check out Jacob & Co.'s lovely museum-caliber pieces of craftsmanship, whether you're here at our venue in their display or obviously anywhere online as well. As Oliver Thomas Bithell is going to check out a couple of kings, try them on for size. I think they'll fit just nicely.
Juan Pardo picks up ace-jack, and he's only got 1.5 million. About 12 blinds to kick things off, and it is undergun +2 open. He's in next position, so does he feel there's enough fold equity? He's going to put in the time card to try to see if is there a way he can get away from this. Bithell's pre-flop range should be a bit tighter off of 20. He is a clear short stack, though. 6 big blind deficit against Panakovs.
Uh-oh. Juan Pardo has committed a good chunk of his stack. 3-betting to 675 with this ace-jack. Bithell jamming, and that is not what Juan wanted to see. Is there a world, Randy, in which you can commit 675 of your total 1.5 and then walk away from it and leave yourself 825K back?
That would be if there was heavy action behind him. Like, so the reason you do put this half stack in there is to see if someone else comes along, you can, you know, preserve the 825. I don't think he's mathematically he shouldn't be laying this one down. Well, I guess he's just trying to walk through. He knows that his opponent isn't messing around though. So if there's any frequency of, you know, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, would be a disastrous laydown.
Would it be a straight up mistake to fold?
I would think so. Oh, he's clearly thinking about something.
He's thinking about, is he up against ace-king?
Odds-wise, I believe he's getting the right price, though. But, you know, rather close.
Excuse me?
Multiple time banks being used is...
Final table, C2.
You can really feel the pain.
C2, yeah, still water.
I'll say this, at final tables, your chips technically are worth more. So he's trying to kind of calculate the ICM factor and then see if he does lay it down. I mean, look, this guy is a master at tournament poker. So I'm not sure the exact logic of his game plan there. Or I think he had intention of calling off and then something kind of triggered him to kind of change his mind. Personally, if I had intention to kind of make this 625 and fold, I probably would have sized down just a little bit more because it's the same difference. You still got that same effect, maybe like 575. So it kind of seemed like he kind of shift gears part way in his decision. Like, oh, I'm 3-betting to call this off, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, maybe there's something I'm missing out on.
I mean, listen, obviously, just in general, zooming out and not in reference to that specific spot, it is important in poker to not go down with a sinking ship, and you do reserve the right to change your mind about things midway through a pot.
Yep.
In that specific situation, I think all of us are a bit surprised to see him willing to lay down the ace-jack, especially against a stack that has him fairly well covered. You know,
the thing is, another reason why I think he kind of changed his mind is that he actually used multiple time banks in that spot. So it wasn't like, normally when you do that, you like, oh, I'll snap call to jam all if it comes, or I snap fold the hand knowing that I'm going to fold. But the fact that he took time there kind of makes me think that he kind of changed his mind at some point in when the cards got back to him, the action. But definitely a very interesting scenario.
Well, we'll find out in short order whether or not that decision there by Juan Pardo is going to be one that he laments, which obviously, had we been able to rabbit hunt, we would have a much better sense, but could also be one that he won't regret if he manages to double up 1 or 2 times.
I'll say that it definitely changes the dynamics of this final table right now, because now we have that clear short stack of 7 blinds. Before it was like 20 blinds, 23, 24. This should handcuff the bottom of the field, and the chip leader should be attacking a lot more. Greenwood's got King 4, does have a bigger stack behind him, which is Lucas Greenwood, who chose that seat, mind you. So Lucas has actually created an opportunity where he can kind of maybe get more opportunities to steal blinds.
Still, yeah, thanks so much, mate.
We weren't there for the seat draw, cut that out of our broadcast, but in the past it was a part of our coverage, and it was kind of fascinating to watch the way that people would kind of think out loud about where they wanted to be and why.
And it's funny that this specific tournament actually gives a slight edge to the people who actually play the GG Super Millions online because they experience the seat draw. So some of these competitors do play that, I believe, like Pablo and stuff, and Juan Pardo. So they got a little bit of advantage in terms of how to choose your seat properly, whereas some of the OGs of Triton, they might have never played in, I believe, like Webster, when he did win it, he was like, whatever, I'll just take the seat I was getting. But he did win it. But, you know, it's a cool wrinkle. I like to see, like, these kind of things and how the players react and approach it regardless. We got a BVB spot with Dust.
Limped pre, checked post. Better card for Greenwood on the turn, obviously. 10 high, already the best hand.
There has been some weakness in front of Hecklin, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Greenwood is the unpaired holding right now. He could easily be showing up with some King X, something that just won't lay down. So check through we go, ace on the river. Does 10 high have enough showdown value? It does have a reasonable amount. I don't fault this check. It's good. I like it.
Yeah, and Hecklin content to knuckle all the way down. Hoping maybe he's playing the board along with Greenwood, but not the case. As you get a good look there at the black Triton wristband being worn by Greenwood.
Well, what is the wristband?
The venue has very secure access both to the actual hall in which we're playing, but then also into the sub area in which the Triton events are taking place. Obviously the parallel GG World Series of Poker Circuit event taking place as well, and that wristband just allows the players to tap and then be authenticated. Their profiles are linked to a little RFID chip in there, and that way we make sure that the area stays clear of any clutter, commotion, or people that don't need to be there.
I approve.
Yet another example of the ways in which the Triton Super High Roller Series is always looking to improve from festival to festival.
It's kind of stylish. Can you just take it home after?
It might even be the kind of thing where you bring it to the next festival and it works there, right?
That'd be cool.
TBD. As Zapf, Queen 10, makes it 275. Ponikov's ace-5 suited.
This is actually really interesting. A lot of times he would be 3-bet jamming this or 3-bet small too. It looks like he is going to 3-bet small and fold, of course. But these types of hands are just amazing. You've seen it over and over again, like the ace-5 of suited. They block the hands that want to continue, ace, king, ace, queen and stuff. And the 5, you know, it doesn't block the hands that raise fold, the 9x's, the 10 jacks, the queen 10s and stuff like that. So that's kind of the big aspect of it pre-flop, and a lot of playability post-flop in case you do get flatted. Wheel cards, not flush draws, of course the ace. Nice pickup, Ponikov's.
Ace 5?
Oh, you know everything.
Three bet and take it there for Alex.
Whoever is left at the table can decide around that time. And if you want to take a short break,
I saw your card when you came.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, thank you so much.
When is the next short break?
Is it really so much?
the next
150.
break
Very
is
good.
dinner break. If you guys want it.
Thank you.
If not, it's going to be a short break. It's going to be maximum.
Yeah, it was ace 5.
Really?
Next break,
I mean,
8:30.
we're gonna figure out anyway.
I mean, I told you 3 times it was ace 5, so it's high chance I'm not lying, right?
And it's actually ace 4. You just want to bluff one hand rate, better rating.
Notice the chip leader folding the 9 suited. You know, he's acted multiple times and kind of got played back at. But good timing, though, because Kia at least picked up big slick. +1.
Predictable open?
I would say so.
325k, just a nose in front of the min with the blinds at 75, 150, 150. Each orbit costing 375k now. Nothing of any interest all the way around to the big blind of Pardo.
What she just announced.
Well, Juan Pardo's got one of those hands. He's mandatory. Got to take a flop with this stack that you can realize its equity.
The next break, if we decide to be like a short break, would be.
I think short break is better than
Let's do 25.
play detriment.
So any kind of piece will continue.
Yeah.
And the 10-8 turns into a flush draw on a paired board. The kind of cards that don't rate to be interacting with Kiat's Open.
And a nice thing about 10-8 of clubs, not only in the flush draw, is that the 10-8 is usually live against these early position Broadways that just missed. And basically the big decision is, does he just jam himself? He does. If there's any fold equity, that's what he wants, but snapped off.
350k not going to be enough for Kiat Lee to put the ace-king into the bin as he takes the price. And we'll be happy to see that he's in the lead, Randy, but doesn't have a club.
A little bit. 45%. I know what you're saying, though. Currently, best hand.
Oh.
Yeah.
The tough path to the lead for Juan Pardo, but better than seeing a club as Kiat Lee still draws live. 4 outs once, and the 3 of spades will seal the double and circle that moment there, obviously, Randy, because the fold with the ace-jack against 2 kings, we never know. Maybe he would have doubled in that pot as well, but here, picked a spot that he favored a little bit more, went with it, and thus far has been rewarded.
Yeah, and mainly, I think this kind of shows a point that your tournament life is important, because you can just perhaps spin up that leftover stack. We got huge pay jumps, as you know, at this final table. Everyone else is clearly not too pleased that Juan doubles up there. Still the short stack, 13 blinds.
Seems like good fold with ace queen.
Well, take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Analyze your played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and solve any spot in the game with GTO Wizard. Start crushing at gtowizard.com today. I know many of the players on the Triton Super High Roller Series not at all unfamiliar with that app, or many of the other iterations of solvers that kind of help create some clarity for them as they're navigating these super high roller events. Kiat Lee has picked a hand that he likes, and he's just going to keep playing it. Ace-king didn't work out for him last time around, of course. This could be a different proposition. As you see Squiddy asking for a count, ace-jack suited.
This isn't actually an awkward spot here. Looks like he is going to 3-bet it. 3-bets to about 5 blinds, 2.5x. Manuel's got king-queen. Should be going into the muck with a raise and a 3-bet in front of him from the non-shallow stacks. I believe Squiddy feels that he doesn't have that much of a flattening range against them. They're going to open with 20 blinds, so it's just a 3-bet or fold situation. Opts for the aggressive route.
Three bet to 750 gets piled on, and that is not what Squiddy wanted to see. As he doesn't waste any time.
When you look at your card, but you're not throwing it out, I was like,
That's true. The double check of the hand before mucking is definitely not what we're used to seeing. Most of the time, it's the let me make sure these aces are there and then call.
Exactly.
You ever been in a spot where you peeked at your hand once, got involved in a big spot, and then called?
Maybe.
And then all of a sudden, when you turn your hand up, you're like, oh, wait a minute, this is ace-4. Or, you know.
I know what you're talking about. I've never done it live, but I've definitely done it online. It's like you look back and you're like, what are you talking about? How am I in this 3-bet?
Wait, how can you do it online when the hand is just staring you in the face on the computer? I would think that's impossible, Randy. Live is where something like that happens.
It happens to me a lot, believe it or not. I just, in the wee hours, I look back and like, wow, this is awkward. I've got nothing. I've cold called this 4-bet or whatever it is. Got numbers in my hand.
Well, the worst part is when you jam and then they call you live and then you turn the hand up and then you instantly, when you realize you don't have what you thought you had, are left making excuses for why your chips got into the oh no, and everyone's like, oh really, you sure that's it, or did you get caught bluffing here? So we see Juan Pardo button, king 10 offsuit,
Sitting on 10 blinds, looking to pick up these chips. One down.
Yeah, so important. And he has got an orbit's worth of tokens, courtesy of this play as he continues to grind away here. Are you at all surprised that Zap hasn't been a little bit more active, Randy, just considering that Pardo is there at 10 and fewer big blinds?
A little bit, but he's made a couple opens and got played back already several times.
Yes, correct.
When I lose the pot.
Henrik might know what is it. Do you know what is steel?
Is Kiat teaching profanity
He
in
is.
Cantonese?
He is.
It's like fuck. It's like, oh my god. But a rude way.
In a rude way?
Certainly hope that
And a funny way.
Kiat's parents aren't watching the stream. This is not
Tell
the son they raised.
This is disowned immediately.
300.
You were mentioning about surprise he's not open yet. I got distracted earlier. Mainly he was getting attacked a bit, and I think he was, you know, kind of a little bit out of his zone for a second, I suppose, right? Because, you know, you blind down from 12 to around high 10s. You're thinking, like, this is a big spot for me, my first try and stop. I'm usually, like, creating content. I want one of those top spots. I don't want to go out first. Not that he's going to, but, you know, you saw him kind of lay down like a 9/8 suited under the gun.
English, Mandarin,
Something else?
Cantonese. Portuguese, Spanish, French.
Just swear words?
I don't speak those. Those I mentioned I don't speak.
You had one Russian word though.
Saka.
Sam Grafton trying to raise a UTG with ace-5 offsuit.
3.5, 3.6.
Greenwell picks up ace-queen, asking for a count of his
I
stack.
play a lot like video games, and I was always like team with those Russians. That's how I did.
Squiddy's ace-jack suited 3-bet got piled on, and he had to put that one into the muck.
Hoodie or t-shirt, there
Let's
was
see whether or
written
not
style
Greenwood
in Russian. Still.
It's going to put him in a similar
The
predicament.
black and just 5 letters. I think you had it.
He is reaching for more chips, one of them being orange.
This one? This one?
Yeah. It's Russian. It says style.
So it would
It's
appear
500K.
that they're 500K chips. As the 3-bet to 825 comes in.
That's good circumstance. You have it now.
825.
What's the brand?
I don't know. I really don't know, like, honestly. I think this is the brand name, is it? Let's see.
Whatever.
One figure out it.
It's the same.
Not this time.
I think it's easy to Google though.
It's crossing his mind if he can just put in some kind of click 4-bet or something. Takes a big hand to 3-bet from undergun +1 against undergun.
Yeah.
He has the ace that blocks the aces, the ace king. But if he's wrong, he just loses so much of his stack in a situation where Juan Pardo's sitting on 13 blinds. He's out, but he thought about it.
And that's something obviously that
Sure, we'll remember.
We need to change.
You have to change somebody back? Or?
Yeah. We need 8.
He needs 4 back.
And you also need to cut.
Wow, bro.
So, I'm gonna give you 4. I'll be right back for the next one.
I saw a 4. I did. It was a 4 spade.
You sure it wasn't the ace of spades?
Oh, it could be. Yeah.
No, I had ace.
Oh, he had an ace of spades. Sam, you're good.
Yeah, I played that 8 and you remember.
You need another 150?
Somebody just call Luke Sam. Is that the needle that he gets all the time?
He
I would
must.
imagine.
He must.
You will keep calling him Sam, right?
Yeah, I would. I just try to balance it. It's just like in one time that I really mix up them, so I can cover it, you know.
No, yesterday I got a good line. And he said, solve problems. Yeah. And I said, no, you solve problems.
It was a good one, actually.
Greenwood. 3-bet and took the last pot. Here he is opening under the gun. King, queen. There was some pause there from Zapf, and well served to have gotten away from his holding as Panakovs has woken up with ace-king. On the button, no less.
Yeah, some good timing there from Manuel, not activating on ace-10, which was very playable against the middle second place stack. Ace-king, of course, willing to push these in there. Would be a bit too much, though, if when it does get back to Greenwood. We'll see if one of the blinds wake up with a hand to continue, though, against this incoming 3-bet. Potentially all of it.
All in.
All in announced.
More.
Oh. And that ends the affair without
You want to play full swap?
further issues. What did Kat say?
Yes, you know how to play post swap. It's pretty funny.
Thanks.
Sometimes.
Oh, you gotta love the needles, don't you?
I would say my pre-flop is better.
So you're good in flipping.
Not this year. In general, yes. Lifetime.
Suited paint here for Kiat.
Opens the minimum. Suited connector now for Silva on the button. That could get interesting.
Yeah, and he is one of those guys that likes to play pots, but you got to respect the situation. Everyone's got like kind of a similar stack from 3rd throughout 8th, so don't really want to lose that distance that he has the slight advantage.
You're getting Sam's chips.
Yeah, I'm getting Sam chips. Both of them. There's 2 Sam.
No calls for Lee, who seems relaxed out there, Randy.
He is.
Having a good time. Currently
I'm not talking.
3rd in chips.
Yeah, I know. Like, and there's only.
Well, it's reasonable. I'm the only sat at the table. So
yeah.
like,
It's very reasonable.
I'm sorry.
it's okay.
I just figured.
You managed to draw 2 of us at the same time somehow. It's like it's a very impressive mechanic.
The funny thing is, there's only one actual Sam on the table.
Remember the time that Jungle had you confused with Sam as well? Was it the other way around?
I don't remember. But like, I don't know. Like, it's happened.
He just walked up and said to you like something about I should have folded my king egg against you. And you're like, you're talking about my brother Sam. And he's like, no, like you're never bluffing there. Like, Still talking about my boat. Something like that.
Sweaty.
You nervous?
It's even here, humidity is very high.
I think this venue is too hot.
Yeah, it is.
Compared to the other Tritons.
2 red kings are hot as well.
I don't really like this venue, honestly.
Oh wait, it's my
Pardo's king jack suited
cold tea.
open
What's
is
here, like
likely
3 hours?
going to encounter some resistance here.
It's probably
Just trying to find the perfect size. Probably like a 750 or so. Such a pretty hand and such an attractive price, but not really that great being out of position.
Yeah, the 3-bet to 675. Just another 375 to call, but consider that Pardo was the man that folded with that ace-jack, having half his stack invested. So obviously well capable of folding with a lot less than that invested, and let's call it less hand with the king-jack suited. So into the muck it goes, and
a streamer allowed to like play full.
Good decision.
He can only call there if he feels that the opponent is 3-bet bluffing at a high frequency, but off of that stack, I would think it's very low.
Because most of the streamers, they're like not used at all, obviously, so they're like, oh, I'm happy to sell 50%.
Right. So how much is the package? Like 100K?
110, yeah.
110?
Yeah.
So you're printing 40 something K already?
Sorry?
So you're printing 45K?
No, I sold
Oh.
more to some friends and stuff.
Right.
300.
But yeah, it's good anyway.
Yeah, it's good for a funeral, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to pay anything for like the entries. Yeah. That's sweet.
Grafton, ace-9 cut off open.
Haven't heard too much from Bithell at this final table thus far, but Queen 3 of clubs, definitely a hand you can find a flop.
And that's exactly how he feels about it.
Why Thailand is railing you?
I have a lot of friends. I'm friendly.
You are.
2 deuces, 2 clubs, and a 9. This one could get interesting as Bithell has flopped the club draw, but is up against top pair, top kicker, and the ace of clubs for Grafton.
Just have a sense
with
of humor.
825 in the middle. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, and a extremely good spot actually for both players with this flop.
225.
Ace 9.
It's on me.
Gonna start betting small.
Just in case, like
hammer lock on this hand.
If you want to start drinking, it's on me. Water on the brother as well.
Yeah, no.
Bit of an interesting spot here with the Queen 3 of clubs is whether you check call, check raise. The only problem with check raise is you don't really represent too much value unless you're raising a lot of your 9Xs. Probably not, so check call. Hope to hit your hand. Nice thing though, sometimes you hit clubs and the overcard drops off and your opponent's just trying to rep that card.
During COVID?
No.
So the check call of 225 delivers a
starting
8 of spades to the turn. Second check in front of Grafton.
And now change it back to tournament.
Melly.
When you get called on this kind of texture, Randy, it's just club draws, a deuce, another 9, and maybe a slow played pocket pair.
And it can also be some of the weaker pocket pairs that doesn't want a 3-bet jam pre-flop. It happens on occasion.
Yeah, I'm not thinking 10s plus, but
no, like
you know, the 8s through 3s.
Correct.
maybe.
Don't think Grafton was ever worried at that point, and had he got jammed on a turn, would have just snapped it off.
Yeah, note, by the way, that Bithell just check folds on the turn to the bet from Grafton.
Yeah, and when you kind of take a more passive line on a flop with the flush draws, there comes situations where you just don't get to realize your equity with both cards, and that's always unfortunate. There's always pros and cons on whether to check call or check raise. Depends on how you want to construct your ranges on certain board textures.
PLO together?
Sure. We'll crush it.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Would be sad if not, right?
You can't combine your hands, Kiatli and Manuel. But it'll be ace-6 suited, and let's see what else it would be coupled with
Man can
Kiatli.
dream.
We'd love to see this ace-6 suited
You
open.
definitely took my card.
You never know.
3 1/4. Baby suited connector, not interested. As the chip leader under the gun obviously is a pretty mighty statement, but also sometimes one of the situations in which the chip lead and the position come together to create that sense that I can take this one pretty easily. Let me open a wide variety of pots. Zap has been pretty straightforward though as the chip leader, and I would imagine that those middling stacks have been kind of relieved to have been given the opportunity to play some poker themselves.
Correct. That's why certain final tables always play out different based on who's holding the chip lead, how their approach is. I'd be pretty happy if I'm the middling stack if I still get opportunities to take it down pre. Situation will definitely change though as blinds go up, more hands being played. But he has such a hammer lock.
More time, or you reckon the actual time is going to consume more time?
Maybe slightly more.
Is this a question for Einstein? Is it to do with relativity? What takes more time? Does this take more time than the actual time?
No, like I mean, like these structures.
Which takes more time? This length of time than the other length of time?
Right. That's what I meant.
It's in a way it could be deep. It could be Oppenheimer. Or something like this.
Can't believe I just asked this deep question, you know.
Mate, it's like your Wittgenstein over there in C3.
Oh my God, I'm on the wrong place.
Running into not one but two pocket pairs in the blinds.
Yeah, we got a hand developing here as they try to do the side conversation. 2-7's got to rip this one in. It's too much of a hand. Small blind versus cutoff.
It's 1.2.
Fours will make the easy fold, and then it's back over to Hecklin. This is not a small number of chips to be asked for.
I think
2.9 back.
Price is too good for Hecklin to fold.
And he'll be delighted not to be up against a bigger ace. 2 overcards. And 45% equity as they'll play for 2.8 plus. And this really would be the moment for Juan Pardo. It would allow him to loosen his collar and maybe play a bit post-flop. And that flop is his. The 7s are still good.
Well, straight shouldn't.
Shouldn't, yeah.
8 on the turn, though, does give Hecklin additional outs as he picks up 4 jacks to go with the aces and 10s. And instead, it is a 6 on the river for Pardo that gives him the straight. And as mentioned, gives him now some breathing room. 2.9 million.
It's hard to bust. Sorry.
It is.
Now sitting on that 20-ish big blind sort of stack.
Yeah, really has created himself an opportunity to fight back now with the 2.9.
This is what you get in reward when you make the correct fold. Why is your screen doesn't lock?
7th in chips now. Hecklin falls to the short stack himself, flip-flopping with Pardo. Sub 2 million, 13 bigs.
Lucas Greenwood picks up king, queen offsuit, +3. He's been getting plenty of opportunities to open pots. Continues to do so. Slight north of mid. Juan Pardo picks up ace-jack of clubs. Remember, he 3-bet the ace-jack offsuit earlier off a shallower stack. Increased the stack to just about 20 blinds. Dealer button versus early position.
$1.5 million.
And now he is 3-betting the ace-jack once more, and doing so with the best hand. Last time he was up against the 2 kings of Bithell, put it into the muck, losing half of his chips. Has spun not once but twice since then, and continues his ascent as the king-queen relinquishes. Just when I said he had enough chips to play post-flop, he's pushing people off of hands pre again, but understandable procedure there.
Yeah, and the right play there, and I believe that time he wouldn't have folded if it did get jammed back at him by the original raiser. Pablo's got pocket 4s up front, straight into the muck. You don't see these little pocket pairs really play, you know, an early position unless you're the absolute tournament chip leader. Ace-10. Luke has been activating a lot lately.
The other tails. There's many tails over there. Several tails are around.
$325.
$325 from the ace-10 being taken into consideration by the suited one gapper of Panakov's.
Alexei really isn't shy of defending his big blind. Of course, ace-6 of clubs. A lot of playability.
Got shot straight draw on a clubless jack-high board.
A bit of a tough board to continuation bet on for Lucas. No heart in hand. Also the type of texture that kind of hits the big blind to some extent. You know, like that middling card, Jack X. His opponent's also got a decent stack. Will still fire a C-bet. Just a little gutty with the 7. No backdoor clubs. Backdoor clubs, I feel like, is a mandatory call. For now, though, it's just not enough at a final table. So good pickup there for Lucas Greenwood.
Always good to be able to deliver a C-bet deep enough not to feel cuffed post-flop. Just clear the field there. A one-man field, granted, but a field nevertheless.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Catley asked an interesting question. Squiddy got all over him about it, though. In terms of the length of time required, so you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. When you're playing a certain number of hands versus a level with like an hour in length or 40 minutes in length or whatever it is, and relative to, on average, a time-based level, what do you think goes faster?
I believe it's the time that goes fast.
Really? So you would rather play a 40-minute level than like a 15-hand level?
Well, it depends on...
I mean, all it takes is one big tank, obviously, and all of a sudden the, you know, the hands is what takes longer. But on average, you think it's a wash? Maybe?
It's probably pretty close. I thought I heard Grafton say that the number of hands played is slower. I thought I heard him say that.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree.
Yeah.
I think that's where your head was at as well. But
yeah. I think when you play a bit more live poker, you realize that hands do take time, even though, you know, just people adding extra 10 seconds for each hand, just balancing their ranges or whatever. Yeah, it's interesting. Although I'll say the heads up, it gets pretty fast when you play by hands, though. So it's a problem I would love to have. Like, I would love to be at a final table experience and try to figure this one out for you, Ollie. You let me know.
Raise and take it for Grafton's ace-king.
You know much about these jerseys? This is like a sports jersey or something?
You know, it's funny. Not necessarily this one, but the one that was being worn by Juan Pardo I was curious about. But both football jerseys. I imagine that's a English Premier League kit there on Grafton. Looks like an alternate jersey, given that it's in black. Maybe it's Arsenal, if that's an actual cannon. I don't know. Let's see. Drum roll, please, as I go to Google, and you get a look at Zap's 75 bigs, 28% of the chips at the table.
Pardo went from his 7 blinds up to 24.
Confirmed, by the way, it is an Arsenal
I'm going to
jersey.
vote permanent note in the break.
Nice.
Me too. This one,
I'm fine.
I'm a little bit less certain
I'm
about.
gonna have dinner. I'm
Just
gonna
order
have
food.
I'm gonna have a salad.
Order food.
Yeah, there is another tournament in case
Yeah.
you can play.
Well, you have 35 minutes to register that.
35?
Yeah, if
You want to play that one?
I see a
I'll do
nag
you a
in the
favor.
back. Do you see it? I spy.
Yeah.
If you really want to play that one.
Grabbing himself a seat
least
on
someone
the
will.
sidelines.
Happy to do
Watching
you the
his
favor.
man, Manuel Zap, operate.
Only 35 minutes left. I skip.
How long do we cook ready for this? Like,
Raise and take it for heckling. Oh, I see some liquor also being apparently prepared. Or is that beer? I see some chalices, maybe wine glasses. Oh, the wave. There's Mel. And the ACR crew back there, they're having a good time. As tends to be the case.
It might get rowdier as time goes on.
Not wrong about that.
Sure.
Still
rails are
yet
off.
to lose anyone here at this final table.
A grindy affair, but
Very much so.
Snuck in.
kind of
Powerful
expected.
people at the table.
Powerful money. That's right.
Couple 4s in the muck for Juan Pardo. King 10 in the muck and the hijack. It's important to know. Ace Queen, good timing by those folds, as Ace Queen would be going nowhere. Time to attack in the cutoff. And notice that it's actually a 200k big blind, so stacks have shrunk in this hand.
Yeah, not as deep as they once were.
Raise 1 million.
Alex predictably taking it upstairs. Greenwood, suited connector. But the 5x sizing.
Show it. Come on, show it. Yeah, there you go.
Too much.
Make it so big.
Why did he make it 5x there?
He misclicked.
Wait, mate, it's got to register. Did you not hear?
I just told you my plans.
Yeah, he just wants to get into funny back there. I mean, if I had like ace 2, I could go for it. But 7-6, you know.
Some speculation that maybe it was on account of the fact that he wants to go register event number 2 already in progress.
Yeah, let's dust off the stack. No,
Yeah, I don't think that's what's going on.
it's mainly one of those all input half your stack in situations. So that's what he did there, although in that spot's probably more like 40% or so. Because he was playing off of a 13 big blind stack in the cutoff or hijack.
2-1.
Pretty optimistic assuming at this one you have 4
I believe it's 2-1-5 including.
Yeah, all the little pocket pairs going straight in the muck in all positions, it seems, from everyone.
Sure does.
Even the decent stack as Pablo was in fourth. They just really
on,
play
Luke, you can do
poorly
it.
post-flop.
You can do it.
I don't think you're going to walk, Henrik. Sorry, mate.
Go ahead, I can do it.
Ah.
All in?
There's the jam, and this will be an easy bin from the Dane.
Just the jack nothing.
Pretty gridlocked here at this FT.
Definitely the Audi show.
Randy?
Yeah.
A few all-ins. Pardo a part of
all of
the
them.
right end of most of them, it feels like. But other than that, raise and take it, raise 3-bet and take it.
And the thing is, there hasn't really been any separation. It's almost like we just reached this final table again. The chip distribution is exactly the same. Chip leader's got the same stack he came with. Short stack is, yeah, it's just the blinds are up. Although Henrik wasn't at the bottom, I believe, when we got to this final table. Time for the chip leader to start picking up some blinds.
425.
Going to work with the queen jack off suit. One queen into the muck behind him. And ace as well. King jack, not looking to flat on the button. Hecklin in the small blind though with a pretty ace-10 suited. And Bithell in the big with the same exact hand as the opener.
Yeah, great spot for Henrik. Got a 10 big blind stack. When you jam on someone, you want it to be the big stack because their ranges are wider.
How much is it?
So, like every time
like
Manuel activates, he just gets played back at. So it seems like
Oh, maybe not. Wait.
timing isn't perfect for him.
Okay.
You know, sometimes when this happens, Randy, especially if you don't get the hands on their backs where you can see what you're getting 3-bet by. Especially as a newcomer, you might be thinking this is disrespect. This is people who, you know, are looking up at me thinking I'm the big stack and I'm out of line.
And it's a really good one.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually.
Let me guess.
Because all the
Use a spade.
it's always been mucked down the cards, right? So he has no
on
idea.
this occasion as well, of course.
And we're on a reasonable delay.
You can see it?
Where
Like if I can see it in the light when it's in my box.
New
So
deck,
it's
please.
kind of a big deal.
get a new deck, but yeah, that's certainly a good
Maybe
point.
it's you.
I mean,
Could be
it would be the ultimate scam, wouldn't it?
Mucking the card and then like accusing like people mucking the card.
I'm not accusing anyone, just saying there's some kind of smarts on there.
So while the new deck is brought forward at the 100-200 level, we get a look at the chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. The ACR stormer himself, Manuel Zapp, 54 bigs, 10.7. The shorty is Oliver Bithell with 10 bigs, and not exactly the deepest of stacks from bottom to top, just in general here at this FT, where $91,000 still looks for a home. But it is that 897, which will smile upon one of these gentlemen quite handsomely. Danny Tang earlier questioning whether or not first place would be good for a free roll for the rest of the Triton series. Of course, Chris Brewer immediately advising Danny that you know that there's multi-bullet buy-in situations out here, right? 2 bullets in a 200 or a 250K gobbles up a lot of that 897.
Yes, that is very, very true. And we know Danny Tang, Kyat Lee are going to play that 250K later as well, all the no-limit mains.
No doubt.
couple sevens here.
You know, it's interesting because this might be the occasion on which this open from Zap has had enough. If someone comes out 3-betting a dig in or a 4-bet just on context.
Yeah, I see
he's
where
sick of it. You know?
Especially if it's like the same guy that attacks him. But you know, he's King Jack in the muck again. Like every time he opens, someone picks up a hand to put more chips again than against him.
And this time it's the big blind of Juan Pardo. 3.2 million, 16 chips overall, 18 bigs.
It must feel like you're getting played back at least some of those hands. How
You look at the eye roll here immediately from Zap.
It's like, really? Every single time I open? I've only been opening reasonable hands. The thing is, he feels like he's being played back at, but he knows that these 2 sevens need to go into the muck, especially undergun versus big blind. And Juan Pardo's not even at the bottom of the chip count, so he shouldn't be too desperate in that spot.
Yeah, a jam is a little bit too beefy for a continue with the 2 sevens. But maybe if Pardo would have come with a 3-bet size?
Of like 1.2 or something?
Somewhere in that kind of more reasonable, let's take a peek in position with the big stack, maybe with the sevens?
I mean, it could be something. I don't think so, but I can tell you for sure that we seen the little eye roll there, right, that last hand, that he's starting to feel like something is up, even though it's just they're waking up with replayable hands.
But we know that.
He
and the
doesn't
fact
know
that
it.
It's happened all prior to the delay, by the way. Not sure whether or not Zap has anybody keeping tabs on the stream to kind of let him know what's what, if he has any questions about spots. And I'm sure every one of those he might be wondering, what am I getting 3-bet by? So the mystery swirls for him. And obviously it's a bit of a challenge.
Well, Bithel's been rather quiet, picks up big slick on the button. He's going to rip into 10 blinds. 2 passes incoming, I imagine. King 9 offsuit for the chip leader out. No, just a little count, but I can't imagine him calling the 9.5 blinds.
Indeed. Button rip and a takedown. And he's
the most important part is really not being all in at risk, you know, if possible. See these pocket pairs. Wow, 6s is a reasonable pair, and that also goes into the muck for Pablo. We also saw him fold 2 4s. Ace-Jack right behind.
Yeah, keep an eye on that in terms of...
like, what is the cusp? Are we
right.
We saw someone fold 7s, I think you mentioned, did you not?
Yeah, and I think it was Silva, if I'm not mistaken.
2 4s for Henrik Heckler.
You know what I'll say about it?
Go on.
Randy, especially, you know, you got these pay jumps, 897 up top, just 90 here, a lot of ICM. If you're somebody who doesn't like swimming in murky water, those are the types of hands that can often create some murkiness post-flop, a blind defense, now 2 overcards out there, you get check called.
At least you
like
throw
that.
it to Sam.
Clarity,
Sam.
maybe what you're more after?
The thing is, when you play these pocket pairs, obviously when you get 3-bet pre-flop, they go straight into the muck. They're never really defending. The big blind defending, the big blind obviously defends a little bit more because they're getting great price. If you don't flop a set, which is rather hard to do, what, like 12% of the time or whatnot, it's really hard to play post-flop, especially when you bet the flop. You don't know if you're up against someone who flopped the pair, if he's just got a draw, you can't really multi-barrel because you got a 2-outer usually, right, if you didn't hit your set. So they're just rather hard hands to play. So rather you actually want some paint, even offsuit paint, you know, blocking hands that can continue, etc. So, you know, you've seen these pocket pairs just being folded regularly by all players, not just one guy that's folding all the pocket pairs. It's every single one of them folding these pocket 4s, pocket 5s, 3s, 2s, etc.
Button, chip lead, 10-6 suited. That's what's happening in front of Manuel Zap.
I do like that he's attacking here, and yes, he's under 10 million chips for first time. Oh my gosh, every time he opens, someone wakes up with a hand.
This is insane. Kiat Lee, 2 aces, small blind, obviously. He's going to be heard from. Can't wait to see his face this time. Obviously, the 9-7 into the muck, and
he's covering the mouth. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to pretend nothing happened. That is frustrating. Just raise folds as the chip leader down to, what, 9.5 or so, I'm guessing.
I will say that I like the way that he's handled it, though. You know, he hasn't gotten steamy or tried to force the issue. You and I have both borne witness on many occasions to players who are great players, just deciding that even the math suggests that I can't possibly be running into a real hand on every one of these occasions. Let me dig in.
Yeah. From what I've seen, he hasn't really adjusted in a poor way. And he's just playing his normal game. Distribution sometimes says that you lose pots.
Yep.
He hasn't lost more than the minimum raise anyways. So. Just stay the course. He's in great position when you look at the chip distribution. Big lead on second place still. There's going to be times when they don't wake up with hands and you're just going to chip right back up. Juan Pardo doing well. Ace-Jack and 20 blinds off the hijack.
Liven it up for us, you know.
There you go. You got 2 kings now, Manuel. No one's going to play back at you this time, maybe. Well, although he wants to play back. Millie?
Pocket Kings has finally zapped the man who's able to do the 3-betting instead of B3-bet. Sizing is such that it could retain Pardo.
It could, but he hasn't really seen Manuel kind of get too out of line, I would think.
Well, remember, he's seen Manuel open a lot of pots and then fold to 3-bets.
Right.
But it's a different story when the man is 3-betting.
Correct.
And that's part of why the Ace-Jack works its way into the muck respectfully. And every occasion on which Pardo has folded pre-flop, by the way, he has been behind in these spots. So.
No, Juan's playing really, really well. You know, he's not getting attached to the hand because he has been 3-bet like at least 3 times or whatever in this final table with really solid hands.
Yeah, some impressive temperament.
No, yeah, no one's kind of like just saying, "Oh, screw this, let me fight back."
Change it in settings. I am looking. Okay.
You didn't get it.
I think I only changed this setting after Triton.
Really?
Just because of same thing happening.
So what if like you accidentally forgot to lock your phone and someone just can steal your thing?
Pocket Kings popping up once more, this time for Bithell, the short stack. Just what the doctor ordered for him.
That's not safe, bro.
Every app you need passwords. So to access passwords, you need password.
That's true. To access password, you need 2-way factors.
Huh?
2 factors. Was it like?
Kiat Lee serving as a security consultant to Panakov's. Who apparently hasn't locked his phone anymore. And
it's pretty not safe.
Seems like a bad idea. Would have been not safe to dance with Bithell here. 2 kings don't get any action.
Do you lock your phone at all?
Yeah. Can't get into my phone. You know what kind of things I have.
Can I touch your phone? Just give me 10 minutes. I can make you a rich man.
You could make me unemployed in 10 minutes with my phone, Randy. Are you kidding me?
Double time in the booth for you.
It'd be a different type of industry I'd be working on camera in. King Jack suited for Henrik. Under the gun. Raise open. Not one, but two separate ace-X's in the blinds. Grafton's not nearly as attractive, but Greenwood. Nice jack.
Actually, a really big question on what to do here of ace jack. It's the up front open off of a solid stack. Yeah, I think that calling is the least variant route, where you don't kind of waste his hand. Sure, you have fold equity pre-flop, it'll work, but if you don't, you kind of... He's in great position in second, too, so even though he may check fold some flops, it's still okay that he's sitting on 6.4 million with third just having 4. Nice spot here for Henrik, picking up the flush draw, 1 over, dry texture, 2 of the queen high board.
Lucas checks with the flow of play.
No backdoor spade for Lucas. Undergun open 2. It's a tough peel to make. And just because you might have the best hand now doesn't necessarily mean a double barrel wouldn't income. Foldy go.
Just check mucking after just defending as the gridlock continues here at the final table of the 25k GGMillions 8 max. See what it's going to take to break the seal, as you've got 4th through 9th separated by just, or 3rd through 9th rather, separated by just 7 big blinds, Randy. That is remarkable.
Yes. Look at the cluster from 3rd to 7th. It's like a 2 big blind difference, or 1 between each player. I like gridlock. It's very tense in these moments. It's like, who wants to step out of line and maybe win more chips, but also turn into a disaster where you've got like 6 blinds or so.
So sad.
Chip leader wants to step out of line, but every time he raises, he gets played back at. So he's being a bit cautious in some spots. Kiat Lee picks up ace jack. What's Valentino want to do? Just open race?
Standard.
So far, standard. Ace-3 suited straight into the muck for Pablo Silva. A nice pickup. Well, at least the 3rd place guy has created a little bit more separation from the 4th through 9th.
Here's a look at the trophy that will be attached to the $897,000. For a second, I thought that was the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I realized it was the camera that was tilted.
I wanted to mention that. I was like, do we want to call out the cameraman there?
I'm sure someone just bumped into it. 10 off for Squiddy.
That's been quiet. Oftentimes we'll be picking this one at pre-flop unless Henrik Hecklin wants to get out of line of Queen 9 suited. There we go.
Easy breezy.
Someone needs to bust. Someone. Alex, come on, bro.
You still have 5 minutes.
You're the
Alex.
richest. You're the
Alex,
youngest.
You
must
still have 5 minutes to make it.
Just put it in. Come on, bro. Give something back. You know, you've had a great run. Everyone got the photo. You look great. You did the entrance. You're probably the best entrance as well. Just, you know.
For some reason, it usually happens with those who offers.
With those what?
Who offers. Let's say you offer, someone needs to bust.
Yeah.
You're kind of needling yourself.
No, you think it could be me. Could be me.
Appreciate the diplomatic efforts
No, do
by
something
Squiddy
crazy
to
just for
negotiate
advertising
Panakov's
the
into a
T1,
voluntary
you know?
bust.
People are like, wow, this Alex is
Fruitless,
crazy.
no doubt, as Bithell. Small blind, king, queen.
There was no democratic vote or anything
Queen
at
Deuce,
the table.
Bro.
This ain't Survivor.
I know. We marked him down, right? He's got a notepad. There's one name on it.
Queen Deuce?
There's one name on the notepad. You. He doesn't forget. You're going to be playing a cash game in Shanghai 30 years from now, and suddenly some old man has come in from the snow. There's snow in his beard. And he's going to move you up with Queen Deuce. You'll be like, who is that old man? And he'll be like, he'll pull the hood back, and he'll be like, haha. That's what he'll do to you, bro. I predict it.
Well, some interesting thought from Squiddy, but we really got a real hand here. Bithell, limping king queen. A hand he could have jammed. Induces the raise from Juan Pardo's 3 deuce suited.
The raise is just another 300.
I like the limp jam here.
He knew what he wanted to do.
Yeah. He had a game
Basically,
plan.
instead of picking up just 200
like, no, 3 is up.
and another 200 for the ante, the limp jam, when he could have jammed to start with, earns him that extra 300 as it induced Pardo.
Framed on the wall, on the hip.
Exactly.
We throw darts at it.
It's like, you know, like when people like, you know, like people put like their kids on the fridge and stuff. I just have that on my fridge. No. I'm like 90% sure it was Queen Deuce.
Oh, 90.
Yeah.
Sounded 100% before.
I'm always open to being wrong. 10%.
I'll say it was rather quiet before, but ever since Squiddy kind of opened that conversation, everyone's kind of loose again.
3 levels, still 90.
He did break the ice a little bit, didn't he?
He did.
He's good for that.
Seems like he'd be a good wingman as well, wouldn't he?
What, 2 all-ins anyway?
Oh, I can imagine he can shoulder the burden of conversation for you if you're more of a wallflower. No doubt about it.
Last head?
If no one's eliminated this level, we're going to automatically eliminate Alex.
Yeah.
We need the seat space.
Okay.
We need the seat
I
space.
trust you.
If people want to see 8-handed. 9-handed. That's what's messed up.
What I think even 2 like 2 hands would seem like a foul.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Ace 10 against 7s, 10 8 against ace.
Couple hooks here for Sam Grafton.
I don't think a single hand is going to show to him.
Got a clash incoming. Ace queen suited.
Eklund, just 3 million.
Really has two monster hands in this position, and Ace Queen suit is of course amazing. And two jacks is gonna just have to look this one up. You know, favored against the high unpaired hands, and you know, beat all the pocket pairs below.
Well, Squiddy said someone's got to bust, and
Everybody wants to continue. Before you leave, you have to tell me. Before you leave.
Yeah, no dinner break.
could be Henrik Eklund
No, but 20 minutes.
if he decides to click call here.
Yeah, let's do 20.
20 minutes.
Okay, 20 is fine. 30? Okay. 30. Let's do 30.
Call.
Let's do 30.
All right.
So off to the races we go in a
Shit.
massive 6.5 million chip pot here.
Elena across his head with the unpaired hat. Look at her. It's like the rail of Wimbledon over there. It's more celebrities than you ever see.
Good luck, mate.
Grafton not stressed and not behind on the King 3 board.
Well, that was a boring flop. I can't even make it straight now.
Eklund right about that. Oh, wow. Moaned in a queen on the turn, and obviously that is
I want a
a
dinner break. I want a dinner break.
appetite suppressant heading into the dinner break for Sam Grafton. The good news, he's still got chips. The bad news, he's only going to have 1.2 million of them. It's going to be less than the 6 bigs that we're playing right now when we get back from the dinner break where the blinds will be going up.
He's kidding, he's kidding.
I believe.
If you want, you can make it 15, 20, 30, whatever you like. If not, if everyone's okay with it.
20 minutes?
20 minutes.
20?
20.
20? 20.
For Heckling,
20. If like we all here, we
he
No,
vaults
it depends
himself
on,
into
we're
second
beholden to
place.
Kit's bowel movements as to how long. If you could clear a disabled.
So remarkable development there as Sam Grafton so improbably lands himself on a 5 big blind stack when he gets back from the dinner break, a dinner that isn't going to be going down all that smooth. Zap still with the chip lead, just 41 big blinds deep now as we welcome you back to the desk here at the JW Grosvenor House Marriott property on Park Lane. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series London, off to a bang here as the gridlock still continues, yet to lose anyone. But Grafton, devastation there.
Yeah, you know, it's been a gridlock throughout this final table, and Grafton wanted blood. Unfortunately, it's his blood that's leaking out of him, but still got 1.2 million chips, and it's only 5 big blinds in. Gonna have to go on a dinner break and figure out what to do.
Yeah, 91,000 already locked up by the boys, 897 up top. We will cut you loose about a 25-minute break, but when we return from that break, hopefully we'll see some eliminations and maybe work our way closer to this title. Keep it close.
GG Poker.
Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker. Casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
One of the best ways to improve at poker is to learn from a coach. At GTO Wizard, all of our premium members have access to weekly coaching with the best pros. You can study MTTs, cash games, or general theory. Scroll through, pick your favorite coach, and see their previous videos. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have no text, like your
Seems
country?
like every time we look up at Sam, he's got his hand on his head like he's in a blender. Hecklin, King Jack suited, decides to just flat. Let's see how Bithell responds. 5-6, rates to be
What if, like,
unintrusive.
do you think, like,
Unfortunately,
if
he
you
does
get
share the 6 with
text
Greenwood.
30%, but you might or might not get back.
You do see tighter plays from the big blind. It looks like he'll still come along.
For like 700k and then you get back
I'm not
everything.
gonna play high events.
Yeah.
Just maybe main event, 5K, something.
I was playing up to 10k.
Kind of makes sense.
King 8-4 board.
Smallest one.
Hits both Hecklin and Greenwood. This is an awful spot for Luke.
Okay, focus.
Outkicked.
Yeah, and also because you probably expect like a lot of like better kings to 3-bet you pre-flop. So, well, the ace is actually a really good card for Luke. He doesn't realize because
Action freezer.
Action freezer and kind of just maybe lose one street max. The way this hand is playing out, I don't really think a bet will come in on a turn. Might even just check through if no one improves.
Really the last card that Henrik Hecklin wanted to see, especially once the pre-flop raiser checks back on the flop. So understandable second round of knuckles in front of Greenwood. Let's see if he's going to look to rep this ace or check back and bluff catch anybody that might stick their neck out there. We've got our answer with 950 in the middle as the board pairs and rescues Greenwood. Both he and Henrik are playing the ace kicker now, courtesy of that 8.
Yeah, I really didn't expect Greenwood to be able to walk away with chips in this spot. I don't really foresee a bet incoming here. Like King X, what can he get called by? Really nothing. So just check to kind of control the pot a bit, maybe induce a small bluff from the pre-flop raiser. 6-5 offsuit, just really no business being able to continue, I imagine, unless he really wants to try to represent 8x. The only problem is that if you're wrong, it's just so detrimental to your 21 big blind stack. So I'll check through. Which were you?
But one would have thought that we'd have multiple profiles if that were the case. Nevertheless, we journey forward. And Panakov's ace-10 does not want to play it. Randy puts it into the muck, and perhaps well served to do so, as Silva, with 2 black 7s, also just puts it right into the muck. Didn't even open it.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those awkward stack sizes, I suppose, where like you don't really want to put in more chips if there's any further action. You see it from time to time.
A6 on the button. Min raise open from Juan. Kiat suited and connected. Invest the extra $1.25. 4 of hearts was a lovely card in the window, and coupled with another heart produces a flush draw for what is currently 7 high, up against ace high with a shared 6. 675 in the middle.
It's actually a pretty nice texture for a continuation bet on Jack 4 deuce. You know, the big blind, it's not really defending deuce and 4 too often in the final table, so really only worried about the jack or the flush draws. In this instance, he is up against the flush draw. You tend to see flush draws kind of check call a bit because you're don't really want to check raise and then your opponent jams and have to fold like very clean out. So check call, we go. Extra outs.
Yeah, gut shot straight draw, picked up by the 6-7. On the turn, the 5 would be a very delightful card for Kiat Lee's purposes. Obviously, it would give Pardo the 6 high straight.
Yeah, the 5 is also something Juan Pardo is really rooting for, so he can kind of like win all the chips against Ace X, but would obviously be a disaster, as you mentioned. Looks like Kiat Lee is contemplating a lead. He is going to take the lead here. I believe the logic here too is that his opponent's got such a shallow stack, he can't really play back at leads without having the goods. Plus, he is holding just a high card hand after all, but as high equity. Even a hand like Ace-6 here, he's got a lot of trouble continuing, given he's got 1.8 back at a final table of 9. He does see that 5 though, which would be bad news for him.
And the flush comes in for Kiat on the end here. This is 250k turn lead, got flatted, and now how much value will he seek? Unaware that he's up against a measly ace high.
The most likely hand he can extract value from is the Jack X. What size does he think will call? It's very hard for him to represent a bluff with a check call lead line, so he's actually not kind of blasting all the chips in there. He's looking for more crying calls from his opponents, like weaker Jack holdings. He probably expected to hear from like a 2-pair plus hand on the turn as well with that lead, especially with the 3-liner out there. So he strongly feels that the value he can get from is a 1-pair holding. A6 straight into muck though.
So 1 street of value on the turn.
Bigger stakes. Ace-10 from Bithel in the muck. Didn't like that. It's an earlier position open. He's not in late position. Jack-10 of clubs. Get rather interesting.
Chip leader.
Call.
Has plenty of options available, but chooses to come with the flat.
Well, it's very likely Kiat Lee can actually get a flop here, as he's only got the big blind to worry about. I do like the call here. It's obviously you know where you're at post flop, set or nothing. When you hit a set, you can win a big pot with these kind of shallowish stacks.
Not sure what Panakov's is working with. As the ace-10-3 board turns the pre-flop razor's holding into a gut shot. Zap with the pair of 10s. Kiat with the same 5s he started with.
I believe it was an ace-10 board, right?
Yeah.
Ollie, yeah. So Queen Jack is the type of hand that could easily continuation bet here. Looks like he is. You know, you got draw to the gutter. You expect to hear from ace-X a lot pre-flop. Kick out a lot of hands. Jack-10, never comfortable here with middle pair. Actually sliding in the muck.
Well, the fact that he had two other players still left to act behind him, but both of them being out of the blind, so obviously not necessarily.
Well, just one blind. One blind was out.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got Jacob and Co.'s lovely museum caliber pieces of craftsmanship, whether you're here at our venue in their display or obviously anywhere online as well. As Oliver Thomas Bithell is going to check out a couple of kings, try them on for size. I think they'll fit just nicely.
Juan Pardo picks up ace-jack, and he's only got 1.5 million. About 12 blinds to kick things off, and it is undergun +2 open. He's in next position, so does he feel there's enough fold equity? He's going to put in a time card to try to see if is there a way he can get away from this. Bithell's pre-flop range should be a bit tighter off of 20. He is a clear short stack, though. 6 big blind deficit against Panakov's.
Uh-oh. Juan Pardo has committed a good chunk of his stack. 3-betting to 675 with this ace-jack. Bithell jamming, and that is not what Juan wanted to see. Is there a world, Randy, in which you can commit 675 of your total 1.5 and then walk away from it and leave yourself 825K back?
That would be if there was heavy action behind him. Like, so the reason you do put this half stack in there is to see if someone else comes along, you can, you know, preserve the 825. I don't think he's mathematically he shouldn't be laying this one down. Well, I guess he's just trying to walk through. He knows that his opponent isn't messing around though. So if there's any frequency of, you know, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, would be a disastrous laydown.
Would it be a straight up mistake to fold?
I would think so. Oh, he's clearly thinking about something.
He's thinking about, is he up against ace-king?
Odds-wise, I believe he's getting the right price, though. But, you know, rather close.
Excuse me.
Multiple time banks being used as
final table, C2.
can really feel the pain.
C2, yeah, still.
I'll say this, at final tables, your chips technically are worth more. So he's trying to kind of calculate the ICM factor and then see if he does lay it down. I mean, look, this guy is a master at tournament poker. So I'm not sure the exact logic of his game. I'll say that it definitely changes the dynamics of this final table right now, because now we have that clear short stack of 7 blinds. Before it was like 20 blinds, 23, 24. This should handcuff the bottom of the field, and the chip leader should be attacking a lot more. Greenwood's got King 4, does have a bigger stack behind him, which is Lucas Greenwood, who chose that seat, mind you. So Lucas has actually created an opportunity where he can kind of maybe get more opportunities to steal blinds.
Still, yeah. Thanks so much, mate.
We weren't there for the seat draw, cut that out of our broadcast, but in the past it was a part of our coverage, and it was kind of fascinating to watch the way that people would kind of think out loud about where they wanted to be and why.
And it's funny that this specific tournament actually gives a slight edge to the people who actually play the GG Super Millions online, because they experienced the seat draw. So some of these competitors do play that, I believe, like Pablo and stuff, and Juan Pardo. So they got a little bit of advantage in terms of how to choose your seat properly, whereas some of the OGs of Triton, they might have never played in, I believe, like Webster, when he did win it, he was like, whatever, I'll just take the seat I was getting. But he did win it. But, you know, it's a cool wrinkle. I like to see, like, these kind of things and how the players react and approach it regardless. We got a BVB spot with Dust.
Limped pre, checked post. Better card for Greenwood on the turn, obviously. 10 high, already the best hand.
There has been some weakness in front of Hecklin, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Greenwood is the unpaired holding right now. He could easily be showing up with some King X, something that just won't lay down. So check through we go, ace on the river. Does 10 high have enough showdown value? It does have a reasonable amount. I don't fault this check. It's good. I like it.
Yeah, and Hecklin content to knuckle all the way down, hoping maybe he's playing the board along with Greenwood, but not the case. As you get a good look there at the black Triton wristband being
one hand read, better rating.
Notice the chip leader folding tonight suited. You know, he's acted multiple times and kind of got played back at. But good timing, though, because Kia at least picked up big slick. +1.
predictable open.
I'd say so.
325k, just a nose in front of the min with the blinds at 75, 150, 150, each orbit costing 375k now. Nothing of any interest all the way around to the big blind of Pardo.
What she just announced.
Well, Juan Pardo's got one of those hands. He's mandatory. Got to take a flop with this stack that can realize its equity.
The next break, if we decide to be like a short break, could be.
I think short break is better than
25.
So any kind of piece will continue.
Yeah.
And the 10-8 turns into a flush draw on a paired board. The kind of cards that don't rate to be interacting with Kiat's open.
And a nice thing about 10-8 of clubs, not only the flush draw, is that the 10-8 is usually live against these early position Broadways that just missed. And basically the big decision is, does he just jam himself? He does. If there's any fold equity, that's what he wants, but snapped off.
350k not going to be enough for Kiat Lee to put the ace-king into the bin as he takes the price. And we'll be happy to see that he's in the lead, Randy, but doesn't have a club.
A little bit. 45%. I know what you're saying, though. Currently, best hand.
Oh.
Yeah.
The tough path to the lead for Juan Pardo, but better than seeing a club as Kiatley still draws live. 4 outs once, and the 3 of spades will seal the double and circle that moment there, obviously, Randy, because the fold with the ace-jack against 2 kings, we never know. Maybe he would have doubled in that pot as well, but here, super high roller events. Kiatley has picked a hand that he likes, and he's just going to keep playing it. Ace-king. Didn't work out for him last time around, of course. This could be a different proposition. As you see Squiddy asking for a count. Ace-jack suited.
This isn't actually an awkward spot here. Looks like he is going to 3-bet it. 3-bets to about 5 blinds, 2.5x. Manuel's got king-queen. Should be going into the muck with a raise and a 3-bet in front of him from the non-shallow stacks. I believe Squiddy feels that he doesn't have that much of a flattening range against them. They're going to open with 20 blinds, so it's just a 3-bet or fold situation. Opts for the aggressive route.
Ollie.
3-bet to 750 gets piled on, and that is not what Squiddy wanted to see. As he doesn't waste any time.
When you look at your card, but you're not throwing it out, I was like, so you're printing 40 something K already?
Sorry?
So you're printing 45K.
No, I sold more to some friends and stuff.
Right.
300.
But yeah, it's good anyway.
Yeah, it's good for funeral, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to pay anything to like the entries. Yeah. So sweet.
Grafton, ace-9 cut off open.
Haven't heard too much from Bithell at this final table thus far, but queen 3 of clubs, definitely a hand you can find a flop.
And that's exactly how he feels about it.
Why Thailand is railing you?
I have a lot of friends. I'm friendly.
You are.
2 deuces, 2 clubs, and a 9. This one could get interesting as Bithell has flopped the club draw, but is up against top pair, top kicker, and the ace of clubs for Grafton.
I have a sense of humor.
825 in the middle. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, and a extremely good spot actually for both players with this flop.
225.
Ace-9. Gonna start betting small.
Just in case, like,
Hammerlock on this hand.
If you want to start drinking, it's on me. Water only.
As well.
Yeah, I know.
Bit of an interesting spot here with the queen 3 of clubs is whether you check call or check raise. The only problem with check raise is you don't really represent too much value unless you're raising a lot of your 9x's. Probably not, so check call. Hope to hit your hand. Nice thing though, sometimes you hit clubs and the overcard drops off and your opponent's just trying to rep that card.
During COVID?
No.
So the check call of 225 delivers a
starting
8 of spades to the turn. Second check in front of Grafton.
And now change it back to tournament.
Melly.
When you get called on this kind of texture, Randy, it's just club draws, a deuce, another 9, and maybe a slow play pocket pair.
And it can also be some of the weaker pocket pairs that doesn't want a 3-bet jam pre-flop. It happens on occasion.
Yeah, I'm not thinking 10s plus. Welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 1, the 25k 8 Max GG Millions live from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane now in for Randy Liu. And while we lost Randy, we have yet to lose a player at this final table. $897,000 up top, $91,000 still looking for a home. Absolute gridlock, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, to say that I'm shocked is, you know, I left you guys with 11, coming back with 9. I've looked at some of the hand history. It just seems like the stacks get short and then they find their way back in. Flips, you know, going to the shorter stacks so far in terms of the ace-queen against jacks just before the break, Grafton against Hecklen. So, yeah, really interesting to see that there's still 9 players left.
Talk to me about just the density in terms of these stacks. Obviously, you've got Kjotli at 17 bigs, below the average of 4.5 million right now, and 25 bigs, Lucas Greenwood, above it. But Kjot and company all the way down to the 5 bigs of Grafton, obviously that devastating blow that he was dealt just prior to the break. Just 12 bigs separating those guys.
Yeah, it's cagey, Ali. I mean, average stack of 18 bigs with a difference of almost 800k between first and 9th. And, you know, runaway chip leader, but only has a 15 big blind buffer. So if he doubles up Silver, Oliver, Kjotli, all of a sudden he's kind of down there with Hecklen and Greenwood. So exciting from an ICM point of view, handcuffed to say the least for at least a couple of eliminations. So let's see, who gets the chips in the middle sooner rather than later.
It's not too often that we tether the term runaway to chip leader, and yet we're only referring to a 15 big blind differential, which is the situation that the first-timer Manuel Zapp, playing under the German banner, finds himself in. The only stack with 8 figures at present, 10.3 million plus for him. And, of course, Grafton's the man that's got his work cut out for him as we send it back down to the final table, where cards are in the air. And the blinds are 125, 250 with a 250k big blind ante, 625k in orbit, the price of poker at present.
Yeah, this is really fun. Grafton on 5, everyone else handcuffed until Squiddy either doubles or busts out. Guess from an entertainment point of view, maybe not as exciting in terms of, you know, pre-flop collisions and people taking it to the streets, but from a purist point of view, you know, people looking to study ICM and seeing how some of the world's best navigate this incredibly nuanced spot. It's going to be fun to get the notepad out.
Ace-queen, raise and take it. Hecklen was the beneficiary of the vast majority of Grafton's chips as his ace-queen took on 2 jacks, and king, X on the flop, queen on the turn. No jack available on the river. And it was funny because Sam turned to Alex Ponikovs at one point and said, come on, guys, you know, somebody's got to bust. We need to get things moving here. Alex, you're young, you're rich, you should be the man. And Alex promptly turned back and said, it's generally the man who offers that gets showered. Here he is, 5 bigs, pocket 4s under the gun.
Yeah, about to put in 40% of his stack out of the big blind.
$1.2 million plus. Might have a customer in the cutoff from Zapp. Ace Jack.
Encourage them to fall.
Zapp knows that Squiddy is going to be wider here than he actually is in this spot.
Not going to invite anybody to do any squeezing behind him. He jams. It would take so much hand behind him for somebody to wake up and make this call. So Ace Jack against 2 4s as Squiddy is off to the races.
Pablo, will you root for me?
Of course.
Yeah? Yeah, of course.
Always.
And a very rare sportsmanship between the Brazilians and the Brits.
Ace King 5 and a not very sporting flop for the pocket 4s here. In the 3 million chip pot with a chip leader stands to extend that lead. And only a 4 will salvage Sam Grafton's hopes as he calls for the sailboat, and instead,
pleasure, guys.
It's a 7 of clubs.
Wish you all well. The top people.
GG's issued. No, I told you so from Ponikovs, by the way.
that would be a bit harsh.
Well, not so harsh. The $91,000 pickup here in a 25k buy-in event. As Sam Grafton lines up the first casualty here at this FT, and it'll be TBD whether or not Grafton's departure is going to end up greasing the wheels a bit as just 8 remain. Ponikov's inheriting the short stack duties as you see the chip counts, brought to you by PokerStake.
And Zap extending that lead at the top, that 15 big blind buffer that we alluded to. It's now 21 bigs and really does open the door for him to lean into Hecklen, Greenwood. Catley, of course, 4th in chips at the moment. 6-figure club for these final 8 players, 109,800 guaranteed now. Oliver Bithell, Triton newcomer, one of the rookies, if you will, that we've had our eye on since pre-end of late reg. So a bit of an assassin at some point. Eliminated Jason Kuhn. Also eliminated Lucas Greenwood, who's found his way back after re-entering.
No action for the jacks. The hand that didn't fare so well for Grafton.
I should put it here. Only. Actually, I can put it here. It's okay. I don't have that problem.
Couple of potential storylines, of course. Ali Hecklen looking to join a very exclusive 3-time champion club. Catley just come so close on so many occasions to get that maiden title. And some newcomers: Monpardo, Silva, Oliver, chip leader Manuel Zapf, looking to win their first ever Triton title in their first ever played event.
Always a nice way to kick off your voyage.
I think you just retire from Triton events after that.
Win one, drop the mic?
Yeah, it's all downhill from there.
Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but 897, while it seems like a tremendous sum, is eclipsed sometimes
One of the whites go in your
many times over by the payouts available as the buy-ins escalate all the way up to the 250K.
What do you think? 6 million up top in this one? 7 million, 7 million?
We've got more players in the field this time around, so obviously that's going to lend to a bigger first place prize than the one that Grafton won last time the 250K Invitational was held. I think over 6 million is a favorite. King Jack for Ponikov's, the short stack now.
Raise 900,000. Fold. Fold.
Ponikov's basically announcing himself here. The raise and take. So cagey. Ponikov's doubles through Greenwood, for example. He moves up into 3rd. Greenwood would drop down into 6th or 7th. It's just anyone's game as things stand. See Squiddy on the rail, perhaps rooting for Hecklen.
Keen eye, Kilbane.
Both call London home. Ponikov's with back-to-back spots. It's the shortest stack.
Ace Queen suited this time.
All in.
Player all in.
Jams it.
Take it, Keon.
2.6.
What?
2.6.
Yeah, I mean, suited, I think we have to call here. Greenwood offsuit, currently 3rd in chips. A lot of ICM pressure. Doesn't waste too much time by mucking the king-queen out.
No,
that's good.
2.6 million deemed a bit too much, but pocket eight's a bit of a different proposition potentially for Oliver Bithell. Finds himself 5th in chips right now, but only 2 big blind separation. Bins it.
Yeah, I think that hand alone just showcases perhaps some of the fans and viewers around the world that are maybe less experienced when it comes to ICM. Seeing pocket eights hit the muck there for 10 bigs.
Roughly $42,000 to pay jump between 8th and 7th. 109,000 and change. Seeks an owner for 8th and then 7th.
Thank you.
151,000 and change.
Just by getting those 2 raise, or effective jams through, I should say, Ponikoffs has gone from 8th to 5th. To give you guys an idea of how insane the ICM pressure is at the moment, how cagey it is.
Silva has already mucked several small pairs pre-flop when he could have opened, but 9's far too much as he finally activates with one of those pocket pairs. The best of the ones he's been dealt, and an effective jam and take it. Seen a couple of gears out of Silva, by the way, but at present, he is certainly
Thank you, Luca. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
been very, very snug. When the FT first started, felt like he was picking some spots, but the chip distribution was a little bit
Chicken
different.
dinner.
Thank you so much.
When they win a chicken dinner. I think this is what your wife went.
What?
Chicken. When they win a chicken dinner. chicken.
It's always great banter when you've locked up 6 figures. Seems to be a trend.
Raise.
Raise 500,000.
I wonder how many cheetah print hoodies you can buy. 100k. 20?
You don't need more than one. As back-to-back pots going Silva's way, a 6 suited, raise and take it. You know, the cluster, as you keep an eye on the chip distribution here, it creates that caginess. It reminds me of the grid in a Formula One race. Everybody just so snug in there into the first corner, looking to nose ahead, jockey for a little bit of position. There is so much value in doing so.
Red flag by turn 2.
Right. I always find it miraculous that there isn't just all kinds of body work all over the track after each and every turn 1 in one of those races, as we see Eklund. Min raise open, ace 10, gonna run into a couple of kings. In the hands of the chip leader. And on the button, let's see how Manuel proceeds.
The card distribution for Zaf, not to take anything away from the way he's played, but it's been pretty ridiculous. The last frame that I was in.
Well, he got 3-bet a tremendous amount. Almost every time that he opened, somebody would 3-bet him, and he was forced to fold on every occasion. Was never able to 4-bet during the previous frame where Randy and I were in here. So obviously it's been balanced. Now, perhaps it is you who is the lucky charm that has got him on the right side of things. And the 3-bet. Too much for the ace 10 to endure.
Yeah, I saw he sent Brewers Kings packing. Couple of 6s.
6, yeah, on the turn. Spiking the 2 outer. Randy and I both getting PTSD, kind of a deja vu of the brewer who wasn't running so great, has turned things around so nicely of late.
Gonna fold all the way around to Kiat Lee on the button with a decision, 14 bigs. Really awkward. Queen 10 off. This is really grim. I honestly don't know what the play is here. He's gonna take the spot though.
One down, and certainly feels like two down, so wipe the sweat off your brows. It's always a bit dicey when you're not the short stack and you're jamming it in like that. That's one of those spots where even if you rest assured that it was the correct thing to do, when it works out, you're like, okay, cool, all as it should be. And then when all of a sudden somebody wakes up with something and you get showered with 4 shorter stacks than yours and all that ICM, you're like, why did I do that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Kiat's the type to fall into that trap, but I've definitely been there myself. Queen 10-0. Figured it was enough.
Ace-5 suited now for Pardo. This is a man who folded away half of his stack after 3-betting with an ace-jack, then getting piled on by the 2 kings of Bithell.
1 million.
And since then, things have gone fairly well for him. And he's looking to keep that trend alive as he opens to 1 million, 4x. Once again, a sizing that represents the bulk of his chips. And perhaps once again, he's going to run into a little bit of a decision as Zap with pocket jacks jams.
There's a few players behind Ali.
Yeah.
None of the bigger stacks waking up with anything. Don't think Juan can fold this one. It's actually up against one of the best hands he can be up against. Note the equities.
This time he does end up making the call. And as he does, the pot grows to almost 5 million. And might the chip leader be doing his own bidding here in an effort to claim a title in his first ever Triton event? Certainly looks that way as the 9-6 deuce rainbow board fails to help Pardo, but he's straddling the deuce of spades nicely. Can he pick up some equity on the turn?
It was a bit of a tease, that deuce of spades. 10 of diamonds, of course, changing nothing. None of those backdoors materializing, Ali.
So now it's just 3 outs once. And that's not one of them.
Okay.
So handshakes and GGs, as is standard and customary. Juan Pardo fought and fought hard, but in the end, 8th place was the best that he would be able to muster.
Online legend, Malacca style.
110,000 roughly. Going to be making its way into his account. And as a result of his departure, an extra $42,000 going to be locked up in all remaining accounts. As just 7 players remain here at the FT of event number 1. Shortest stack is Ponikov's with 11 bigs, and you can just see how tightly wound everything is from 2nd all the way down to 7th even. As Zap stands alone atop the mountain. Ace-jack off. Wind at his back a bit.
500.
Raise to 500,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
How absurd is this chip distribution? Second in chips, Henrik Hecklund, just 26 bigs. Manuel with more than 2x. Second in chips has. Now adding to that, 16.1 million. Of the 161 in play, he has 62 of the big blinds.
If I park you in Zap's seat here with the 60+ bigs, are you going to seek to get a little bit abusive given the ICM, given the closeness of all those shorter stacks, 16 to 10 bigs?
I don't think he is allowed to just let loose like a bull in a china shop. I think he still has to remain disciplined, because once he doubles up one of the shorter stacks, you know, to 30 big blinds, he would drop down to 50. All of a sudden, it gets a lot harder to win.
Well, I'm not suggesting that he goes calling off and spinning the wheel with everyone, but maybe VPIP going way up, a bunch of min-raise opens and the lot, until he encounters some resistance. If he sees if anybody out there wants to fight and dig in, because let's face it, with the payout jumps that are building in size, we're not particularly incentivized to try to fight against a man that we know could just wake up and decide, okay, let's spin the wheel, right?
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't put it better myself. I think that's precisely what we're going to see, especially when Hecklund and Greenwood are in the blinds, because those are the two guys that are kind of quote-unquote safe, or at least have a bit of a buffer. Until Ponokovs or Oliver Silva make a move, Manuel can kind of leverage that.
To be fair, though, we really haven't seen him out of line much at all. A majority of his navigations have been tethered to very reasonable kid. And on the topic of reasonable kid, 2 red kings, nobody daring to open into his big, albeit didn't see anything of much interest out there, but he was ready, loaded for bear.
Every orbit's same.
I think he's had kings 4 times. I've been in the booth. I've had him during 2 frames.
Normal.
Ace king, jacks a couple of times. It's the run good for sure.
It's allowed and oftentimes required if you're trying to get through some of the killers that do their bidding on the Triton Super High Roller Series. A little bit of luck goes a long way. And for Silva, Ace King is going to go a long way as well. 3.5 million in his stack, which is 5th of 7 coming into this one. Red 8s awaiting Zap.
Silva starting hand 5th in chips. Bigs effective. It's Manuel against Silva. There's a +1 open. Says spin it.
Yep, the jam will get snap called by Silva, and we will be off to the races.
This feels like it's for the tournament, Ali. If he can hold here, not to say that, you know, it's guaranteed, but would have more than 60% of the chips in play, would have almost 4x what second in chips have if he can just find the hold against Silva.
So far, so good on a Jack 7-3 board. Couple of diamonds lurking. 7.5 million chip pot. Turn is a diamond, and suddenly added outs for Silva, who was merely hunting an ace or a king. Now, any diamond will do as well. Can he connect? No. The queen of clubs on the river. GG's issued once more. not long removed from the departure of Juan Pardo as Brazil notches a cash here. And a sporting departure, as well as a delightful bit of inheritance for Zach.
Big Pablo Silva fan, one of the best coming out of Brazil in recent years. Strong start to his Triton series, Ali.
151,000 and change headed his way as we are just getting started. 208,000, the next payout on tap. Panakov's still the shorty. Loves to see these eliminations as he continues to just ladder up without getting involved. See the massive 20 million plus in front of Zap. 67 bigs, and we talked about it possibly being for the tournament, that pot.
Yeah, it has around 60% of the chips in play with 6 left. Average stack at the table was 27 bigs. He's the only player with more than average. Really giving me some Mark Rubathan vibes back in Vietnam, where it just felt destined. Just holding in big spots, big flips, big hand v hand kind of situations. There's a man that is looking to stop him. Looking to add a 3rd Triton title to his already impressive Triton track record. Oh my word, what is happening at this final table since I've returned?
Hecklin raises to 750K at the 150-300 level. 2 jacks feel good until, of course, Panakov's wakes up with 2 aces. And the good news for Hecklin is that he has Panakov's covered. The bad news is obviously that 2 million is going to be a big dent in his stack if, as we suspect, these two are headed toward the center in a mighty collision.
We were talking about gridlock before I joined. Just been non-stop.
Oh, the gridlock is giving way to the gallows as they are dropping like flies here. How much of this is posturing and how much of it is actually deciding whether or not to flatten, try to get the rest in post?
I think Panakov's is evaluating all of the options, but ultimately will come to a decision that most people would. Maybe there are some slow plays here.
All in.
Not this time. Cards on their backs, aces against jacks, 5.1 in the middle. Hecklin looks perhaps equally as confused as you, Ali, the time that it took for the aces to find the all-in button.
Doesn't have much to say about it, as obviously the bell tolls for these 2 jacks. King 8-5, clean. Panakov's the all-in man. Dodges a hook on the turn. Needs to do the same thing with 1 to come and then lay claim to 5.1 million.
What?
And he's done it. So Hecklin, once accounting is complete, will be sitting with 3.6 million.
Yeah, stacks are practically flipped in that spot. Or thereabouts. Panakov's moves up into 2nd. Henrik down in the cluster alongside Lee and Oliver.
Well, betacr.eu is where you can elevate your live sports experience. Exclusive live action and prediction options on Triton events. Check them out and receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging today. I love that, by the way. Obviously the product of Phil Nagy, I would imagine, being able to bet on these Triton outcomes in real time.
Yeah, it's something that I don't want to say that, I don't want us to take credit for its concept, but there were definitely conversations between us in the booth at previous stops about how cool it would be to be able to bet on some of your favorite players.
Wouldn't it?
So, you know, a little $20 on Stevie Chidwick, you know?
Sure.
This could find its way into the middle. Blind v blind. Small blind. Yeah.
All in.
Here we go. It's just been an absolute bloodbath. How long have I been back for?
Not going to blame you, but obviously something in the air ever since Kilbane came back to the desk as the King 10 suited runs into 2 10s. Lucas Greenwood all too happy to be spinning against this kit as Ponikov's just fresh off the double with the 2 aces against jacks.
Hungry K.
Yeah, I have 4.7.
No. Risks losing almost all of those chips, barring improvement in a 9.7 million chip pot. Queen 7-5, looking good for Greenwood. Turn stays safe. It's the king alone that he needs to dodge.
Diamond.
And does so successfully. So what a roller coaster ride there for Alex Ponikovs, Henry.
Yeah, managing to get the aces against jacks to double up, move up to second, and then the very next hand.
Yeah.
And down
yeah,
to
started with 4.7, so.
I have no idea what's my
just north of one big now. With that, Lucas Greenwood vaults up to second in chips with a huge drop-off to the rest of the pack. Only real threat to the chip leader, Manuel Zapf, for now at least.
Yeah.
Nice development there for Greenwood, by the way, as he lands himself on a 32 big blind stack. It is a little bit awkward, though, to have that size stack. Obviously far more awkward for Ponikovs to have just one big, but unless Zapf is out of the pot, you're kind of not looking to get involved if you're Greenwood with the shorties lurking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just tournament poker in a nutshell, man. I think this is why you play cash, right? It's just, you know, you want to play a hand, you're in, you know? I don't care if there's a guy on one big. I don't care about, you know, ICM, you know. Just want to play my hand. Jack 10 suited. You're going to have to rip those cards out of my hand.
Yeah. I don't want to get put in jail because of ICM. Silly things.
400,000.
King 9 suited D more than enough for Ponikovs.
More, a little bit more. This is 2 point. This is
get all in.
That 3?
3, 3, 25.
3, 3, 25.
Slightly north of a big. Now, interesting kind of situation here potentially, Henry, in terms of Greenwood. Wow, giving protection to Ponikovs, recognizing that the range is going to be wide, but I thought perhaps he would be more inclined to flat and then have 4 cards up against Ponikovs to try to capture the pay jump. And the kind of furrow in your brow suggests maybe you thought the same?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's coming to mind is because of the massive gap between Greenwood and the shorter stacks, maybe there's some incentive to kind of keep Ponokov's in. I really don't know. I'm as surprised as you are to see him not take that three ways. Also the dead money as well. We see Hecklin, what a flop top pair.
Well, in that sense, maybe it was good of Greenwood to do this, though. King 9 is in front until the 6 rolls off, and a little pucker of the lips for Alex Ponokov's understandably, is now he hunts a 9. The same sort of three-outer situation Greenwood found himself in. Can he hit it? No, he can't. And an ace of hearts on the end. Bang, bang. Ponokov's. GG's.
Not sure if that's a good shove by me.
But his run comes to an end, and you overheard Lucas Greenwood say, not sure if that was a good shove by me. But he's not going to complain with the result as he manages to whittle the field down to 5, courtesy of the elimination of the Latvian, Ponokovs. He will take home $208,000 and change for his efforts, leaving the rest of the field having secured a $271,000 payout. Did well, though, did Ponokovs, in terms of hanging around, lingering, laddering up.
For sure.
Looked like maybe he was all set. And then suddenly, King 10 against 2 10s, and it unraveled rather quickly. As you get a quick peek at the remaining payouts in total, $897 up top of the over $4 million collected. Looks at the chip counts as well.
It's been a while since we had an AP feature at the final table. Going home in 6th. I wonder if he grinds with that tracksuit, or his tracksuits in general, online back home. Like, is he there with the neon Miami nightclub owner vibe as he's putting people in the bin online? Or is that just a Triton exclusive?
I mean,
these are the questions, you know.
People talk about how when someone wears a suit, they feel a sense of gravitas. The type that Kiat Lee maybe is experiencing, having looked down at ace 10 in the cutoff. The one not shared by Hecklin's ace 8. Maybe Ponokov's taps in to an alter ego of sorts when he throws on these track jackets, and as such, maybe he does wear them at home. And it isn't just for our benefit.
We'll have to ask him next time we bump into him. Wouldn't surprise me if he pulls out a library of selfies taken from the online grind. This is the tracksuit I was winning when I won the GG Super Millions online.
Right.
Greenwood second in chips. Managing to spike that 3 outer to eliminate Ponokovs, and obviously on the back end of the big double up, the 10s against King 10 hold. Now a real threat to the chip leader Manuel Zap, and perhaps a threat to Double H. A couple of 6s on the button.
$700K.
1.85.
Out of the second biggest stack at the table, and Hecklin has stepped in it a bit here as he 3-bets to 1.85, a massive commitment of his 2.85 to start this hand, and 1.6 is going to be busy.
You have like 1.2
Zap
back.
with the easy fold. The good news is that an ace hits the bin as well, as Greenwood asks for a count. I would imagine the ace-king suited is going to be ready to get that last million in there, and those 2 monosyllabic words indicate just that.
Yeah, Kiat Lee and Oliver just get to watch on again. It's been 35 minutes since we've returned, and we've gone from 9 to 5. Well, we go from 9 to 4.
king high flop, and it certainly looks like we may, Henry. As Greenwood hops in front and wears a
I'll
smile.
allow a 7 or an 8. I'll even allow like a 3 gap, or I'll give you the possibility.
Trip kings on the turn. Eklund's gonna need a 2-outer here to survive. 6s have done it before, but not gonna do it again.
Good game.
And so suddenly, once the gridlock was broken, we continue to have a blistering pace of eliminations here. And on this occasion, a former Triton main event winner and 2-time title holder, Henrik Hecklund, who entered the arena through that hallway, but will exit in a far less ceremonious fashion, making his way offset, earning $271,000 for the effort, and leaving 4 players behind, all of whom are secured $339,800. And he sees Zap starting to get a bit loose. Doesn't allow us to call him the Great Dane. Says that title belongs to Gus Hansen. Well, he is a very accomplished Dane, let's put it like that. And one who is adding to his already impressive Triton career earn total of over $6 million.
All in.
Such a gangster.
Oh yeah, delight, by the way, to be in the booth watching do his thing as Zap now starting to look like the abuser, and I thought he had the right to play the role of as he jams a jack deuce into Catley's big. By the way, we've been a little bit sleeping on Oliver Bithel's ladder up here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, Catley and Oliver have just got to watch from the sidelines the last, what, 40 minutes or so, laddering the better part of 250,000 since the departure of Sam Grafton, and now still in contention to win it all. 897,000 up top. Could this be the start for Oliver? I think the light is green, foot is on the accelerator, and we're going to have to go with this one.
Queen Jack suited. $2.5 million.
Wow, this is close. I mean, all knows that short-handed, that blind and big blind ante comes around even faster. Oliver going to have to put in 25% of his stack in the very next hand, blind. Does he spin the wheel with King 9 suited?
Neither the King 9 nor the Ace Deuce are curious enough, and that's just fine with Britain's Oliver Bithell.
Got 3 better hands to fold, Ali. That's a good result in my books.
Well, his result is not done yet. Would love to secure an additional ladder if he can outlast Kiat Lee. It would be worth a handsome, almost 80,000. You consider this is a 25k buy-in event. That's meaningful.
Yeah, Lucas Greenwood's lone Triton cash came from a 25k back in London 2019. Second place finish in 25k 6 max turbo. Catley not happy that Oliver
not even
given a walk.
What have you done to me?
Obviously, the two of them keeping an eye on one another in a war of attrition, as you've got Zap and Greenwood healthy stacks, and then far more frail depth for Lee and Bithell. 11 bigs apiece.
Wow, Greenwood showing a willingness to play in position on the button, knows that he's got a stack depth now that Manuel can't just push around. See what OTB wants to do here.
Well, he's going to jam his King Jack, which is in a great way against Greenwood. Let's find out what this side card is for Zap. Obviously nothing of interest. So he did have an ace. Luke asks for the count.
You know, the funny thing is, of course, before late reg ended, Oliver eliminated Greenwood, showered him back to the rebuy desk, and fast forward a day. They're both here,
Like
four-handed.
I don't know. I get some ways forwards.
Yes, you do.
Can you do it on me?
If I'm the button, I can't just go all in for like 50 blinds.
Would be funny to see it come full circle. Greenwood eliminate OTB. Not that I'm rooting against OTB.
I had a tournament in Macau with three-handed. I got that same hand on the button like twice in like 3 orbits and got rejammed on.
The fact that Greenwood remembers that is a little terrifying to me. Something as obscure. Was it King 6?
King 8.
King 8 on the button twice in 3 orbits back in Macau.
Whatever that was,
yeah.
10 years ago.
Right, exactly. Steel trap of poker experiences, apparently, is the mind of Luke Greenwood, who's back at it from the cutoff this time. Ace 10, 700. Kiatley in the big. And he's going to jam with this Ace 6. And
It's like 3 million.
Yep.
This one I think I'm calling.
I'll just making sure.
I just want to count,
This is
but I'm
2.
calling.
2.7 is 375. 3 and 75. 3 million and 75.
well, Greenwood just verifying that Kiat had the stack he thought he had, and once that process was complete, as advised, he does call. And now we play.
What?
You didn't make your promise.
I mean,
for 6.6.
You knew I said I was calling. I just want to count, you know?
Kiat in a bad way needs help. There's a 6. Help rendered.
Queen of Hearts.
Greenwood looking for a very sweaty Queen of Hearts on the turn, which would give him a gutter and the nut flush draw. Instead, it's just the heart, and that is an unwelcome sight for Kiat Lee, who's still in the lead but has much to fade. 10 or a heart being anti-sweated deeply by Lee, who can't bring it in as the 10 of spades binks Greenwood, who was dominating pre-flop. And just like that, down to 3, Henry, as Kiat Lee, in his bid for his first ever Triton title, comes up short.
Would you mind asking a waiter for a bottle of water for me?
It's crazy how consistent this man is. I mean, just looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app, 2 top 3 finishes in Cyprus of last year, another 5 in Vietnam earlier this year, 2 final tables in Cyprus just 8 weeks ago, including that 200k Luxon Invitational, and now a strong start to the London Series with a 4th place finish here in the opening event. Keeps knocking on the door, Ali. Surely the poker gods are going to answer sooner rather than later.
He's been the groomsman on many occasions, but never the groom, as this $339,000 plus payout will put him up and over $5 million in career Triton earnings. His 14th cash, as it leaves behind 3 of our original 9-player FT, and 416,000 plus locked up, a massive jump up to 605 and change. If you can get yourself heads up. As Bithell continues to ladder away.
Yeah, insane laddering skills. The Triton first timer.
Can I have a count, please?
OTB jams the ace-5 suited. Zap with ace-8 wants a count. Greenwood's got an ace-6.
Call.
Zapf going to call, and he's going to have the best of it, as this makes Greenwood's decision very easy, binning it. And you see Bithell recognizing that his plight is very similar to that not enjoyed by Kiat Lee moments ago. In fact, it was the one that left him showered. As we play for 9.9. 6-4 tray, and the open ender for Bithell, about as great a flop as you could hope for, short of one that contains a 5. Turn card, though, is an 8. Five no longer works. Outs reduced. Down to 8. Can OTB hit? No, and note that the 8 was key, as if it didn't show up, the pair of 5s would have left him doubling, and instead it leaves the chip leader with a massive infusion of gaming tokens on his way to a heads-up appointment with Lucas Greenwood, rolling up the sleeves as he understands.
Lucas wants to play.
It's time.
Sure. Can we take a break?
So, third place finish for OTB at his first ever Triton, 416,000 and change going his way, as he leaves behind only 2 to do battle heads up for the $897,000 first place prize. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali Najat alongside Henry Kilbane. And Henry, I know you mentioned that when you were in the booth originally, Zap ran really well. Our frame, Randy and I, didn't really look that way. He opened a lot of pots. He got 3-bet. He had to fold repeatedly. You get back in here, and suddenly the man just vaults up the ladder, up the leaderboard, rather, to 24.7 million now officially, as he goes up against the 15.8 million of Greenwood.
Yeah, 2%, 5%. I mean, whatever he wants to throw, our way for giving him the run good. But no, GG's to Oliver Bithell as well. Seemed really comfortable out there first time at a Triton series. So looking forward to see him back in the mix. But yeah, we've got what looked like a runaway chip leader. Now we have a very deep stacked heads up match on our hand to really just finish things off here.
82 bigs against 53 when we return. And it looks like it's time for me to give way to Randy Liu here at the desk. I will step aside. We will go to a break. When we return, heads up action from right here in London.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Here we have a button versus big blind spot. The flop is Jack 10 deuce rainbow. The button c-bets, and we call in the big blind. The turn is the 10 of spades. We'll see that the big blind is actually supposed to donk bet quite often here. Why is that? Well, if we go back, we can use this range comparison tool to see that the big blind's calling range contains many more 10x hands. That means that when the 10 pairs on the turn, those second pairs become trips, giving big blind the nut advantage needed to start leading out. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Once again, a sizing that represents the bulk of his chips, and perhaps once again he's going to run into a little bit of a decision as Zap with pocket jacks. Jams.
There's a few players behind, Ali.
Yeah.
None of the bigger stacks waking up with anything. Don't think Juan can fold this one. It's actually up against one of the best hands he can be up against. Note the equities.
This time he does end up making the call. And as he does, the pot grows to almost 5 million. And might the chip leader be doing his own bidding here in an effort to claim a title in his first ever Triton event? Certainly looks that way as the 9-6 deuce rainbow board fails to help Pardo, but he's straddling the deuce of spades nicely. Can he pick up some equity on the turn?
That was a bit of a tease, that deuce of spades. 10 of diamonds, of course, changing nothing. None of those backdoors materializing, Ali.
So now it's just 3 outs once. And that's not one of them.
Okay.
So handshakes and GGs, as is standard and customary. Juan Pardo fought and fought hard, but in the end, 8th place was the best that he would be able to muster.
Online legend, Malacca style.
110,000 roughly. Going to be making its way into his account. And as a result of his departure, An extra $42,000 going to be locked up in all remaining accounts. It's just 7 players remain.
Jacks a couple of times. It's the run good for sure.
It's allowed and oftentimes required if you're trying to get through some of the killers that do their bidding on the Triton Super High Roller Series. A little bit of luck goes a long way. And for Silva, Ace King is going to go a long way as well. 3.5 million in his stack, which is 5th of 7 coming into this one. Red 8s awaiting Zap.
Silva starting the hand 5th in chips. $14 bigs effective. It's Manuel against Silva. There's a +1 open. Says spin it.
Yep, the jam will get snap called by Silva, and we will be off to the races.
This feels like it's for the tournament, Ali. If he can hold here, not to say that, you know, it's guaranteed, but would have more than 60% of the chips in play, would have almost 4x what second in chips have if he can just find the hold against Silva.
So far, so good on a Jack 7-3 board. Couple of diamonds lurking. 7.5 million chip pot. Turn is a diamond, and suddenly added outs for Silva, who was merely hunting an ace or a king. Now, any diamond will do as well. Can he connect? No. The queen of clubs on the river. GG's issued once more. Not long removed from the departure of Juan Pardo, as Brazil notches a cash here. And a sporting departure, as well as a delightful bit of inheritance for Zach.
Big Pablo Silva fan, one of the best coming out of Brazil in recent years. Strong start to his Triton series, Ali.
151,000 and change headed his way. As we are just, if you're Greenwood, with the shorties lurking.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just tournament poker in a nutshell, man. I think this is why you play cash, right? It's just, you know, you want to play a hand, you're in, you know? I don't care if there's a guy on one big. I don't care about, you know, ICM, you know. Just want to play my hand. Jack 10 suited. You're going to have to rip those cards out of my hand.
Yeah. I don't want to get put in jail because of ICM. Silly things.
400,000.
King 9 suited D more than enough for Panakovs
More, a
to
little bit more. This is 2 point. This is
get
three.
all in.
That 3?
3, 3, 25.
3, 3, 25.
Slightly north of a big. Now, interesting kind of situation here potentially, Henry, in terms of Greenwood. Wow, giving protection to Panakovs, recognizing that the range is going to be wide, but I thought perhaps he would be more inclined to flat and then have 4 cards up against Panakovs to try to capture the pay jump. And the kind of furrow in your brow suggests maybe you thought the same?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's coming to mind is because of the massive gap between Greenwood and the shorter stacks, maybe there's some incentive to kind of keep Panakovs in. I really don't know. I'm as surprised as you are to see him not take that 3 ways. Also the dead money as well. We see Heckler, what a flop top pair.
Well, in that sense, maybe it was good of Greenwood to do this, though. King 9 is in front until the 6 rolls off, and a little pucker of the lips for Alex Panakovs, understandably, is now he hunts a 9. The same sort of three-outer situation Greenwood found himself in. Can he hit it? No, he can't. And an ace of hearts on the end. Bang, bang. Panakov's. GG's.
I'm not sure if that's a good shot by me.
But his run comes to an end, and you overheard Lucas Greenwood say, not sure if that was a good shove by me. But he's not going to complain with the result as he manages to whittle the field down to 5, courtesy of the elimination of the Latvian, Panakovs. He will take home $208,000 and change for his efforts, leaving the rest of the field having
Greenwood second in chips. Managing to spike that 3-outer to eliminate Panakovs, and obviously on the back end of the big double up, the 10s against King 10 hold. Now a real threat to the chip leader Manuel Zapf, and perhaps a threat to Double H. A couple of 6s on the button.
$700K.
Well, very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott here at the Grosvenor House. It is event number 1, the 25k GGMillions live edition, part, of course, of the Triton Super High Roller Series. And Randy, we're heads up in our first event, almost 300,000 on the line for Lucas Greenwood and Manuel Zapf. And you may recall, you know, just an hour ago when you left to go get some food, there's still 9 players, and now we're heads up, Randy.
Yes, it seems like there were some coolers that happened while I was away. We are going to play a massive heads-up match, 300,000, and you know, we got Manuel, who's first-time Triton. He's excited, I'm sure, but Lucas Greenwood, that's a big name, right? We haven't seen him in a while. Shows back up to London, happens to final table here in event number 1 and playing a 300K heads-up match. And no Sam Greenwood around I've seen, but this guy, he's got game.
Yeah, Lucas with just 1 cash on his Triton track record prior to this 25k. Came back in London in 2019, came second in a 6 max turbo for just over 500k. So he's beaten his previous career best at a Triton series. But let's talk about the Triton first time. As you mentioned, Manuel Zapf, first timer playing after qualifying. He streams online, I believe. We were just talking off air. Twitch.tv/neverfoldqueen5 or Q5. You know, he's out there just grinding along and getting a bit of a backstory. I overheard the likes of Brewer and some other players talking that apparently he's got 50% of himself as well in this event. So, you know, this guy is just here living the absolute dream. We're just moments away from throwing it down to the main stage to see Lucas Greenwood square off against Manuel Zapf, who's just had it plain sailing up until now. But Greenwood going to look to be the man that beats him, the man that puts an end to the runaway train of Manuel Zapf. 82 bigs, plays 53.
This is actually a rather deep heads-up match with the 135 big blinds in play, and, you know, 53 for the shorter stack. It's going to come down to grinding these kind of smaller pots. I don't know too much about Greenwood's game or Manuel in terms of heads-up, but it's just definitely a time to try to make the right decisions with so much on the line.
Deep stacks. We'll be seeing plenty of flops and post-flop play. Really looking forward to this. This deep stacked heads-up match really is a good ending to what's been a fantastic start to the series. Triton newcomer against one of the Greenwood brothers.
Two very playable hands in this spot. 10-8 suited, defending the big blind. Absolutely dry texture.
Yeah, dry, but enough for Zaf to potentially continue that 10-8 of spades wrapped around that spade on board. 2 overs, backdoor straights as well.
There, 400,000.
It's a very small bet here. Yeah, and like you said, the 10-8 suited definitely has got playability, whether in form of check raise or check call. Very first hand of heads up is going to be a check raise here with the 2 overs. Lots of cards you can just multi-barrel on, but ideally just take it down on the flop. Ace-9 is it's often the best hand at this point. You know, you just don't got that like backdoor, you know, straight or flush draw to go with it, but it feels mandatory to call here and just see what develops, see if your opponent follows through on a turn. Hopefully they check.
Manuel showing that he's here to play, here to get involved, put Greenwood to the test. None of those backdoors developing for the German. See if he pumps the brakes a little bit.
It really doesn't have much equity. If he's betting again here, then he feels that he's getting called by all the ace highs, the 2 broadways. With a flop check raise, look like he is going to reach. And so he must feel that there's a lot of these unpaired hands that just have to fold to this kind of a turn bet.
Oh, Greenwood, first hand of heads up. Does he want to station down with ace high? Gets out of the way, and first blood goes Manuel's way. 27 million, plays 13. 2-1 chip lead for the German. Of course, that one feels good for confidence and morale. Got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Difference between first and second. Both players guaranteed 605,500 for their efforts. Champion will be going home with 897,000 as a Triton trophy. The man to beat, Manuel Zaf. Current residence, living in Ireland with his wife and son, Maximilian, 4 years old. It's a Twitch streamer. Find him streaming 5 times a week on twitch.tv/neverfoldq5. Says to the viewers at home, come say hi, as Greenwood looks to say hi with the ace queen. And will likely take down the pawn right here, right now.
Do you want to see him get dealt queen 5 at least once in this heads-up match? Because I want to see how crazy he goes with it.
He did say, there's the funny anecdote about him is that although his online screen name is Never Fold Queen 5, it is a lie rather, and that he's always folding Queen 5 all the time. Oh.
Okay, then why did he pick that as a screen name? I guess that is the question for me. A lot of tension in this heads-up match. Realize how much is on the line. So important to note that Lucas Green was pretty content with limping here on the button, even like 45 big blinds deep to kick things off. So may have a different approach between these two players going to this heads up. Does flop the club draw.
Check.
Giving a free flop to Manuel.
Bet.
Deuce with zero interest, of course, on this board.
Thank you.
Sounds like the blinds going up after this hand. Around 8 to 200k, 400k means Greenwood will be sub 40.
Yes, and we are increasing blinds based on number of hands dealt. Let's see if Manuel plays the 7-4 in terms of limp raise. Looks like he's going to stick with the pre-flop raise strategy. Another nice hand here for Greenwood in the big blind ace-jack. Definitely a hand you could definitely 3-bet here for value. Expect worse hands to call.
5 seconds.
2.7.
Raised to 2,700,000. Fold.
Back-to-back 3-bets.
Okay, gentlemen, and the blinds
in
are
the
up.
big blind. Sometimes feel like your opponent's just at it. The case, Greenwood's had the goods both times as the blinds go up. 200,000, 400,000. Chip counts and blinds brought to you by betacr.eu. Heads up in event number 1. 25k GGMillions live edition here at the JW Marriott. These two hands could certainly collide.
Raised to 900,000.
Queen 10 offsuit's usually kind of one of those hands you just defend with rather than 3-bet.
Fold.
2.2 in the middle. As it comes King 9-5. Greenwood flopping top pair, decent kicker. Zap, however, that inside straight draw.
Yeah, I imagine Zap is going to continue. Normally for check call this type of holding.
Bet. 700,000.
Of course, the Queen 10 does also overcard the other two cards out there, the 9 and the 5. So oftentimes when you do make a pair on the turn or river, feeling pretty good about it. Ideally hunting the jack, which would give him the clean straight.
Well, how about trips for Greenwood?
Check.
The jack at this point, a non-heart jack.
Sometimes you'll see Lucas Greenwood actually go quite large on this turn card. He can extract a lot of value, of course, from the worst king, but more importantly, even the 9x probably wouldn't want to be laying this down. And you can represent a lot of bluffs yourself, whether in the form of gutties or the heart draw out there. And he's done just that, the 2.8 million into, what, the 3 point something or so.
Yeah, right on cue. Around 75% pot, thereabouts.
At this point, this is just a bit too much out of position, just holding a high card holding. Well, is he actually coming off for call? He must feel, for him to call this, must feel that he's up again. He's beating all of the straight draws, the gutties, the 6, 7, 7, 8s, 10 jacks, 10 queen.
Maybe feels like Greenwood is going to give up on certain board runouts. That 7 of spades does now mean some of those 7-6, 8-7 type holdings.
Yeah.
Have rivered a pair. If Manuel was ahead, would now be behind. 9.2 in the middle. This is going to give Greenwood the lead in this heads-up match.
Basically, Greenwood's kind of going to go for the size that he thinks the 9X and the King X's will call it high frequency. King X clearly never folding.
Does he just go for it all? 11.5 behind, 9.2 in the middle.
He might.
Really put those hands that you mentioned in the blender.
Probably at least 75% pot, I'd imagine, just to try to extract the most value, not leave too much meat left against like the other King X's. Probably doesn't expect like a 5X to call a triple, so you don't really need to target small.
Best of 8 million.
8 million.
Oh.
Just shy of par, and a swift fold from Zap, and with that, Lucas Greenwood is the chip leader. 21 mil, plays 19 now. We've got a heads-up match on our hands. There's guaranteed 605,500 for their efforts.
These are the number 1 and number 2 coming into the final table. So they got to choose their seats, you know, with the GG dynamic of having the chip lead. So I think they chose wisely.
Yeah, it really is a fun concept. Just like, who do I perceive as, you know, the weakest players? Everyone sit on their left. Who am I scared of? I'm going to sit on the opposite side of the table from them, kind of thing.
Correct. And actually, what Manuel did was he actually sat across from the other 2 big stacks, and Greenwood actually opted to take a position on Sam Grafton, who also had a large stack at the time. But I like to kind of stay on the other side, get away. Or maybe you just choose the seat you think is lucky, and both of these seats seem to be doing quite well. Dealer button's got Queen 10.
Yeah, I mean, they're up over 500,000 since the start of the FT, so some run good in these 2 seats for sure.
It seems like Greenwood is going to opt for a very limp-heavy strategy against his opponent. Maybe he feels that Manuel doesn't play heads up that much. Who knows? He wants to kind of create a large stack to pot with. But the way Manuel's playing, it seems like he's very experienced, even in this heads up format. 6-deuce offsuit, polarized range. You do expect to raise from the big blind. Queen 10 comes along.
Yeah, so this limping strategy, just a byproduct of wanting to see flops in position.
Yeah, and also just trying to reduce the variance of the whole match. If you feel that you've got a post-flop edge, and but to be fair, I don't think Greenwood has any idea how Manuel plays heads up or how much experience he has. He might be like
900.
Some heads up crusher. Regardless, playing well. Going to go ahead and c-bet the 800k. Queen 10. Still got that Queen of Hearts working. 2 overs.
There's a small continuation bet after ISOing. Let's have a gut shot. Greenwood going to continue, of course. 5 million in the middle. Jack of clubs on the turn. Both players within Greenwood with the lead, but difficult should he face more heat to just station down with Queen of Hearts. Could be dead as Zap waves the white flag.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Greenwood attacks here on the turn just because he's just got Queen High. He does have a decent draw. Must be trying to figure out what value Manuel will have to take this line. Does go and check, see what happens. Hopefully hit a heart.
Wow. That's one way to get there.
pair of
Over
sixes.
third pair.
As played, it was limp raise call, c-bet call. Looks like Manuel is going to check here if the pair of sixes on a 4-liner. Lucas just has queen 10 high. It feels like he's got a stab here. You know, you can just fold out so many king X, ace X type holdings. Greenwood cut out chips. This is a key pot. 4 into 5. 80 million, not 80 million, 80% pot.
Yeah, it really is. Forget this was limped on the button by Greenwood. Zaf made it 1.5 to go. Greenwood called. 7-4-3. Zaf continued for 800k. Greenwood made the call with the queen high flush drawn 2 overs. Turn went check, check. And now Greenwood opting to bet 80% on this river and gets the better hand to hit the mark. Greenwood extending his lead over the German Twitch streamer.
Yeah, tough spot in that last one, but just feels like he wouldn't get bluffed there, and maybe he felt that the naked hearts would bet the turn. Lucas getting the best of Manuel so far.
Big old sigh there from Greenwood. We had that man on our feature table the other day, Patrick Antonius, the man that needs no introduction when it comes to live poker, and it probably comes as no surprise that he developed the First Land of Poker app. Head on over to firstlandofpoker.com, or if you haven't already, download the app and revolutionize your live poker journey with the Flop app. Power up your poker room with Flop. PM really is great to have for live poker players. If there's a man that I'm going to trust to develop an app that's specifically designed for live poker, it's going to be Patrick Antonius.
He's not doing the coding though, right?
I hope not. I'm hoping he's focused on playing poker.
In terms of like input on how to, what to develop. As the rail, as they root on these two gladiators. Ajax here. Expecting Lucas Greenwood to continue to follow through with the limping strategy, which he does. Ace-Jack is delightful given that the last spot he pushed in chips with the 6-deuce off.
1.5?
Pretty much the same action so far. 8-7 offsuit's got some playability here in position. It's not unreasonable. We've seen people take flops in these heads-up matches with holdings like this. He does.
Yeah, and by limping pre, as you alluded to, it just allows him to make the call here and see a flop with the 8-7, as you mentioned, and flops best on the 9-8 deuce. Form a middle pair.
Yeah, heads up can be very tough when you raise after the limp and then you just completely whiff. You bet and you just pray they just fold because it's so hard to play turns when you just got like two high cards. For now though, 8-7 middle pair. Lots of stack. You know, and when you're in position, you can just call these bets and just see whether your opponent likes the turn or not and react accordingly.
Doesn't like that turn. 5.2 million in the middle. The 3 of diamonds completes the rainbow. Zaf with 2 overs. Checks it on over to Greenwood. Is this a spot where we want to seek some value / protection perhaps, Randy?
I would strongly feel that way just because I'd probably expect like a bigger hand to continue firing the turn after the pre-flop action and flop sizing. your hand is vulnerable for pair of 8s. The higher the pair you go
3 million?
in your hand, you can kind of check a bit more as it's less vulnerable to new overcards. So this 3 million is a clear value bet. And should get it done.
Yeah, having the Jack of Spades is a bad card to have, right? Blocking hands like Jack 7, Jack 10, some of the draws.
Correct.
You'd want Greenwood to have. It's been all Greenwood so far, this heads-up match. Up to 25 million. They've basically flipped roles in terms of how things started off. Heads up.
Still some support from the rail, as you can see. Would love to see their friend take down event number 1. 300k heads-up match in this 25k buy-in. GG Super Millions, live edition.
$1 million.
Manuel Zap, 2.5x here, Queen 8 offsuit. Two very different clashing strategies. Right now, advantage Lucas Greenwood's got King 7 offsuit. It is actually one of those hands where you can put in a 3-bet. The King X offsuits, they play well. They play very similar to the Ace X offsuit type holdings, where you've got the blocker, you unblock the raise folding hands. You tend to see the suited variety of this King X's flat pre-flop, whereas the offsuit being, since the offsuit edition gets defend, not the offsuit edition, but just in general, people don't defend 3-bets as much. There's Phil Nagy. Drew Gonzalez. We know who they're rooting for. Well, if the strategy is working, no reason to change it. Greenwood continued to limp. And when your opponent keeps limping into you, nothing wrong with just taking flops. You're getting free equity, free chances to take your opponent out, which you might fold pre-flop to a pre-flop raise. Does flop open-ended for Manuel. But, you know, Lucas Greenwood, king high flush draw. Manuel is actually going to start leading himself into this pot rather than check to the player in position. Lots of turn cards that could just really end this. That not being one of them. Might still be a reasonable spot for Manuel to put in a multi-barrel here. He can still get 2 over cards like the Broadways to just kind of pitch it.
1.6.
And just really apply pressure to those hands that are unpaired. But for Greenwood, still got the king high. You got position. Lots of clean outs in case you're behind, but occasionally you are just ahead of all these kind of gutty and straight draw type holdings. You know, all of the ones in between the 7 and the 4. Double pairs. As played, Manuel probably thinks that the Broadway holdings that he was trying to fold out don't exist anymore in his opponent's range. Therefore, it's narrowed to showdown value, whether ace high or the 7x or the 4x, even the deuce x. As given it is a limp pot pre-flop, so these types of low cards vary in Lucas Greenwood's button range. And Manuel's actually still going to fire. Feels like he's got the nut low. Puts in 5.2, and he might be able to steal this pot from Lucas Greenwood, just king high. be an absurdly hard call to make here of king 3 of spades. It's actually not good to be holding the spades now when you're in a bluff catching situation here, as you want to pick off the spades yourself. Does fold. Nice bluff from Manuel. 6-5 offsuit. Triple barrel.
Appreciate you holding down the fort there for a few minutes, Randy.
I do what I got to do.
You know how earlier on I was poking fun at Maria lightly. And, I've got like an iron stomach and I live in Thailand. I can't get food poisoning. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Why? What happened? You left?
Apparently there was a bit of lag in the salmonella for me. But we're here.
Lag.
We're back.
Like a
lag as in
like a delay. Like our stream, a delay.
There we
get
go.
it.
Yeah. Except
yours is a multi-day.
Instead of protecting the integrity of the game, it's perhaps protecting the stomach lining with me. I don't know, man, but we're here. We're battling.
Let's get back to the heads up, man.
Just don't go in that bathroom, all right?
I'm not going there. Cool, but yeah, an epic hand that just unfolded where Manuel bluffed off of 6 high and it worked.
800.
I really am liking the way this heads-up match is playing out because I feel like we've got 2 very different strategies, and they are kind of like, pulling tug of war a bit on who can kind of maintain on top. King 6, check call. Very good one, right? Tell me about it.
How about it? 4 million to fight for. Open-ender, flush draw against top pair, no kicker.
Manuel can really apply a lot of pressure here in general against his opponent's
7
range.
million?
Yeah, I do like the rather large bet here. It's actually almost 2x pot. The thing is, your opponent also is rather weak to just check call to flop, not 3-bet pre-flop. So your opponent's actually holding a lot of like 10x, jack x, or even like these weak king x's that are very uncomfortable. $2x pot on the turn, you're holding top pair. And you have such little history with your opponent in heads up. Like, this is the first time you've ever played against him. You have no idea what kind of overbet ranges he's doing this with.
Yeah, this is...
You've been happy grinding out the small pots. Do you just want to play for it all now?
That's a great point. Yeah, Greenwood's felt very comfortable just navigating these posts. Does he really want to make a stand? Top pair, no kicker on this ball texture.
It looks like he wants to pitch it. He does.
Pitch it, he does, Randy. And Zapf gets
good.
a big one through to kind of tie things again. 19.6.
That was strong. But this heads-up match is really showing the talent that Manuel has, the creativity. Inching closer and closer to Lucas Green. Greenwood going to stick to his strategy of pretty much limping his whole range. Not going to introduce any pre-flop raises. More flush draws.
More importantly, pair for Zapf. Won't be going anywhere.
Pair on a good texture, the 5-5-4. So Greenwood being very balanced here with the check back with such a strong draw. 2 overs. 3 pair for Manuel actually improves. Queens and 5s. And because you have every single piece of this board, there is more merit to checking to the guy who's got such a wide range, pre-flop limp, getting him to try to stab. More chips could have gone in by now. Does check through to the river, which blanks out. It feels at this point, if my opponent had a bluff, he might stab the turn by now. So maybe he tries to extract value from like the King X, Ace X highs that limp pre-flop.
Oh, what could have been. It's interesting. Don't want to use this as, you know, a sample because it's such a small sample, but curious to see how Greenwood plays future draws. If he just opts to pot control similarly to this one. Just realize
I'm pretty sure he's probably not like, oh, I've got flush draw, 100% frequency check. I know the Greenwoods are very like well-balanced players, right? They study quite a bit. So it must be some kind of randomization, or mainly, I'd imagine. You don't want to be in a spot where, oh, I didn't bet, therefore I can never have a flush, and then your opponents can just like lean on you so hard knowing that you're never nutted. So he has been content to open 2.5x, continues to do so. Ace 10 offsuit, 50 blinds. Kind of a mixed strategy actually with the Ace 10, whether 3-bet or call. Looks like he is going to come in with a 3-bet. He's seen his opponent actually raise every single spot, so there's more value in what's in the middle already, as well as getting some weaker holdings to continue.
Keeping some hands in that he perhaps has dominated.
You would do that. That's the more reason why you would flat call pre-flop with a holding like Ace 10. But when someone raises, kind of has only a raise or fold strategy from the button, they technically, in theory, need to defend a little bit more, right? Because if your opponent's just recklessly 3-betting you, then you'd probably be overfolding. So with the 3-bet there, he's expecting like the worst Ace X's. Even some of the offsuit wants to still continue, and like the 10-9 offsuits, Jack 10s, etc.
54 bigs, plays 47. 605,500 guaranteed for both these players. 197,000 going to the champion. A fantastic start to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. Live from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu calling the action on this one until we crown ourselves our first champion. We'll be crowning 15 this series. Who's going to walk away as champion number 1? Germany v Canada.
Slight difference in play here, as Manuel has opted to check the open in a straight draw this time, but this time it is 2 overs and does hit the straight.
Just turns his opponent dead. He's going to knuckle it on over again.
Very tricky. He's hoping his opponent picked up that 10. Greenwood does not take the bait. 6, generally a good card for Manuel, as in case his opponent's checking down a 6, his trip 6s would pay off a huge bet, probably even bet call. Let's see if he goes for check raise or bet out himself.
900.
— 75% pot.
Greenwood, is he thinking about making a play? Because he's pushed some, well, he
He's
makes the
gonna
call
make the
here.
Call with queen high.
Wow.
Straight.
Gets shown the nut straight. It's about as tight as it could get out there. Even Stevens.
For Greenwood to call there must mean that he feels that his opponent's frequencies of putting chips in is rather high with this, you know, shortish sample. Didn't really think about it too much. He's just like, you've been betting way too often. I've got to keep you honest.
Well, 20,300,000 plays 20,200,000. Less than a big blind in it.
Jack deuce is a little bit dusty, but
1 million.
Still one paint in there. King deuce. Very playable. It's not the greatest hand, but it is King X after all. Not too bad, huh, for Lucas Greenwood, picking up the bottom pair, but actually out-kicking his opponent.
Both players have the bottom pair trip draw, Randy, that I was telling you about.
The one-outer, huh?
If it rolls off, could be the end of this tournament.
Actually a decent texture for both players as well, just little cards. You dropped the last deuce out, the trip draw. It's tournament's over.
Two pair now for Greenwood. Well, drawing dead on this turn.
Yeah, excellent card for Greenwood in the sense that it's actually a card that gets multi-barreled on a lot. But the fact that Manuel has a pair of deuces, which is showdown, he's not going to fire. But if he was just unpaired, he could strongly consider it. Seeing his opponent check back the king implies a little bit of showdown value. And with an overcard to that flop board, there's more incentive to bet out yourself, as you don't want to see some 7x check back that's tight, or 4x probably won't bet themselves.
Goes about as polar as one can go.
Yeah, and then whenever you see these polar bets, your pair isn't as relevant as long as it's showdown value. Your opponent is saying, I've got 2 pair plus, or maybe King X plus, or I've got busted straight draw, which there are plenty of, you know, but it looks like deuce is out.
It's about an hour into this heads-up match. Things are tied. Blinds will be going up. Oh, there we go. Last hand before blinds go up to 250,000, 500,000.
There we go.
I imagine Lucas is going to limp, but you know, Manuel, he raised the 6 deuce offsuit earlier against a button lip. Is the 7 deuce qualify as one of those hands where maybe he does as well, or does he start just taking the free equity, the free flops that he's been given? He's going to keep it small.
That's a fun flop for these two hands. 9-6-5, top and bottom for Greenwood. Cut shot straight draw for Manuel.
Nice board here. Lots of hands you can extract value from. The little gutties, the 7x, 8x. Every pair, of course. Even 2 big cards. Well, 2 big cards, but unlikely given it's a big blind check. Eight hunting.
Hello, 8 of clubs on the turn.
Target acquired.
Still opportunity for money to go in on this turn should Manuel opt to lead. Don't think Lucas is going to be going anywhere just yet. Especially against half pot.
Kind of an annoyed look from Greenwood, but can't really fold two pair on his board texture given the line so far. He's still got clean outs against the straight, and sometimes, of course, you're ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the annoyed look. It's like, how do I flop top and bottom? And then that's the turn. Queen of diamonds on the river. 4 million in the middle. See what size Manuel comes with.
Well, these guys have been bringing in some pretty big bets as of late. I wonder if he'll stick to the theme.
$3 million.
It's more sizable three-quarters pot.
We saw Greenwood calling down with queen high just a few moments ago. Two pair, unblocking clubs.
With the three-quarters pot size on his four-liner with the action, I'm not so sure like a worse two pair would ever value bet this way. And having said that, it seems like a 7x or nothing situation. It's hard to represent nothing, so incredible laydown there of two pair.
Yeah, not easy, especially heads up. Does manage to get away from it.
Yeah, and especially like some players feel, oh, I'm at the top of my range here besides the straight, therefore I need to call to not be exploited.
Randy, blinds going up to 250,000, 500,000, and there's quite literally a big blind difference between the two. Still anyone's game. Chip lead's been exchanged on a few occasions. Both players with a career best Triton score.
1.1.
See Manuel, first ever Triton event. The viewers at home have been keeping us company for the last 10 hours or so. Let us know who you're rooting for, who do you think's going to take this one down. If you haven't already clicked the like button, takes a couple of seconds to help us grow our channel. Continue to bring world-class poker content, highest stakes and some of the best players in the world to your screens, free of charge. That's all we ask in terms of support. It's the click of a button, Randy. Not bad. It's not a bad exchange.
I would think it's not too difficult. So maybe they'll prove it to us soon.
Greenwood continuing to limp on the button. This time with an ace. And well, he's going to get some value, Randy, because it's come ace 8-5 and Manuel's connected with middle pair. It's about as cold as the deck gets in heads up.
Yeah, and Greenwood's going to fire this type of board texture that is super high frequency, so he must bet here when he's got top pair himself. Let's check call. Ace 8-5 rainbow, 2.5 million in the middle, drop to 6.
Another rainbow turn, an undercard to Manuel's second pair on the flop. Zero reason for him to not put more money in should he face a double barrel from Greenwood. It's a sizable double barrel as well, Randy.
Yeah, 80%. He's trying to extract the most value from the 8Xs as well as the pair straight draws, followed with the 7 to couple those hands. Queen 8, though, is just a bit too strong to fold, especially Especially on even his ace-high boards, you know you need to defend or you overfold.
Board pairing river.
A pretty good card for Manuel, though, because your opponent, in theory, should be 3-barreling this a bit less. You can still be holding that 5x at a decent frequency, whether, you know, like 5-7.
I think there's more room for him to get away from this, should Greenwood.
I would think so. Greenwood just still going to target that 8x. Greenwood knows that ace-x from his opponent is not that likely, just pre-flop check. So allows him to value bet a hand like ace-3, which has the kicker on the board. You know, if this was like a full-ring table, completely different scenario, well, maybe you wouldn't be going for 3 streets of value of ace-x here on this run out. Here, ranges are wider. You need to call down more, or else you get run over.
One of the toughest spots of this heads-up match for Manuel. Really wouldn't fault him for making the call here. Now chopping with other 8x. Makes the call, Randy, and that's one of the biggest pots of the heads-up match. 15.5 million chip pot going Greenwood's way, and now has a 2-to-1 chip lead over the German Twitch streamer.
A little smile there from Greenwood.
Yeah, I think we heard a lone cheer from the rail, whoever
Who is
Greenwood
it?
has it.
It's not Sam.
It's not. I want to say spouse, but
it'd be a good
100
guess.
Yeah, not 100% confident.
Love that shot right there.
Yeah, it's a cool shot. It's like something out of Star Wars. Oh, he's talking to himself. That's fine. Shake it off onto the next one.
Keep your head in the game. It's a big match. In heads up, it's easy to make mistakes. The important part is recovering from it and try to limit those.
Don't even think it's a mistake, to be perfectly honest with you. Ace 8-5, Queen 8, calling down 3 streets against the very competent Greenwood.
$1.1.
Raised to 1,100,000.
Gonna continue to go with that pre-flop raise strategy. Picks one up. Very playable hand for Manuel in the big blind. Should be a hand that he might want to push in more chips in there against Greenwood's button limp. Big blind is 500k. Actually going to check. I suppose he does not looking to raise fold this type of hand pre-flop and does let Greenwood get there with 10s and 6s. Vulnerable spot here for Greenwood. Could try to extract value. Protect his hand. Many overcards to come. And for King Jack, I'd imagine that it's want to continue here. It often has the best hand. He's got the backdoor spade, straight draw potential. Overcards that the position player would want to bet in case he hits a king or a jack. Completely bricks out, and Greenwood could still value bet this against the 2 overcards, against the gutters out there. Does he want to put a bit of balance, though, and check this back and pick off a river? Seems like that's his game plan. Does check for spades. King Jack still has pretty good showdown value despite being unpaired on this board texture. Could be a good spot for Greenwood to still value bet this pair of sixes. If his opponent was holding a 10x spades or 6x with better kicker, he might bet himself.
Bet 2 million.
Like the line that Greenwood's opted to bet. He knows that the kicker is irrelevant given that his opponent should be betting a 6x himself. King Jack high. Cutting out raising chips here. He feels that Greenwood's range is capped.
5 seconds.
To not have 10x, to not have spades, is he going to follow through? And he does check raise. Manuel is just so aggressive. Snap fold and just really outplaying Greenwood in that pot, who went for a thin value bet. Multiple big bluffs in this heads-up match from Manuel Zap, the Twitch streamer.
Fold.
So what's changed here is that Manuel's opted to actually start limping his button with 10-3 offsuit. So maybe a shift in pre-flop ranges. Does flop open-ended, king, queen, jack. Does check back the open-ended. Turn card is the 5. Perhaps Manuel starts to attack now. Solid equity when he's open-ended.
What are your thoughts on limping button with a hand like 10-3 here, Randy?
Well, I mean, it's his first limp in this heads-up match.
Yeah, precisely. Just it feels like a strange hand selection. Maybe it's something to do with the stack depth or just the pace of play. Just try and win a pot, get morale back kind of thing.
The main thing should be the stack depth shrinking down to north of 30 blinds. Ace queen here. Let's see, it is. It's okay, I was going to say, he kind of looked like he was going to reach for raising chips, but I like that he's continuing to limp. He needs to protect that limping range that he's clearly made as his strategy. You know, so he can put in some limp re-raises.
Oh, Greenwood by lib trapping with the ace-queen has allowed Zap to connect in the form of middle pair on the jack-5 deuce.
Yeah, so one of the cons, of course, is trying to keep these large stack-to-pot ratios pre-flop and see a lot of flops cheaply, is that you let hands that would fold to your pre-flop raises get free equity. So a lot of, wow, 9-5, 2 pair.
What a beautiful turn card. Any doubts in his mind that he was behind, any concerns Along with the case as he's turned middle 2 pair.
Ace Queen's got a lot of showdown, so check makes sense. Did get counterfeited on this one, but I would still feel pretty confident with the 3 pair here, because I think clubs would bet the turn at a high frequency. Also, Jack X, with the development of that backdoor flush draw, Jack X would want to charge against the other pairs out there. So you can see that Manuel is very confident betting this 3 pair, even though the kicker would be rather weak. And Luke is contemplating a call here, it seems. Pays it
Wow,
off.
there it is.
High card, not working again.
6.5 million chip pot going Zap's way, and with that, from that 2-to-1 chip deficit, Randy has now regained the chip lead here. Greenwood getting a bit sticky with some high cards in a couple of spots as we see Manuel's rail cheer as he scoops in the pot. How about it? Getting some value on the river to retake the chip lead against one of the Greenwood brothers. Not really an opponent you want to find yourself heads up against when there's 300k on the line, but it is a Triton super high roller series, so the caliber of players typically reach heads up, Randy, are
yeah,
solid.
They're good, safe to say. 2 contrasting styles, but just unable to kind of like pull away, but they really are fighting. They're both neck to neck with these 20 million stacks.
Yeah, it's been a great battle so far. Seems like a fitting end to event number 1, which has been a joy to call the action on. Kicking things off here at the JW Marriott, Grosvenor House. The GGMillions 25k. That's Manuel sets fire to 1.3 million.
Top pair.
That's a fun turn card. The 5 of diamonds now giving Manuel an open ender. Maybe a reason to continue barreling here with just 4 high. Doesn't have any showdown. Really lean into some gut shots. Some hands like 6x, 10x, they're going to struggle to face a big bet. And how about this? 80% on the turn, setting up a very natural river jam.
Really a nice spot here with top pair. Your opponent is multi-barreling. Feigning some weakness, trying to make it look like he's got some 10x, 6x holding that can't handle a 3rd barrel.
13.3 in the middle, Greenwood with 12.5 behind as Manuel backs into the 7 high straight, Randy. And could this be it? Greenwood with top pair, blocking 8-9. What does Manuel do here? Does he go for it all?
Well, it's crossing his mind, certainly.
All in.
Pot size remaining, does jam all in. Greenwood is holding top pair on a missed club board. It is a pre-flop raise pot. Bet, bet, jam.
If he calls, it's all over, Randy.
Yes.
14,600,000.
We saw him get away from that 2-pair earlier on the 4-liner board. This hand obviously a different scenario, but is able to make big folds.
Clearly the big 5-card hand is the 8-9 to exist, but you know, you see the 3-4. Jack 8 does block 8-9 a little bit. Not ideal, but he does. Your opponent doesn't necessarily need to just have a straight to be able to push all in. He's in position with these heads-up stacks. He could be jamming 2-pair. He could even be jamming just a 1-pair jack with a strong kicker like Ace Jack, King Jack, or some overpair. And while he's been playing a pre-flop raise strategy, so you can't just necessarily narrow down that it's only big holdings because he's not splitting his limping range and raising ranges.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Randy. If he folds, he still has 25 bigs. He's been fighting the good fight, taking it to the streets. Does he want to risk it all with top pair here? So we hear a big sigh from Greenwood. It's not fun folding top pair, especially in heads up no limit.
Seconds.
I'm not sure who that's coming from, Randy, but it sounds like Darth Vader.
I think it's
showed
Greenwood.
Mid-hand. Some deep breaths from Greenwood. Makes the fold, discipline lay down, and a huge pot going Zap's way. 2-1 chip lead now. Has Greenwood down to 25 bigs, and that is a huge shift in momentum. Wanted the call. Would have been all over. But Greenwood keeping himself in this fight.
Greenwood has been folding to Manuel's big bets every single time in this heads-up match, and does make the correct laydown this time. The one that could have ended the tournament.
$1.25.
Raised to 1.25.
Greenwood's turn to now start raising buttons. As we see him come for an RF5 for, I believe, the first time. Now he's down to 25 bigs. Jack 6 offsuit. Coming out with the defend. I'm kind of thinking that backdoor straight there for Zap, was there more merit? And obviously easy for me to say in hindsight, but was there maybe more merit to winning another 5-6 million from Greenwood, or is that just purely a spot where we have to go for it all, given that we unblock all the pairs?
I know where you're coming from. It's tough to say. Clearly, if your opponent's folding top pair, then there's more value in the small bets. But, you know, he's been making multiple big bluffs. Definitely feels like, well, I haven't gotten look up yet. Maybe the third time is when he's going to look me up.
Yeah, Greenwood had stationed a little bit as well, the queen high and the ace-queen call earlier as well. So maybe that playing into Zap's mind that, hey, this guy seems to never believe me. Now that I've got value, let's go for it all as he check calls the 9-5-5 board. Turn now two-tone, double paired. Greenwood still fighting, staring at the clock. He's going to check back. I see a river. The front door hearts do get there. King high is going to win at showdown.
Yeah, this is enough showdown to check. Expect a check back a lot.
King high.
King high is good.
95 to the king.
Well, it's now a 3-1 chip lead for Manuel Zapf, who has just seemed like since the start of my shift in the booth, since he first joined us at the feature table, it was his tournament to lose. Eliminating so many players throughout the day. Finds himself heads up in his first ever Triton event. 897,000 for first.
Call.
Hold. Pick it up.
Just a huge chip lead now.
Check.
Well,
Open-ended.
Yeah, the dealer has somehow found a way to make these two hands clash. The 7-5 deuce open-ender for Manuel, middle pair for Greenwood.
750.
That 750,000.
Start by betting half pot. Greenwood won't be going anywhere just yet. Perhaps reaching for raising chips. Does decide to just check call. To a turn we go. 3 million in the middle.
Oh.
Greenwood the effective stack. Sub 9 now.
Check.
Given the way Manuel's been playing his straight draws, he has been rather aggressive, and with an overcard on the turn, could easily see him put in another barrel, a large one too. Greenwood check calling flop is still rather weak.
2.2.
Could be a high card holding. It could be 5x, deuce x. 7x will check raise the flop at some frequency too.
Yeah, again, really just leveraging Greenwood's 8.9 million stack here with a bet of 2.2. Setting up a natural river SPR to get all the money in the middle if he wanted to.
5-4 should continue here at a pretty high frequency. Still, there still exists a lot of draws.
All? Yes.
Call. 2.2.
Tournament defining river coming up right here, Andy. As Manuel bricks his open ender.
This is not a bad spot to put in a triple barrel bluff. You've got another overcard to the flop. You've got the backdoor diamonds, which you would bet on the turn and you would hit. Your opponent has a lot of 7x, 5x in their range. It does give up. Greenwood's gotta love that. Closing the gap.
That is a huge pot for Lucas. Greenwood had Manuel put him all in, put him to the test. He really would have been in the blender there with just fourth pair by the river.
Big blind answer, please, sir.
Yep.
Are you in the small ones?
Oh, sorry.
No, she's on this.
Greenwood still in this fight, courtesy of folding top pair. Disciplined fold. Put money in whilst he was ahead. Folded when he was behind. It's a good strategy.
It's a good strategy, Henry. Very nicely noted there. 7-4. So Manuel is only kind of.
1.7.
Yeah, he took a break from kind of attacking these limps. Looks like he's back at it. Previously it was 6 deuce offsuit and a bunch of checks, but now 7-4. 10-7 clubs, very playable in position. Dominating situation. Great spot for him so far, but doesn't have the pre-flop aggression, which is going to allow Manuel to bet flops that just completely whiff both players. That's a board that kind of whiffs. Lucas got a little piece, but not that good. It's also hard to bet here of 7-4.
It's really hard, right?
A lot of limp calling ranges hits is kind of middling stuff.
Yeah, 1,200,000.
Does fire.
Greenwood definitely has enough to call at least one street with the gut shot and backdoor clubs, but I guess we'll find out whether Zaf wants to continue telling the story on turns. Yeah, Jason Kuhn in the background as the 8 of diamonds pairs the board on the turn. The bottom pair trip draw completes.
You wouldn't really expect Manuel to be barreling this card, even if he was holding some showdown. The 8X is heavily more into Greenwood's limp calling range that calls flop. Greenwood's main decision here is if he bets turn, needs to follow through on river at a high frequency, or check back turn, more represent the queen and jack X, and then fire when it gets checked home on the river. So does kind of opt for the latter, does trip 8s out there.
Well, they got to chop it up, would you believe, Randy, if this gets to showdown.
I don't feel that Greenwood would let this one check through if it gets to him. If his opponent is holding queen X, he probably would bet a lot. Manuel's found a bluff here. 1.3 million.
Blocksky, 20%. Is he just really targeting precisely these types of hands, the 9X, the 10X, maybe some king highs?
He is, exactly, because I don't think he ever thinks a queen or jack would fold it. He gets it done. Manuel is just playing excellent heads up.
That is a really significant pot, Randy. Had he checked it on over, Greenwood could have found a way to win and would have been right back in this fight.
Jason Kuhn chatting to John Party over there, railing Manuel. 8-3 of hearts. Roughly 21 big blinds effective.
Call.
And looks like he's pretty content with coming in with this limping strategy now. In heads up, especially at 20 big blinds. It is quite optimal to do so.
Okay.
King 10-3, 2 spades. Bottom pair for Manuel's made the best hand. Outflop the jack 5. Going to deny equity with a bet here. Greenwood thinking about making it continue, but it is rather detrimental to his 20 big blind stack to be floating bit, but looks like he will come in with actually check raise. And I do like that he's opting for check raise rather than check call if he's going to continue. Jack of spades working with that king 10 of spades. Could be lots of cards that he can multi-barrel on, of course, and maybe take the lead. Jack is also nice at overcards the 10 and the 3. Gets the best hand to lay down. Sam, I don't know why I said Sam, Lucas, clawing his way back in there. Take a look at the chip counts. It is a 2-to-1 chip lead here. Well, more actually. 28 million versus the 12 million of Manuel Zapp versus Lucas Greenwood. Germany versus Canada. And they've really been neck to neck for the majority of the heads-up match. But lately it's been Manuel getting the best of Greenwood with some crafty bluffs. It's a 300k heads-up match. 600k guaranteed between these two players in event number 1. The 25k GG Super Millions. Both players looking for their first Triton title. Greenwood was ever so close.
1.2.
Greenwood changing things up, brings in a check, not a check, but a raise, 1.2 million. Queen 3 offsuit.
$3.8.
Actually, 3-betting to 3.8 million. 2/8 is a solid holding to just push all the chips in there. Your opponent is playing usually a polarized range with this stack depth. Calling is also an option, but you know, a lot of dead money, and if he just takes this down pre-flop and jam we go, and Queen 3 straight into the muck, and Greenwood back-to-back pots now claws his way to 16.5 million. What looked like a runaway heads-up match potentially is now closing in. Jack 7 in the big blind, debating what to do against the limp. Check default. The 9-3 deuce 2 club board does give Manuel a straight draw, which he's been getting quite often in this heads-up match, this time in the form of a gut shot.
750.
Keeping things consistent with a bet, half the pot. Little pickup.
If you need a break, let me know. I'm fine with playing, but just in case.
No, I'm
right.
good to go.
$300, $600K. Blinds up. It's 40 big blinds versus 25. Lucas Greenwood, ace high board, very favorable for the player in position does check back. No connection here. Manuel still best with the king high. Greenwood thinking about a delay bet, but looks like he'll wait for the river as we check through ace.
King high, gonna be good. Showdown, Randy. Is Greenwood really gonna let this one check down?
It would feel mandatory to fire out here. So many other high card hands that just have to lay it down. You know, 9x, Jack X. Might get looked up by this king high though, just given the line he's taken.
Yeah, this is good for morale for Manuel if he can find the king high hero call here.
Wow,
doesn't do it. Lets it go. Greenwood's still grinding. It's down to 11 million. After calling flop and turn correctly with top pair and then managing to fold the straight completing river. Good news for him is Manuel did have the goods. Greenwood would have been going home with another silver medal. Battle of the Queens. Mystery card for Greenwood.
So it looks like he's opted to make it 2.1. I haven't seen too many opportunities where Greenwood has attacked from the big blind against the button limp. However, though, Manuel has been a more raise heavy strategy pre-flop.
That's true. Yeah, that's a great point. I want to say this is his, what, second or third limp?
I don't know, it depends. You might know more if you hadn't gone to go eliminate your oysters from your body.
Thanks, Randy. Do you know, the funniest part is that, you know, I told you I'd never had oysters, and both Maria and Espen are like, oh my God, you've never had oysters. Like, you have to join us. You have to try these oysters.
You wish you never had oysters,
that we've had. Fast forward 2 days, all three of us are throwing up left, right, and center. You know, great story. It's one for us to look back on and laugh at future stops. Like, hey, Marie, remember the first time we ever did commentary together? We both got food poisoning. The good news for me is that there's a men's bathroom just there, whereas for Maria, it's all the way upstairs, so I can just keep, you know, ducking and diving. You're
nice
holding
to
down
know
the
you
fort.
got the GTO map strategies on how to.
You got to think these things out, Randy. You know, you got to take it to.
However you like. I'm fine with whatever.
Why don't we do a break after the level?
Yeah.
Okay. Talks of
At least it's a fight heads up. That's good.
Yeah.
People get to see some stuff.
Yeah, coming up to a 2-hour
Not
battle,
a short
Randy.
one. It just ends in a flip.
No, I know. I don't know. There's so many hands I'm not sure about.
Oh yeah, same.
I mean, you've battled a lot. Does it taste sweeter? Does victory taste sweeter when it is a back and forth and you're really trying to figure out your opponent and eventually they quit you? Obviously in your situation, cash games, but I can imagine 2-hour heads up match here, it's going to taste sweeter whoever comes out on top, right?
Yes, and you know, the main thing with these longer heads up matches is you are adjusting and readjusting. So actually, if they do take a break, you know, you can learn more information about kind of what those big folds were in those key pots earlier and maybe counter adjust, but maybe your opponent is also one level above that. And that's the beauty of the heads up poker is, you know, we got two contrasting strategies here actually. But it's about the counter adjustments that really make it enjoyable to watch and play as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. Really different strategies, and I love the honesty from both about, you know, they're unsure about a few hands that they've played so far this heads-up match.
Check.
7 high.
King high.
But yeah, I mean, Manuel has created multiple times when he's created a big distance, but then started to lose some pots. Remained relatively composed throughout this final table.
10, 12. Five, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17, 6.
You okay there?
Yeah, just
is Maria having a chat or something like just
something like that. Ice Cold Spear said oysters from the Thames, bad idea. Don't worry, chat. I'm one and done. I don't care how tasty they are. Greenwood gonna knuckle his option. I mean, look how close it is. This is insane.
They've been here many times, and it's not like they've been hanging around at this stack that they've kind of created distance and come right back here. 8-4 offsuit, does have limp, does have king queen 2. King queen 2 is actually one of those okay boards to still fire away with absolutely nothing, because the big Broadway hands oftentimes just push in chips pre-flop. So when it checks through, your opponent just has to check fold at such a high frequency. And Greenwood does have jack high, backdoor clubs.
Yeah, 3 to a straight.
Just enough to continue, and by check calling, he sees a check through on a turn. He can easily just represent queen or king X and bet out himself. Nice one on the turn.
How about that? That's the Greenwood now. A 4. 4? 4 to a straight, rather. Clubs as well.
4
91.
to a flush, yeah.
Yeah, he's slowly but surely converting this backdoor equity. Little did he know, had the best hand the entire way. And will win at showdown. Although, again, another one of those spots. I mean, heads up. So difficult to make pairs. Does he want to bluff this river, or is he happy to just show down this jack high?
He has a lot of queen X in his range. He could opt for a bet, but it feels that jack high is enough. Remember, last time he did give up these spots to try to show down, his opponent has found a way to win the pot with some bet check bet lines. And Wall's thinking about doing that just again.
1.6?
Look at this. Like, he's created spots where he shouldn't be winning. He's given that opportunity, and he does actually fires 1.6, I believe, not 600K.
That's correct, yeah. 1.6 was announced. Greenwood with jack high.
It does look like a strong hand.
Fantastic heads-up poker being played by both. Manuel Zapf just not giving up anything. Continuing to battle as we see brother Sam Greenwood on the rail. Checking out some of the hands on the Triton Poker Plus app, I'm sure. Perhaps listening to the live stream with those headphones on, who knows?
When you went away, Lucas won a pot. I said, nice pot, Sam, or something similar, and I just had to correct myself right away. It was an accident. But he's around. So maybe I was talking to him.
$21 million plays 18. Greenwood continuing with the limping strategy at this stack depth.
Very sweet hand here, Queen 10 suited, but it's not really one you want to kind of raise fold in case you're up against limp jams, so it does opt to check. Queen highs. Still pretty good texture for it. The queen high showdown, but you know the backup in form of straight draws and flush draws that you can see that could potentially show up. Jack 5 going to take a stance, but I'd be shocked if Queen 10 would ever lay this down.
That is a fun turn card, Randy. The Jack of Spades giving Greenwood 2 pair, but presenting the open-ender for Zap. 3 million in the middle. Value to be had, perhaps, for Greenwood. The very disguised second pair.
Yeah, and he can easily get value from 6x. Going to check, pie, call almost all rivers. But the thing is, the Queen 10 actually has a lot of showdown value as is. I would think that he wouldn't need to turn this one into a bluff. So he does check. The thing is, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to check fold. Of course, Greenwood going to value bet these kings and jacks with the 6 kicker on board. We've seen Manuel make some hero calls in spots. We've also seen Manuel make like this kind of check here and come in for check raise.
$2.5 million is the size of the bet. Zap calls. Give back the chip lead to Greenwood after what's been an epic 2-hour heads-up battle so far. Fantastic way to kick things off for us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in London. And both players kind of recognizing that as well, that they've enjoyed the battle rather than just flipping for the title and the near 300k on the line at the start of the heads-up match. Uh-oh, the one chip flick in. And Lucas Greenwood regains the chip lead. 22 million, plays 18.1.
It's fine. Maybe. Maybe not.
Post-mortem from Manuel.
They're kind of speaking to himself. Not sure if he should have made that call, Queen 10 high. Nice suited connector here.
1.3.
Got Mark in the chat saying, what's the thought process with calling there? I think Randy just queen high on a board paired like that. It's going to be good a decent amount of the time.
It's basically near the top of his range, besides the 6x.
Right.
I'd imagine.
Jack,
if he had Jack X, he probably would be betting himself regardless. It is a 3-bet of Queen 6 offsuit, and Greenwood really just trying to attack the player who's been raising at a high frequency on the button with this kind of Queen 6. He probably doesn't expect to get called too often too, so he's using this kind of trashy offsuit hand.
High card, low card, matching. Zaf got to make the call. We've got ourselves a 3-bet pot, Randy. 8.4 in the middle, going to the flop. Certainly be one of the tournament-defining hands. One of these tournament-defining moments of this heads-up match as both players connect, Randy, on the Queen 8 tray rainbow. Lucas with top pair against Manuel's middle pair. More importantly, has the German covered.
$2 million.
So brings about quarter pot here, and just, you know, keeping, when you 3-bet pre-flop, you want to maintain control. When you actually do flop it, you need to bet as well. Good spot though for Manuel. In general, with mid-pair, small bet in position, backdoor clubs. Want to be looking to continue.
Disaster card for Zapth.
Disaster, just because he's up against the queen, but in general, it's a good card for his range. You know, your opponent pre-flop 3-bet, and you still got one of the pairs out there, especially if your opponent checks to you. He might be thinking this 8 is definitely good, and he does check. Greenwood trying to trap the gut shots to start firing away. The Jack 10, Jack 9, 10-9 to be specific. Occasionally those like King X of hearts that would call it a flop, King 10, King Jack of hearts, and get those to fire away.
Zaf checking the itinerary. Less than pot behind.
The way his opponents played the hand seems like he's giving up at a high frequency, so he's just putting in some chips to charge those hands and not give them the free shot at taking the lead, especially with how important this pot is. There's already 12.5 before he bet this 2.5 to begin with.
Yeah, 20% pots on the turn from Zap. How does Greenwood proceed?
I believe call would be the play. You want to give those floating hands, those gut shots, a chance to just blast away. 3 pair. And it's okay to give some equity to those gut shots
9,
just
8.
because they would just bluff off a
You're
line.
8,
Does
9?
check.
Yeah.
Sees the bad news, and he's down to sub 10 million chips.
Yeah, this is the lowest I think either of the players have been. I know Greenwood was down to around 11.5. First time we've seen someone sub 10. 10 million, that is. A 3-1 chip lead for Greenwood. It sounds like the blinds, I do apologize, maybe next hand be going up as that music seems fitting. What a battle it has been. These two entered the arena, this heads-up match. Zap started off with around 25 million, Greenwood with around 15, and they've exchanged the chip lead on a few occasions now, after battling it out for the better part of 2 hours.
1.4.
Ace King suited. Bumps it up. Greenwood doesn't want to let the big blind just get these free flops right now.
Especially at this stack depth, and
Yeah.
especially with a hand like Ace King.
Because there's a lot of incentive for the big blind to just never kind of put in a raise with some random cards, so why give that guy a chance to come back in there? 3.4 in the middle now. Ace King looking good on this King 9 deuce flop.
Yeah, and more importantly, Greenwood's going to have Zap down to sub 15 bigs.
The smaller the stack to pot ratio, the smaller the bets you'll continuation bet. So 1 million less than 1/3 pot. Might be able to close this one out. I mean, there's a 13 big blind remaining for Manuel. The biggest gap we've seen thus far in this heads-up match.
Yeah, it could have been all over. Greenwood finding a very disciplined fold for his tournament life with top pair. If he goes on to win this, he's certainly going to look back on that hand as, oh, the fold that won him the tournament if he can close this one out. Battle of the 9X. Zap completes on the bottom. Greenwood got to knuckle one over. 1.8 in the middle. It feels like every pot could be the last hand, Randy.
Could also be the opportunity where his opponent gets back in there. And this one, the kickers gonna play, but there's a decent amount of chops out there, right?
Yeah,
55% of the time.
Tie this one a decent amount, but there are also ways where
900.
you can force the other player out as Zap starts building the pot.
With these shallow stack sizes, you do see the top pair start to check raise a bit more.
Yeah, so many straight draws out there.
2.5.
Greenwood takes it north. Feels like the money's going to go in here, whether it be on the flop or on the turn.
There's so little chips behind that he might just push him in now. Hand is a bit vulnerable too, just a pair of nines. Looks like he's calling, but he's no intention of folding on the turn. Even if an overcard drops off, I believe he'll just call it off. By calling, I suppose he's just trying to leave the most amount of bluffs in there.
Well, all of a sudden, that 55% chance of a chop drops significantly to 14%, Randy. And would you believe the 5 kicker is likely to play unless a deuce, a 4, or a 9 rolls off? Sorry, no, I do apologize. If a 9 rolls off, the kicker would still play. So Zapf looking for a 5, a deuce, or a 4.
Just less than the min raise remaining. The game plan was if I'm just calling the flop to get it on the turn.
It's such a sick turn card.
Yeah, it's so often it's just a pure chop.
All in.
Top pair v top pair,
Like
as
8 million more.
Greenwood knows he's never folding. Cards on their back, so Randy, the 5 kicker, plays in this 16 million chip pot.
Oh wow, that's sick.
Sat for just a 7% chance
All right, I'll take a deuce. It's okay.
to win. Looking for a deuce or a 4 to chop.
Yeah, that's
Greenwood 1 card away from winning his first Triton title and joining his brother with a piece of golden hardware. The 9 on the river, the biggest needle the dealer could have dealt. Both players rivering trips, but Greenwood's kicker plays.
Yeah, it was a fun one. It was a fun one.
What a fun battle indeed, Randy. An epic back and forth between these two.
Yeah,
with Lucas Greenwood.
I had 4-3 offsuit in the hand where you made that huge
Eventually coming out on top.
No, I rivered the straight.
Oh,
It was
you
5,
rivered
6,
the
7,
straight.
yeah.
Oh shit! Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really tough hand.
Other than that, I never had it. Well,
Here's
there I
Zapf.
had it.
Yeah, I might have made a couple bad folds, but still, wow. Ay, sick.
Zapf just sharing with Greenwood that it was a
Well,
good
nice.
fold
Well
as he
deserved,
did
well
backdoor into the straight. And there you have it. Love to see the sportsmanship being shown between the two, Lucas Greenwood and Manuel Zapf. Understandably so, Randy, after an epic 2-hour heads-up battle. But Greenwood ultimately coming out on top, heading home with the $897,000. But more importantly, no more bragging rights for his brother Sam Greenwood as he now joins him with a Triton Super High Roller Series here as we welcome you back to the break desk. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy. Randy, we went from 9 to heads up in less than an hour, and then we wrapped things up with an epic heads up battle.
Yeah, and you know, like this heads up match was just phenomenal. They played for 2 hours, but it was a very grindy affair, but a lot of big bluffs in there, mainly driven by Manuel Zapf, who was just firing away with his open-ended straight draws. Did get there in one spot, but Greenwood making the big laydown with Jack-8 top pair, and that really rewarded him to stay in the tournament. He would have been out, and really just got it done towards the end with that Queen-6 and stuff like that.
That hand is going to be the hand that he looks back at with his brother, with his friends, and, you know, he's going to look back at, hey, this is the fold that won me the tournament. And we talk about winning flips and getting big setups. Sometimes it's folding that can actually help you go on to win a Triton Super High Roller Series as well as big tournaments. Ali Najad with our first champion, of course, of the Triton Super High Roller Series. We're going to throw it down to the floor to have an interview with our champion. But tomorrow, just a quick reminder, same time, same place, 25k 7 max tomorrow from 2 p.m. local time. But for now, a word with event number 1 champion, Lucas Greenwood.
on occasion that good things come in twos. And the brothers Greenwood, on this occasion, Lucas picking up his first title here in the GG Millions Live 25K. Lucas, brother Sam, keeping a watchful eye on things here. Last time we saw you on the Triton Tour was right here in London back in 2019 when you finished second. There was only one way to do better than that here, and you've done it. What does it feel like?
I mean, it feels amazing. I remember when I was walking here with my girlfriend and I saw all the faces on the wall and I was like, well, like, I'm not up there yet. I didn't think it would happen this fast, but obviously it's amazing. And it's, I don't know, normally I feel like these things don't happen to me. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to show up and win the tournament, and then it actually happens, so it's pretty amazing.
Looking over your poker resume, there was a bit of a gap in there, and I know that back in July of 2021, the feelings perhaps not so amazing as you and Sam lost your father. Talk to me about that experience and obviously the compromises that you had to make in terms of stepping away from the game for a while.
Yeah, well, I had a lot of stuff to take care of in Toronto. I had to take over the family business on top of this. And it's, you know, there's some things that are more important than poker. And obviously, I miss my dad a lot, but I'm very grateful to still have so many friends and family cheering me on. And my mom and my brother at home and my brother Sam and my girlfriend, and I'm trying not to get too emotional, but you know, I've had a very blessed life, and the blessings continue here in London.
897,000 of them associated with your very first ever trophy, and I understand that you had a little trinket that you brought forth. It's sitting right here on the felt. I don't know if you want to grab it and show it to us. Is this one of Steve O'Dwyer's famous sort of deals?
Yeah, so Steve was in Japan and he visited the great Buddha of Kamakura, and he gave me this yesterday. I think I had busted at least 2 bullets when he gave it to me. And then my girlfriend wisely, my girlfriend Montana wisely told me, you know, I need to take it out of the plastic. And then as soon as I took it out of the plastic, the good luck started coming. So I think...
You can't leave it sealed into the plastic.
Yeah, exactly.
But wait, it wasn't good luck, it was good fortune, right?
It's good fortune, right? Steve said I could have good luck or good fortune. I thought good fortune lasts longer, luck is just temporary. And now I guess I need to make a trip to Japan to go visit this Buddha.
Well, we've certainly given you a travel budget with which to do so. And on that note, I bring in our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who is proudly going to present you with your first Triton trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucas Greenwood, winner of event number 1, the 25K GG Millions.